The Awakening Path, a journey of renewal and self-discovery. Prologue, the forgotten self. The clock on Eliza Morgan's office wall ticked with mechanical precision, each second marking another moment of a life that had become as predictable as the timepiece itself. Outside her 23rd floor window, Boston's skyline glittered beneath the setting February sun, buildings alight with the golden glow of evening. From this height, the city appeared orderly, each structure precisely placed, each street following its designated path, much like the life Eliza had carefully constructed for herself over the past 15 years. At 42, Eliza had achieved everything society deemed successful. Executive Director of Strategic Planning at Meridian Consulting. A sleek downtown apartment with views of the harbor. Financial security. Professional respect. A life that ran with the efficiency of a well-maintained Swiss watch. Yet as she sat at her desk, staring at the spreadsheet that had occupied her attention for the past 3 hours, something indefinable tugged at the edges of her consciousness. A hollowness that no achievement had managed to fill. A question without words that whispered beneath the hum of her computer. "Eliza, you're still here." She looked up to find Marcus Abernathy, the firm's CEO, standing in her doorway, his briefcase in hand, overcoat already draped over his arm. "Just finishing the quarterly projections," she replied, straightening in her chair, automatically adjusting her expression into one of professional assurance. Marcus nodded. "The board meeting isn't until Thursday. Even you should take a night off occasionally." A hint of concern crossed his features. "When was your last vacation?" "Real vacation, not working remotely from some other location." The question caught her off guard. When was her last vacation? Images flickered through her mind. Her laptop open on a balcony in Santorini 3 years ago, conference calls from a cabin in Vermont last winter, email responses sent from her sister's guest room during what was supposed to be a family visit. "I'm fine, Marcus," she said, deflecting the question with practiced ease. "The Henderson account needs." "The Henderson account will be there tomorrow." His tone was gentle but firm. "The world won't collapse if you leave the office before 8 for once." After Marcus departed, Eliza sat motionless, his words echoing in the empty office. The world won't collapse. Yet some part of her feared it might. Not the external world of markets and clients, but her internal world carefully built on the foundation of work, achievement, and forward momentum. What remained when those structures were temporarily removed? With a decisive click, she closed her laptop and gathered her belongings. The motion felt strange, rebellious even, this early departure from her sanctuary of productivity. In the elevator, she caught her reflection in the polished doors, the tailored charcoal suit, the pearl earrings that had been her grandmother's, the auburn hair pulled back in a sleek chignon. The image of composed professionalism stared back at her, a portrait she had perfected over years. But the eyes, there was something in her eyes that the polished exterior couldn't conceal. A weariness, a question, a longing for something she couldn't name. The night air bit at her cheeks as she exited the building. Winter's chill, a sharp contrast to the climate-controlled office environment. Rather than immediately hailing a ride, Eliza hesitated, then decided to walk the 12 blocks to her apartment. It had been months, perhaps longer, since she had simply walked through the city without purpose, without a destination or deadline pressing at her back. As she navigated the evening crowds, her body moved on autopilot while her mind wandered to unexpected places. Why had life become so prescribed? Each day mapped out in 15-minute increments on her digital calendar. Each decision weighed for its professional implications. Each relationship categorized and maintained with the same efficiency she brought to her project management. Near the public garden, a street musician played a haunting melody on a violin, the notes rising above the urban cacophony like birds taking flight. Eliza slowed, then stopped altogether, allowing the music to wash over her. The piece was vaguely familiar, something classical her mother used to play on their old record player during Sunday afternoons of her childhood. Her mother, Eliza Morgan, gone 7 years now, after a swift and merciless battle with pancreatic cancer. Even in grief, Eliza had been organized, handling the arrangements with calm efficiency, supporting her father and sister while never fully allowing herself to collapse into the tidal wave of loss. 2 weeks after the funeral, she was back at her desk, immersed in work, finding solace in the predictable challenges of profit margins and market analyses. The violinist finished the piece with a flourish and immediately began another. Eliza reached into her purse and dropped a $20 bill into the open case at the musician's feet. The woman, gray-haired and wrapped in a colorful, hand-knit scarf, nodded thanks without interrupting her playing. As Eliza continued her walk, an unexpected memory surfaced. Herself at 11 or 12, sitting at the upright piano in their suburban living room, her fingers moving over the keys with surprising dexterity, her mother watching with undisguised pride. "You have a gift, Eliza," Eleanor had said. "Music speaks through you." When had she last touched a piano? College, perhaps? Before law school and the subsequent career change to business consulting. Before the series of promotions that carried her to her current position. Before life became a constant forward march toward the next achievement, the next rung on the professional ladder. A gift. Her mother's words echoed across the years. What other gifts had she set aside in her relentless pursuit of success? The lobby of her apartment building welcomed her with warm light and the discreet nod of the night doorman. In the elevator, her second of the day, she again confronted her reflection, but this time looked deeper, past the professional veneer to the woman beneath. Who was she, really, beyond the role she played and the accomplishments that defined her public self? The question followed her into her apartment, a spacious 2-bedroom with floor-to-ceiling windows and minimalist decor, chosen more for its inoffensive elegance than any personal attachment. The space was featured last year in a Boston Executives at Home spread in a local magazine. The photographer had praised its sophisticated aesthetic. Now, in the quiet of evening, it struck her as impersonal, a stage set for a life rather than a life itself. Eliza moved through her evening routine with the same efficiency that characterized her workday, changing into comfortable clothes, preparing a simple meal, reviewing emails that had arrived during her walk. But the question that had emerged during her unexpected moment of reflection refused to subside. After dinner, rather than returning to work as usual, she found herself drawn to the spare bedroom that functioned as a home office and occasional guest room for her sister's visits. In the closet, behind hanging file boxes and a rarely used printer, sat a stack of storage containers she hadn't opened since moving to this apartment 5 years ago. Something compelled her to pull out the bottom container, labeled simply personal in her neat handwriting. Beneath several photo albums and a folder of academic certificates lay a leather-bound journal, its pages yellowed with age. Her college diary, abandoned halfway through her junior year when academic pressures and internship applications consumed her time. Settled on the floor with her back against the wall, Eliza opened the journal to a random page, her eyes falling on an entry from September 1999. "Professor Harlow returned our essays today," she wrote on mine. "You have a remarkable mind and genuine insight, but I sense you're writing what you think I want to read rather than what you truly believe. Take risks, Eliza. The greatest discoveries lie beyond the safe harbors of conventional thinking." I don't know whether to be flattered or offended. Is it so wrong to excel within established parameters? My father always says that success comes from mastering the rules before attempting to rewrite them. But something in her comment keeps nagging at me. Eliza closed the journal, her professor's words resonating with uncomfortable relevance. How much of her life had been spent excelling within established parameters? How often had she chosen the safe harbor over the open sea? Her phone chimed with an incoming message, an urgent request from a colleague about tomorrow's presentation. The familiar pull of work, of being needed and valued for her professional capabilities, tugged at her. For a moment, she hovered between two worlds. The forgotten self glimpsed through the journal's pages and the constructed self waiting within the glowing screen of her phone. With a deliberate motion, she set the phone aside, unanswered for now, and continued exploring the container's contents. Beneath the journal lay a manila envelope containing sketches from the drawing class she'd taken as an elective, studies of hands, faces, architectural details captured with unexpected skill. And deeper still, a small box holding seashells collected during a post-graduation trip to Maine's coastline with friends whose names she struggled now to recall. Each item was a breadcrumb leading back to a version of herself that had gradually faded from view, obscured by the persona she had so carefully constructed. The artistic Eliza, the curious Eliza. The Eliza who once spent an entire weekend hiking through New Hampshire's White Mountains, sleeping under stars, and writing poetry about the experience. The forgotten self. The realization struck with the force of revelation. She had been living a fraction of her potential existence, channeling her considerable energy and intelligence into a narrowly defined version of success. The hollow feeling that had plagued her with increasing frequency wasn't a deficiency to overcome, but a message, a call from the self she had left behind. Her phone chimed again, insistent. This time, she picked it up, responding to her colleague with characteristic thoroughness and precision. But as she set it down again, something had shifted within her. A small crack in the foundation of certainty, a question mark where once there had been only exclamation points. That night, sleep eluded her. She stood at her bedroom window, watching the city below, its lights a constellation of other lives, other stories unfolding in parallel to her own. How many others felt this same disconnect between the life they lived and the life that waited, unexplored, within them? Just before dawn, exhausted but oddly energized, Eliza reached a decision. She would take a vacation, a real one, without her laptop, without checking emails, without the digital umbilical cord that kept her tethered to her professional identity. 2 weeks, perhaps at her father's cottage on Lake Champlain, and used since his move to Arizona for health reasons 3 years ago. The idea both terrified and exhilarated her. 2 weeks without the anchoring routine of work. 2 weeks to rediscover the forgotten self buried beneath years of achievement and advancement. 2 weeks to ask the questions she had been avoiding. What do I truly want? What gives my life meaning beyond professional success? Who am I when all the external markers of identity are temporarily set aside? As the first light of dawn painted her eastern windows with gold, Eliza Morgan, executive director, strategist, problem solver, achiever, felt something unexpected stir within her chest. Anticipation, wonder, and beneath those, something even more surprising, hope. She didn't know it yet, but this moment of recognition, this small rebellion against the life she had constructed, was the first step on a journey that would transform her in ways she couldn't imagine. The awakening path lay before her, waiting. Chapter 1. The Letter, in which Eliza receives unexpected news that disrupts her carefully structured life. Absolutely not. Eliza kept her voice measured despite the frustration building behind her temples. The Henderson proposal explicitly outlined a 3-phase implementation. You can't suddenly cut it to 2 and expect the same outcomes. Across the conference table, Philip Westover from Henderson Global adjusted his tie, an unconscious tell that signaled his discomfort. Our CFO is concerned about the extended timeline. The board is pressing for quicker results. Eliza leaned forward slightly, maintaining eye contact. And they'll get results, Philip. That's what Meridian delivers. But rushing a cultural transformation of this magnitude would be like attempting to perform surgery while running a marathon. Technically possible, but inadvisable and potentially disastrous. The metaphor landed effectively. She watched understanding ripple across the faces of the Henderson executives. This was what Eliza did best: translate complex organizational dynamics into accessible imagery, finding the perfect balance between pushback and partnership. The room recalibrated. Marcus Abernathy, seated at her right, nodded almost imperceptibly. Their professional choreography was flawless after 7 years of collaboration. He knew when to lead, when to support, when to let her command the room. Today, Henderson was hers to handle. 90 minutes later, as the Henderson team filed out with handshakes and renewed confidence in the original timeline, Marcus lingered in the now-empty conference room. Surgical marathons? He raised an eyebrow, amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. That's a new one. Eliza shrugged, already reviewing her notes from the meeting. It worked. Indeed it did. The CFO practically apologized for questioning your approach. He paused, studying her with a perceptiveness that had made him both a formidable CEO and a valued mentor. By the way, Janet mentioned you've requested 2 weeks off. I nearly fell out of my chair. She glanced up. Is that a problem? On the contrary, it's long overdue. I'm just surprised. What prompted this sudden embrace of work-life balance? The question hung between them. Eliza considered deflecting, but found herself answering truthfully. I'm not entirely sure. Call a necessary recalibration. Marcus nodded, seemingly satisfied with her uncharacteristically philosophical response. Well, whatever it is, I approve. Alexandra can handle Henderson while you're gone. You've mentored her well. The mention of her protege brought a flicker of concern. She's still hesitant in client confrontations. The Peterson meeting last week was her first solo presentation at that level. Marcus finished. She'll find her footing, just as you did. You check his watch. I've got the board call in 10. We'll debrief on Henderson tomorrow. Left alone, Eliza gathered her materials with efficient movements that belied the unsettled feeling that had taken residence in her chest since her late-night excavation of forgotten memories. She had taken the first practical step, requesting time off, but hadn't yet informed her father of her plans to use the lake house. That conversation required energy she couldn't summon between client meetings and departmental reviews. Back in her office, Eliza found her assistant, Caroline, placing a stack of mail on her desk. The Henderson team looked pleased, Caroline observed. Your 3 o'clock canceled, but development needs your input on the Takeda RFP by end of day. Oh, and these came for you. Seems your mail was delivered to the 22nd floor again. She indicated several envelopes set apart from the business correspondence. Thank you, Caroline. I'll have the Takeda notes to you by 4. After her assistant departed, Eliza turned her attention to the misdirected mail. Credit card offer. Alumni magazine. A hand-addressed envelope that gave her pause. The handwriting was instantly recognizable, a flowing script with distinctive loops on the capital letters, though she hadn't seen it in over 20 years. Vivian Chandler, her college roommate and once inseparable friend until life and geography pulled them in different directions after graduation. Why would Vivian be writing to her? And how had she obtained Eliza's work address rather than her personal one? Slipping a letter opener beneath the seal, Eliza extracted several sheets of cream-colored stationery covered in the same flowing script. She began reading, expecting perhaps a life update or reunion invitation. Dear Eliza, there's no gentle way to begin this letter, so I'll simply say it. Sophia is gone. She passed away 3 weeks ago after a brief but fierce battle with an aggressive form of leukemia. Our bright star, extinguished at just 58. Eliza's breath caught. Sophia Lawrence, her favorite professor from college. The brilliant, unconventional literature professor who had challenged Eliza to think beyond textbooks and grade point averages, who had first recognized her talent for synthesizing complex ideas into elegant frameworks. I know you two lost touch years ago, but she spoke of you often, especially in her final days. My magnificent contrarian, she called you, with that laugh we both remember so well. She kept your letters, you know, and that remarkable thesis you wrote under her guidance. Sophia appointed me executor of her literary estate, a task I accepted with a heavy heart but absolute determination to honor her wishes. Among her papers, I found a sealed envelope with your name on it and instructions that it be delivered to you upon her death. I've enclosed it with this letter. She also left specific instructions about her memorial service. Rather than a traditional funeral, she requested a gathering of her former students and colleagues at her lake house in Vermont on March 15th, 6 weeks from now. A celebration of ideas, she called it. I'm handling the arrangements and have already heard from many who plan to attend. I don't know what's in the envelope she left for you, Eliza. I do know that she considered you among her most promising students. even as your path took you away from the humanities and into the business world. Your presence at the gathering would mean a great deal, though I understand if your commitments make that impossible. You can reach me at the number below if you have questions. I hope the years have been kind to you, with sadness, but also in celebration of a remarkable life. Vivian Chandler. Eliza set the letter down, a complex tangle of emotions rising within her. Sophia gone. The vibrant, challenging, occasionally maddening professor who had seen something in Eliza that others had missed, a capacity for intellectual risk-taking that had gradually been subsumed beneath the demands of professional advancement and practical achievement. With slightly unsteady fingers, she reached for the second envelope, smaller, sealed with red wax, impressed with Sophia's distinctive personal seal, a stylized owl that had adorned her office door and personal correspondence. The wax cracked as Eliza carefully broke the seal, revealing a single sheet of paper covered in Sophia's sharp, angular handwriting. My dear Eliza, if you're reading this, I've embarked on what might be my final great adventure. Don't mourn too deeply. We philosophers are supposed to be prepared for this transition, aren't we? Though between us, I find I'm as attached to this imperfect existence as anyone. I'm writing to you because of all my students over the decades. You're the one whose path has most intrigued me. Not because you followed my academic footsteps, you decidedly didn't, but because you possessed a rare combination of analytical brilliance and intuitive understanding that could have taken you anywhere. You chose a direction that puzzled me initially, though I've since come to appreciate the impact you've had in your field. But I wonder, my brilliant contrarian, if you found what you were seeking. In our last conversation before you graduated, you spoke of wanting to create systems that improved people's lives in tangible ways. Admirable. Essential, even. Yet I sensed, even then, a conflict within you, the pragmatist grappling with the philosopher, the achiever with the seeker. I have a final assignment for you, if you're willing. Come to my gathering. Reconnect with the community that once challenged and supported you. And bring with you something you've written, not a business proposal or strategic plan, but something that speaks to who you are beyond your professional identity. Poetry, prose, memoir, the form matters less than the authenticity. Share it, if you're brave enough. Listen to others share theirs. There's a particular reason for this request, which Vivian can explain if you attend. I promise it's not merely the sentimental wish of a dying professor to see her students reunited, though there's certainly an element of that too. You once wrote a remarkable paper on Emerson's concept of self-reliance that still sits in my personal collection. You argued that his individualism was not, as many interpret it, a rejection of community, but rather a prerequisite for meaningful connection, that we must first know ourselves truly before we can truly know others. I've thought of that insight often over the years. I wonder if you still believe it. More importantly, I wonder if you've applied it to your own life. With abiding affection and absolute confidence in whatever you choose, Sophia. P.S. The Lake House Library remains as it was during your visit all those years ago. Your marginalia in my first edition Wolf still makes me smile. Eliza lowered the letter, memories cascading through her mind. The weekend retreat for Sophia's advanced seminar students during her senior year. The sprawling Vermont lake house with its library of floor-to-ceiling books, reading nooks tucked into window alcoves, and a massive oak table where 8 students and their professor had engaged in discussions that stretched from breakfast until well past midnight. She remembered the particular volume Sophia mentioned, a first edition of Virginia Woolf's To the Lighthouse that Sophia had allowed her to borrow for the weekend. Eliza had been both honored and terrified by the responsibility, reading it huddled in a window seat as spring rain pattered against the glass, occasionally penciling careful observations in the margins that she hoped would impress her formidable mentor. That weekend had been a turning point, though she hadn't recognized it as such at the time. Surrounded by peers who approached literature and philosophy with the same passion she brought to her economic theory classes, she had glimpsed an alternative path, academia, perhaps, or writing. But then came her father's health scare, the practical concerns about medical bills and financial security, the law school acceptance that seemed to offer the perfect compromise between intellectual challenge and financial stability. The unexpected detour into business consulting had come later, after a summer internship revealed her talent for organizational analysis and strategic planning. One decision, then another, each logical in isolation, had carried her away from the version of herself that had once filled a book's margins with questions and insights. Eliza. Caroline's voice, through the intercom, interrupted her thoughts. Alexandra is asking if you have a moment to review the Takeda materials. Yes, send her in. Eliza responded automatically, quickly folding Sophia's letter and returning it to its envelope. She slipped both letters in her desk drawer just as Alexandra Novak appeared in the doorway, tablet in hand. Sorry to interrupt, her protégé began, but marketing sent over the preliminary visual identity for Takeda, and something doesn't align with the positioning statement we developed. For the next 45 minutes, Eliza focused on the task at hand, guiding Alexandra through the nuances of brand consistency and strategic messaging. The letters waited, temporarily set aside, but not forgotten, a disruption in the carefully ordered progression of her day. That evening, as Boston's early February darkness enveloped the city, Eliza sat in her apartment with both letters spread before her on the coffee table, a glass of rarely indulged red wine in hand. She had read them 3 more times, each reading uncovering layers she had missed initially. Sophia's final assignment, a piece of writing that revealed something beyond her professional persona. The prospect was simultaneously appealing and terrifying. When had she last written anything that wasn't a client proposal, strategic analysis, or performance review? More importantly, what would she write about? What aspects of herself existed beyond the identity she had cultivated so carefully over the years? The memorial gathering's date, March 15th, aligned almost perfectly with the vacation time she had requested. It was as if some invisible hand had choreographed these elements, creating an opportunity that felt both serendipitous and vaguely unsettling in its timing. Her phone buzzed with an incoming email. Alexandra, sending the revised Takeda materials for final approval before tomorrow's internal review. Eliza set her wine glass down and reached for her laptop, professional responsibility once again asserting its primacy. But as she worked, adding comments and suggestions to the presentation, part of her mind remained occupied with Sophia's request. Images flickered through her consciousness. The Lake House Library, Sophia's animated expressions as she challenged a student's interpretation, the sense of intellectual aliveness that had characterized those college discussions. By the time she completed her review of the Takeda materials, it was nearly midnight. Rather than immediately preparing for bed, Eliza found herself opening a new document on her laptop. For several minutes, she stared at the blank screen, cursor blinking expectantly. Then, hesitantly at first, she began to type. The first time I disappointed my father, I was 9 years old. He had asked what I wanted to be when I grew up, expecting the answer I had given consistently for the past year. A judge like him. Instead, I answered truthfully, a forest ranger or maybe an astronaut. The flicker of confusion that crossed his face lasted only a moment, but I caught it. I never mentioned forest rangers or astronauts again. The words came slowly at first, then with increasing fluidity as she recounted the pattern that had developed throughout her childhood and adolescence. Her natural inclination to explore widely, to follow curiosity where it led, gradually channeled into more practical, achievement-oriented pursuits. The subtle and not-so-subtle messages from parents, teachers, and eventually professors about where her talents would be best utilized. The internal calculator that had begun to weigh passions against practicalities, consistently favoring the latter. She wrote without clear direction or purpose, allowing thoughts to emerge organically in a way she rarely permitted herself. It wasn't poetry or fiction, more of a reflective essay that meandered through formative moments when paths had diverged and choices had been made. Some passages felt embarrassingly raw, others surprisingly insightful. When she finally stopped, more than an hour had passed. She read over what she had written, recognizing its flaws, the occasionally stilted phrasing, the tendency toward analytical distance, even when describing emotional experiences, the abrupt transitions between memories. It was imperfect, unpolished, and utterly unlike the carefully crafted documents she produced professionally. It was also more honest than anything she had written in years. Eliza saved the document without printing it, closing her laptop with a mixture of exhaustion and peculiar relief. She hadn't decided yet whether to attend Sophia's memorial gathering or accept the professor's final assignment. But the act of writing, of following thoughts where they led rather than where they should go, had awakened something that had been dormant for too long. As she prepared for bed, her gaze fell on her daily planner, open to the current week with its neatly scheduled appointments, deadlines, and objectives. In the margin of Wednesday's page, she found herself adding an item that appeared nowhere in her digital calendar, called Dadry, Lake House. The decision wasn't fully formed, but something had been set in motion. A letter, unexpected, unwelcome in its news, yet strangely catalyzing, had created a crack in the edifice of her carefully constructed life. What would flow through that opening remained to be seen. That night, Eliza dreamed of the lake house. In the dream, she sat at the massive oak table in the library, a blank journal open before her. Sophia stood at the window, her back to the room, pointing towards something on the distant shore that Eliza couldn't quite make out. "You'll need to get closer to see it clearly," Sophia said, her voice exactly as Eliza remembered it, authoritative yet warm, challenging yet encouraging. "Much closer than you are now." When she woke, fragments of the dream clung to her consciousness like morning mist. Outside her bedroom window, the first pale light of dawn illuminated the city skyline. A new day in her meticulously ordered life, except that something had shifted, ever so slightly, beneath the surface. A decision taking shape, a journey beginning with a single step away from the known and towards something as yet undefined. Eliza Morgan, executive director, strategist, planner, achiever, reached for her phone and, before checking her emails or calendar, opened her contacts and scrolled to Dad. It was early, but her father had always been an early riser. Some conversations couldn't wait for a more convenient time. Some journeys needed to begin now, before the familiar rhythms of the day could reassert their hold and the moment of courage passed. Chapter 2. The Cottage by the Lake, in which a reluctant journey begins and old memories resurface. Eliza's rental car crunched over the gravel driveway as she navigated the final stretch toward her father's lake house. The GPS had fallen silent 5 minutes ago, its automated voice declaring, "You have arrived at your destination," with unwarranted confidence while she was still navigating the unmarked forest road. Technology, it seemed, had its limitations in rural Vermont. The late February landscape was a study in muted grays and browns, the deciduous trees bare-limbed against the overcast sky, only the evergreens providing splashes of deep green. Lake Champlain spread out beyond the trees, its surface rippled by a persistent wind, whitecaps visible even from a distance. It was not exactly the idyllic retreat pictured in vacation brochures, but there was a stark beauty to it, nature without adornment, authentic in its winter guise. As the house came into view, Eliza felt a curious blend of familiarity and strangeness. She hadn't visited in nearly 5 years, not since the summer before her father's health had deteriorated enough to prompt his move to Arizona's gentler climate. The cedar-shingled exterior had weathered to a silvery patina, and the green trim faded, but was still intact. It looked smaller than she remembered, more cottage than a house, though she knew it contained 4 bedrooms and a library she recalled from her college visit with Sophia's seminar. Switching off the engine, Eliza sat for a moment, collecting herself. The 2-day drive from Boston had given her ample time to question her decision. She'd spent the first day's drive on hands-free calls, finalizing client arrangements and briefing Alexandra on ongoing projects. By the second day, reception had become spotty enough to force periods of silence, broken only by the radio and her own thoughts, increasingly unfamiliar companions. With a decisive motion, she stepped out of the car into the biting cold, the wind immediately insinuating itself beneath her city coat. She needed to unpack her warmer layers quickly. The key was where her father had promised, in a metal container disguised as a rock beside the front steps. Hiding in plain sight, he'd called it, though Eliza had pointed out that a metal rock in a landscape of real ones wasn't particularly camouflaged. "Works well enough," he'd replied. "Nothing worth stealing anyway." The lock turned with surprising ease, suggesting her father's caretaking arrangement with a local handyman was working as intended. The door swung open on silent hinges, revealing the great room that served as the heart of the cottage. A stone fireplace dominating one wall, comfortable but worn furniture arranged conversationally, and large windows framing the lake view. The air held the slightly musty scent of a place closed up for seasons, layered with pine and the faint ghostly remnant of wood smoke. "Home sweet home," Eliza murmured to the empty room, her voice sounding unnaturally loud in the silence. After bringing in her luggage and the groceries she'd purchased at the last sizable town 20 miles back, she methodically set about opening windows despite the cold, starting the ancient water heater and checking that the electricity and plumbing were functioning. The practical tasks anchored her, providing a familiar sense of purpose and accomplishment. Within an hour, she had the essentials operating and had started a fire in the fireplace, its warmth beginning to chase the chill from the main living area. Only then did she allow herself to wander into the library. Unlike the rest of the cottage with its rustic, cabin-like atmosphere, the library had been her mother's domain and reflected Eliza Morgan's more refined sensibilities. Built-in bookshelves lined 3 walls from floor to ceiling, the 4th given over to windows facing the lake. A massive oak table dominated the center of the room. Not her childhood memory, she realized, but indeed the very table from Sophia's Vermont home. The connection she'd made in her dream hadn't been imagined. Sophia and her mother had been friends, she remembered now. Not close, but they had moved in overlapping academic circles before Eleanor left teaching to support Richard Morgan's judicial career. That connection had influenced Eliza's college selection, though she hadn't fully appreciated it at the time. Had her mother known that Sophia would become such a significant influence? Had she hoped for it? Running her fingers along the book spines, Eliza reacquainted herself with her parents' eclectic collection. Her father's legal texts and historical biographies, her mother's literary criticism and poetry anthologies, vacation paperbacks left behind by summer guests, and outdated travel guides to places her parents had once planned to visit. A physical catalog of interests, aspirations, and abandoned plans. One shelf held a collection of family photographs. Her parents' wedding, Eliza and her sister as children building a sandcastle, her law school graduation, her father receiving an award. The careful curation presented an unambiguous narrative of a successful family following a traditional trajectory. What would a shelf of images capturing the moments not deemed photo-worthy reveal? The arguments, disappointments, compromises, and quiet victories that had shaped them just as significantly? A leather-bound album tucked between larger books caught her attention. She didn't recognize it from previous visits. Pulling it free, she settled into one of the window seats, her favorite reading spot as a child, and opened the cover. Inside were photographs she'd never seen before. Her mother as a young woman, long before Eliza's birth, standing with a group of people on what appeared to be a mountain summit. Eleanor, hair wild in the wind, grinning with unrestrained joy, arms outstretched as if embracing the world below. On the next page, her mother is seated at a campfire, guitar in hand, singing to an attentive audience of fellow campers. Another showed her receiving some sort of certificate, dressed in hiking gear, mountains visible in the background. Mom was a climber? Eliza whispered to herself, trying to reconcile these images with the elegant, reserved mother she had known. The woman who had channeled her intellectual gifts into supporting her husband's career and raising 2 daughters, who had maintained their home with meticulous care and served on the appropriate committees, who had never mentioned a passion for mountains or music. A folded piece of paper slipped from between the album pages. Eliza opened it to find a handwritten letter dated 1977, addressed to my dearest Richard. Your latest letter arrived yesterday, and I've read it so many times the creases are starting to wear through. 2 more months until you finish the clerkship and return to Vermont. It feels both interminable and fleeting. The Appalachian Trail isn't the same without you, though Sophia and I have managed the southern Vermont section quite admirably on our weekend excursions. I've been thinking more about your proposal. Certainly, the judgeship is a tremendous opportunity, and Boston would offer advantages for both of our careers. But I must admit, darling, I'm torn. The mountains are in my blood now. The thought of leaving the trail work and the climbing club fills me with a peculiar grief. Sophia calls it the bargain all women face, sacrificing pieces of ourselves for the people we love, for the futures we're told we should want. She's decided to reject the bargain entirely, which is why she's turned down tenure at Amherst to accept the visiting position at Dartmouth, despite everyone calling it professional suicide. I'd rather have freedom than security, she told me last weekend as we watched the sunset from Stratton Mountain. Security cages, freedom flies. I'm not as brave as Sophia, I fear. Or perhaps I simply love you more than I love the mountains. Is that a fair exchange? You never asked me to give up anything, I know. The choice is mine. But the practical reality remains. 2 careers in different cities, or 1 career and a supporting spouse. The world isn't designed for alternatives, is it? Enough melancholy. Tell me more about the case you mentioned in your last letter. It sounds fascinating and exactly the kind of constitutional challenge you've been hoping for. The letter continued, but Eliza found herself unable to read further. Her mother's words had opened a window into a version of Eliza Morgan she had never known. A woman with passions and ambitions of her own, facing choices that would shape the rest of her life. Choices were made before Eliza was born, yet profoundly influenced by the environment in which she had been raised. How many times had her mother encouraged her to pursue practical paths, to choose stability over risk? How often had Eleanor subtly steered her away from artistic or unconventional interests toward achievements that could be quantified and credentialed? Had she been trying to validate her own choices through her daughter's success? Or trying to prevent Eliza from facing the same painful bargain she had confronted? The questions multiplied without answers. Eliza carefully returned the letter to the album and the album to its place on the shelf, unsettled by this glimpse into her mother's inner life. She had always seen her parents' marriage as a partnership of equals, her father's career simply the natural focal point given his public role. Now she wondered what Eleanor might have become had she made different choices, or had been born in a time that offered different options. Her phone chimed, breaking the spell of the past. A text from Alexandra with an update on the Henderson project, followed by 3 emails requiring response. The present reasserting itself, responsibilities reaching across the distance she had tried to place between herself and work. For the next hour, Eliza sat at the oak table, Sophia's table, she now realized, laptop open, addressing the most critical work matters. But her mind kept returning to the letter, to the photographs of her mother's forgotten self, to Sophia's words about women's bargains and choices, to the echoes she recognized in her own life's trajectory. As dusk descended, she closed her laptop and moved to stand at the library windows. The lake had turned slate gray in the fading light, its surface now calm as the wind had subsided. On the far shore, lights from scattered houses created a constellation of human presence against the darkening woods. She was not entirely alone in this winter landscape, though the nearest neighbor to the cottage was a half-mile down the shore, the house invisible through the trees. Solitude, but not isolation. Space to think, but not to disappear entirely. Perhaps exactly what she needed. The house creaked and settled around her as the temperature outside dropped. Eliza built up the fire, prepared a simple dinner from her provisions, and tried to ignore the restlessness that had followed her discovery in the library. She had brought books, 2 business texts she'd been meaning to review and a novel recommended by Caroline, but found herself unable to focus on any of them. Instead, she retrieved her laptop and opened the document she had begun after receiving Sophia's letter. The raw, unstructured reflection she had started in her apartment now seemed inadequate, missing essential pieces she hadn't recognized until today. She began to write again, this time about her mother, about the photographs and the letter, about the realization that Eleanor had once stood at a crossroads, not unlike the one Eliza now faced. "We inherit more than genes from our parents," she wrote. "We inherit their choices, their compromises, their unspoken regrets. We absorb the lessons they teach deliberately and the deeper ones they don't realize they're imparting. My mother chose security over freedom, partnership over autonomy, and family over individual fulfillment. Did she regret it? She never said. But she raised a daughter who excelled at securing approval, who measured success by external validation, who learned early to subordinate passion to practicality. Was that coincidence, or the most profound inheritance of all?" The words flowed more easily than during her first attempt, though still not with the fluidity she experienced when drafting professional documents. This was different terrain, unfamiliar and therefore challenging to navigate. But there is something compelling about the process, about allowing thoughts to emerge without immediately subjecting them to the rigorous evaluation she typically applied. When she finally stopped writing, it was past midnight. The fire had burned down to embers, and the cottage had grown cool beyond the immediate radius of the hearth. Eliza saved her work, shut down her laptop, and prepared for bed, her mind still churning with half-formed thoughts and questions. Sleep proved elusive. In the unfamiliar bedroom, every sound registered with heightened intensity. The whisper of wind through the eaves, the soft ticking of the baseboard heaters, the occasional creak of the structure adjusting to the night's deep cold. She had grown so accustomed to the ambient noise of the city that its absence created its own disturbance. When she did finally drift off, her dreams were a kaleidoscope of images. Her mother on a mountaintop, Sophia at her library table, her father in his judge's robes, herself as a child at a piano recital, the adult Eliza in her office overlooking Boston Harbor. The scenes shifted and blended, time frames overlapping until she found herself standing at a crossroads where each path led toward a different version of herself. "Choose," said Sophia's voice from somewhere she couldn't see. "But choose with open eyes." Eliza woke with the first gray light of dawn, the dream rapidly fading, but its emotional residue lingering. She lay still, listening to the awakening day, a cardinal calling from nearby, the softer twittering of smaller birds, the distinctive knocking of a woodpecker starting its morning hunt. Rolling over, she reached automatically for her phone to check emails and the day's schedule before remembering where she was and why. No meetings today. No client calls or team check-ins. No deadlines except those she chose to impose on herself. The realization was both liberating and vaguely terrifying. How would she structure her day without the familiar scaffolding of professional obligations? She forced herself to leave the phone on the nightstand and instead moved to the window, drawing back the curtains to reveal the lake spread out before her, mist rising from its surface in the cool morning air. The sun had not yet crested the eastern hills, but its approach painted the underside of scattered clouds with tentative pink and gold. Beauty existed whether or not someone was present to appreciate it. This sunrise would have unfolded exactly the same had she remained in Boston, absorbed in quarterly projections and client strategies. How many such moments had she missed while focused elsewhere? For the first time since arriving, Eliza felt a flicker of gratitude for the disruption Sophia's letter had created in her carefully ordered existence. Whatever else came from this unplanned retreat, this moment, standing at a cottage window watching dawn break over a misty lake, was its own small gift. After a light breakfast, she bundled up in her warmest layers and ventured outside. The thermometer on the porch registered 28 degrees, cold, but not prohibitively so for someone prepared. The path down to the lake shore was partially obscured by fallen leaves and small branches, evidence of the property's seasonal abandonment, but still passable. At the small dock extending into the lake, Eliza paused, taking in the panoramic view. Mountains rose on the opposite shore, their slopes dusted with snow that gleamed in the strengthening sunlight. The water moved in gentle undulations, ice forming only in the most protected coves. In summer, this dock would be the launching point for swimming and boating, but in February's grip, it served only as an observation platform. A memory surfaced unexpectedly. Herself at 10 or 11, jumping from this same dock despite the frigid spring water, her father calling encouragement from shore, her mother simultaneously proud and anxious. "That's my brave girl," Richard had said when she surfaced, gasping from the cold, but grinning with accomplishment. Never afraid to take the plunge. When had that changed? When had caution supplanted courage as her defining characteristic? The questions accompanied her as she walked the perimeter of the property, rediscovering landmarks from childhood visits. The massive boulder her sister had insisted was home to fairies, the twisted pine they had used as a landmark during twilight games of hide-and-seek, the clearing where summer cookouts had culminated in esmores and ghost stories around a fire pit now filled with matted leaves. By the time she returned to the cottage, her cheeks were flushed with cold and exertion, but her mind felt clearer than it had in months. The physical movement and fresh air had worked their subtle alchemy, shifting her perspective just enough to create space for new thoughts. Inside, as she shed her outdoor gear and set about rekindling the fire, her phone rang, Alexandra with a question about the Takeda presentation scheduled for the next morning. The consensus analysis in Section 3 seems inconsistent with the market positioning we outlined earlier, her protege explained, her voice betraying the nervous energy that always accompanied her significant presentations. "I've reworked it, but I wanted your approval before finalizing." "Send me what you have," Eliza replied, the familiar role of mentor and advisor sliding over her like a well-worn coat. "I'll review it within the hour." True to her word, Eliza spent 50 minutes providing detailed feedback on Alexandra's revisions, suggesting further refinements and offering reassurance where appropriate. The work absorbed her completely, the professional persona she had cultivated over years of practice requiring no conscious effort to maintain. It was only after ending the call that she recognized the subtle shift that had occurred within her. The working review had been satisfying, even energizing, but it had not consumed her as it might have a week ago. She had engaged fully without being subsumed. A small distinction, perhaps, but one that felt significant in ways she couldn't yet articulate. The remainder of the day unfolded with a rhythm entirely unlike her usual tightly scheduled existence. Eliza alternated between practical tasks, organizing the kitchen, inventorying supplies, clearing fallen branches from the paths, and periods of reading or simply sitting by the fire, allowing her thoughts to wander where they would. In late afternoon, she returned to her writing, adding to the emerging document that was becoming neither essay nor memoir, but something in between, a mapping of connections between past and present, choices and consequences, external accomplishments and internal truths. As darkness fell once more, Eliza found herself back in the library, drawn again to the shelf of family photographs. This time, she noticed what had been invisible to her yesterday, the progression in her own expression across the chronologically arranged images. The unguarded joy of the child on the beach gives way to the composed smile of the law school graduate. Achievement replaces exuberance. Competence supplants curiosity. She selected a frame containing a photo from her college graduation, herself flanked by her parents, all three smiling appropriately for the camera. Nothing remarkable about the image itself, a standard commemorative moment. But now she studied it with new awareness, noting the pride in her father's stance, the perfect composure of her mother's appearance, her own confident posture signaling readiness for the next phase of achievement. A perfect encapsulation of the Morgan family values: success, composure, forward momentum. Nothing wrong with any of those qualities. Nothing inherently limiting about them either, except that somewhere along the way, they had become the whole rather than parts of a more complex picture. Somewhere, other values, curiosity, joy, authenticity, had been quietly set aside in favor of those that yielded more measurable returns. Sophia's final letter had asked if Eliza still believed what she had written in that long-ago paper about Emerson. that knowing oneself truly was a prerequisite for meaningful connection with others. The question resonated differently now, here in this house filled with echoes of her family's past, with evidence of choices made and paths not taken. Did she know herself truly? Or only the carefully curated version shaped by expectations and reinforced by success? The question followed her through the evening, persisting as she prepared dinner, responded to work emails, fewer today, as her team adjusted to her absence, and watched the moon rise over the lake from the porch despite the biting cold. That night, she dreamed again of the crossroads, but this time instead of being pressured to choose a path, she simply sat down at the intersection, observing each direction with patient attention. Sometimes the journey is about understanding the choice, not making it immediately, said her mother's voice. Not the mother she had known, but the young woman from the photographs, wild-haired and mountain-strong. Eliza woke feeling oddly peaceful despite the unresolved questions circulating in her mind. Outside her window, heavy clouds had moved in overnight, and snow was beginning to fall. Large, lazy flakes drifting down to settle on the bare branches and leaf-strewn ground. She watched the transformation happening before her eyes, the monochromatic landscape gradually acquiring a layer of pristine white that softened every edge and obscured the underlying complexity. Beautiful, tranquil, and temporary. Beneath the snow, nothing had changed. The fallen leaves and broken branches remained, simply hidden from view. An apt metaphor, perhaps, for the composed exterior she had cultivated so carefully, the professional success and polished persona that concealed the more complicated reality beneath. The snow would eventually melt, revealing what lay underneath. What would happen if she allowed her own carefully maintained facade to thaw, revealing the more complex truth of who she was beyond the roles and achievements that had defined her? The cottage by the lake had already begun to work its quiet magic, creating space for questions she had long avoided and revelations about her past she hadn't anticipated. What other discoveries awaited as her self-imposed retreat continued? And more importantly, what would she do with these insights once uncovered? Wrapping herself in a blanket, Eliza settled into the window seat with her laptop, ready to continue the exploration she had begun, not of the cottage or the property, but the interior landscape she had neglected for too long. Outside, the snow continued to fall, transforming the world silently but completely, one delicate flake at a time. Chapter 3. The Gardener's Wisdom, in which Eliza meets an enigmatic figure who offers the first key to transformation. 3 days into her stay, the snowfall that had begun so poetically had intensified into what local radio stations were calling a significant late winter event. 8 inches had accumulated overnight, with another 6 expected before the system moved eastward. The world beyond the cottage windows had been transformed into a monochromatic dreamscape, branches bowed under white weight, the lake's edge blurred where water met snow-covered shore. Eliza stood at the kitchen window, coffee mug warming her hands, and contemplated her suddenly constricted circumstances. The cottage was well provisioned. Her father had always insisted on maintaining a stock of non-perishables, and the caretaker had apparently honored this practice. But fresh supplies would eventually become an issue. More immediately concerning was the driveway, now buried under snow that continued to fall in a steady, silent cascade. She had never mastered the art of snow shoveling, a skill unnecessary in her Boston life with its underground parking and building maintenance staff. Here, it represented a daunting physical challenge, particularly given the driveway's considerable length. As she debated her options, movement at the property's edge caught her attention. A figure emerged from the tree line, moving steadily through the snow with the practiced gait of someone accustomed to winter conditions. Tall, broad-shouldered, bundled in a heavy canvas coat and wool hat, the person navigated toward the cottage with purposeful strides. Instinctive wariness flickered, a city dweller's reflexive response to unexpected visitors, before Eliza remembered the caretaker arrangement. This must be Thomas Abernathy, the handyman her father had mentioned. The coincidental sharing of a surname with her CEO had struck her as mildly amusing during their phone conversation. Pulling on a sweater over her thermal layer, Eliza moved to the front door, opening it just as the visitor reached the porch steps. Snow swirled into the entryway as the figure stomped boots on the lower step and pushed back the wool hat to reveal a weathered face framed by steel gray hair, eyes the deep blue of summer twilight crinkling at the corners. "Ms. Morgan, I presume?" The voice was unexpectedly melodious, with a hint of an accent Eliza couldn't immediately place. "Thomas Abernathy. Your father asked me to check in when he heard about the storm. Said you might not be equipped for these conditions." The visitor extended a gloved hand, which Eliza shook through the doorway. "Please, coming out of the cold, Mr. Abernathy. And call me Eliza." "Thomas, then." He stepped into the entry, bringing with him the scent of cold air and wood smoke. Up close, Eliza realized he was older than she had initially thought. Late 60s, perhaps even 70, though he moved with the ease of someone decades younger. "I appreciate you checking in," she said, gesturing toward the kitchen. "I was just trying to figure out how to tackle the driveway. Would you like some coffee?" Thomas nodded, unwinding a homespun scarf from his neck. "Coffee would be welcome. As for the driveway, that's why I'm here. Got the plow attachment on my truck. I'll clear you out once we've had a chat." In the kitchen, Thomas accepted the steaming mug with a nod of thanks, settling onto a stool at the counter with the comfortable ease of someone familiar with the space. Eliza leaned against the opposite counter, studying her visitor with unobtrusive interest. "You've known my father a long time?" she asked, breaking the momentary silence. A smile creased the weathered face. "Going on 30 years now. Bought this place from me, as a matter of fact, back when I was selling off parcels of the family land. Kept the old farmhouse and enough acreage for my purposes, but your father had his eye on this section with the lake frontage. Had plans for it right from the start." This was news to Eliza. "I didn't realize you were the previous owner." "My father never mentioned it." "No reason he would, I suppose." Thomas sipped his coffee appreciatively. "Good brew. Anyway, Richard and I struck a deal that suited us both. I stay on as caretaker, keep an eye on things, and in exchange, I maintain certain privileges, fishing rights, access to the orchard come fall, that sort of arrangement." "There's an orchard?" Eliza's surprise must have shown in her expression, because Thomas's eyes crinkled with amusement. "Behind the rise, about a quarter-mile that way." He gestured eastward. 40-odd apple trees of various heritage varieties. Your father intended to restore it properly, but never quite got around to it. I keep it from reverting entirely to wilderness, but it needs a more dedicated hand than I can provide these days." Eliza tried to reconcile this information with her understanding of the property. In all her visits, she had never ventured far enough in that direction to discover an orchard. Her explorations had been limited to the immediate surroundings of the cottage and the lakefront. "I had no idea," she admitted, "though I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. This place has already revealed several things I didn't know." Thomas studied her over the rim of his mug, those twilight blue eyes surprisingly perceptive. "Properties are like people, Ms. Morgan, Eliza. They reveal themselves gradually, and only to those who take the time to look beyond the obvious features." There is something in his tone, a hint of philosophy unexpected from someone she had mentally categorized as a rustic handyman, that caused Eliza to reassess her visitor. "Are you originally from this area, Thomas?" A smile played at the corners of his mouth. "Born and raised about 5 miles from this spot. Left for a time, college, then a stint in the diplomatic corps that took me to more countries than I can remember clearly now. Came back in my 40s when my father's health began to fail. Intended it to be temporary." He gestured expansively, encompassing the kitchen, the cottage, the world beyond the windows. "Found I couldn't leave again. The land gets in your blood after a while." "Diplomatic corps?" Eliza couldn't keep the surprise from her voice. "That explains the accent I couldn't place." "Ah, that." Thomas chuckled. "Occupational hazard of too many years abroad. My speech patterns are a patchwork, my late wife used to say. Bits of everywhere I've been, stitched together like one of her quilts." The casual reference to a deceased spouse registered with Eliza, But before she could formulate an appropriately sympathetic response, Thomas had already moved on, setting down his empty mug and rising. Now, about that driveway. Should take me about 40 minutes to clear it properly. The plow can't get too close to the garage without risking damage to your father's flower beds. Dormant now, of course, but they'll be back come spring. You'll need to shovel that section by hand. There's equipment in the shed behind the kitchen. I appreciate this, Eliza said, following him toward the door. Please let me know what I owe you for the service. Thomas waved a dismissive hand. Part of the arrangement with your father. No additional charge. At the door, he paused, glancing back at her with an expression she couldn't quite interpret. Though if you're so inclined, I wouldn't say no to company for dinner this evening. My own cooking grows tiresome after a while, and I suspect you might welcome conversation after days of solitude. The invitation caught her off guard. Under normal circumstances, Eliza would have politely declined, preferring to maintain professional boundaries with service providers. But these circumstances were far from normal, and the prospect of another evening alone with her increasingly unsettling thoughts was not particularly appealing. That would be nice, she heard herself saying. Should I bring anything? Just yourself, Thomas replied, already pulling on his hat. The farmhouse is the white one with green shutters, visible from your north-facing windows. 6:30. Before she could reconsider, he was gone, the door closing behind him with a solid thunk that seemed to finalize the commitment she had just made. Through the kitchen window, Eliza watched as Thomas made his way back through the snow to what must be his truck, parked just beyond her line of sight. Minutes later, she heard the rumble of an engine and the distinctive scrape of a snowplow blade meeting the driveway surface. The unexpected social engagement created a subtle shift in her day's unstructured rhythm. After finishing her coffee, Eliza decided to use the time while Thomas cleared the driveway to locate the shed he had mentioned and familiarize herself with the snow removal equipment. Better to be prepared for the next storm rather than relying entirely on her neighbor's assistance. Bundled in her warmest layers, she stepped out the kitchen door into swirling snow. The shed was exactly where Thomas had indicated, a small structure with weathered siding that matched the cottage. Inside, she found an orderly arrangement of garden tools, neatly organized on wall-mounted racks. A substantial snow shovel leaned in one corner beside a smaller version, probably intended for steps and walkways. As she examined the equipment, Eliza found herself thinking about Thomas Abernathy's surprising background. From diplomatic corps to rural caretaker represented a significant life transition, one that intrigued her. Had it been a deliberate choice or a reluctant compromise necessitated by family obligation? Did he miss the presumably more cosmopolitan lifestyle of his earlier career? These questions occupied her thoughts as she returned to the cottage, snow shovel in hand. The sound of the plow continued from the front of the property, suggesting Thomas was still working on the driveway. Deciding to make herself useful, Eliza began clearing the kitchen steps and the walkway connecting to the garage, quickly discovering that snow removal was more physically demanding than she had anticipated. Within 20 minutes, her arms ached and her breathing had become labored despite the cold air. Pausing to rest, she leaned on the shovel and surveyed her progress. A cleared path about halfway to the garage, the snow piled neatly along the edges as she had seen done in the city. Not bad for a beginner, called Thomas's voice from behind her. But you're working harder than you need to. May I? He approached, hand extended for the shovel. Eliza relinquished it with a nod, curious to see what technique she was missing. It's all in the approach, Thomas explained, demonstrating a pushing motion rather than the lifting and tossing Eliza had been doing. Snow has weight, especially the wet kind we're getting today. Let the blade do the work of moving it aside rather than trying to lift each shovelful. Save your back for more important endeavors. The difference was immediately apparent. Thomas cleared the remaining distance to the garage in a fraction of the time Eliza had spent on the first half, his movements efficient and practiced. I've got the driveway clear enough for your car, he said, returning the shovel. Though I wouldn't recommend driving unless absolutely necessary until the county plows come through. The main road is likely still treacherous. I hadn't planned to go anywhere, Eliza assured him. I have work I can do from here." As soon as the words left her mouth, she recognized their inaccuracy. She hadn't opened her laptop for actual work in 2 days, instead filling hours with reading and her increasingly elaborate personal writing project. If Thomas noticed the slight hesitation, he gave no indication. Sensible. "Well, I'll leave you to it. 6:30, remember. The walk will do you good, but bring a flashlight for the return journey. The path can be disorienting in the dark, even with fresh snow to reflect whatever moonlight makes it through the clouds." With that, he departed once again, leaving Eliza with a clear driveway, a partially cleared walkway, and an evening engagement that felt both awkward and oddly appealing. Back inside, she spent the remainder of the morning alternating between professional obligations, responding to emails that actually required her input rather than automatically handling everything in her inbox, and continuing her personal writing project, which had evolved into a kind of dialogue between her present and past selves. After a light lunch, restlessness drove her to explore the cottage more thoroughly than she had during her initial settling in. The primary bedroom her parents had used remained largely undisturbed since her father's departure. Personal items removed, but furniture arranged exactly as it had been during their occupancy. Her own childhood bedroom had been converted to a generic guest room, all traces of its former occupant erased except for a small growth chart penciled on the inside of the closet door, forgotten or deliberately preserved. The fourth bedroom, originally her sister Rebecca's, had become a storage space filled with boxes labeled in her father's precise handwriting, holiday decorations, Eleanor's winter clothes, family albums. 1980s. A museum of domestic life, cataloged and contained but not discarded. Most interesting was a box simply marked Eleanor, personal, similar to the one Eliza had discovered in her own apartment. Unable to resist, she opened it to find notebooks filled with her mother's handwriting, journal entries. It appeared, though Eliza closed the cover quickly after recognizing the intimate nature of the contents. Reading the single letter she had found in the photo album was one thing. Deliberately exploring her mother's private thoughts felt like a violation she wasn't prepared to commit. Also in the box were several small sketchbooks containing surprisingly accomplished drawings. Mountain landscapes, botanical studies, quick portraits of people Eliza didn't recognize. Her mother's artistic talents had been acknowledged, but downplayed in family lore, described as a pleasant hobby rather than a serious pursuit. The quality of these sketches suggested otherwise. At the bottom of the box lay a small wooden case. Opening it, Eliza found a collection of medals and patches, achievements from Eleanor's climbing and hiking experiences, tangible evidence of the passion revealed in the photographs and letter. Each item represented a summit reached, a trail completed, a skill mastered. Achievements as significant in their context as Eliza's academic honors and professional advancements, yet never displayed or even discussed within the family. What else had her mother set aside in service to the life she had chosen? And what had that cost her? These questions followed Eliza through the afternoon as she sorted through her own packed clothing, selecting options for the evening's dinner engagement. Nothing she had brought seemed appropriate for a casual meal with a neighbor in rural Vermont. Her wardrobe consisted primarily of business attire, with a few casual Friday options that still leaned toward the formal end of the spectrum. Finally, she settled on dark jeans, a cashmere sweater, and snow boots that were functional if not particularly stylish. At 6:15, equipped with the flashlight Thomas had recommended and bundled in her warmest coat, Eliza locked the cottage and set out along the path that connected the two properties. The snow had stopped falling an hour earlier, leaving behind a pristine landscape that muffled every sound. Her breath formed clouds in the frigid air as she followed the trampled snow where Thomas had walked earlier, moonlight occasionally breaking through the cloud cover to illuminate her way. The farmhouse emerged from the twilight exactly as Thomas had described it, white clapboard with green shutters, larger than the cottage but still modest by contemporary standards. Light glowed from several windows, and smoke curled from the chimney, creating an undeniably welcoming impression. Before she could knock, the door swung open, revealing Thomas in a cable-knit sweater and corduroys, looking more like a college professor than a rural handyman. The interior visible behind him was unexpected. Walls lined with bookshelves, artwork displayed in simple frames, a grand piano occupying one corner of what appeared to be a spacious living room. Right on time, he greeted her, "Come in before you freeze," to the porch. The house's interior was as surprising as its owner. What Eliza had expected to be a rustic farmhouse was instead a thoughtfully designed space that combined traditional elements with a distinctly cosmopolitan aesthetic. Persian rugs softened wide-plank wooden floors. Antique furniture coexisted with modern pieces, and the bookshelves contained volumes in multiple languages, their spines revealing an eclectic range of interests from philosophy to quantum physics to poetry. "This is lovely," Eliza said, taking in her surroundings as Thomas helped her with her coat. "Not what I expected." A smile creased his weathered face. "We all contain contradictions, don't we? Please, make yourself comfortable. Dinner is almost ready, but I thought we might have a glass of wine first." He led her into the living room, where a fire crackled in a fieldstone fireplace. Two leather armchairs faced the hearth, a small table between them holding a bottle of red wine and two glasses. The scene might have been staged for a magazine spread on elegant country living, except for the lived-in quality that no styling could replicate. Books left open, reading glasses perched on a stack of newspapers, a half-completed crossword puzzle visible beneath a paperweight. "I hope Malbec is acceptable?" Thomas inquired, lifting the bottle. "A gift from a former colleague who knows my preferences." "Perfect," Eliza replied, accepting the glass he offered. "You have a beautiful home. It's so incongruous with the exterior." Thomas finished with a chuckle. "I'm aware of the disconnect. The outside maintains what my neighbors expect. The inside reflects who I actually am. A compromise that allows me to be myself without needlessly challenging local sensibilities." The observation struck Eliza as unexpectedly profound. That's quite a philosophical approach to interior design. Philosophy should be practical, don't you think? Otherwise, it's just intellectual entertainment. Thomas settled into one of the armchairs, gesturing for Eliza to take the other. "So, what brings an obviously urban professional to a lakeside cottage in the depths of Vermont winter? Your father mentioned only that you needed some time away." The direct question caught Eliza slightly off guard. In Boston, personal inquiries typically came wrapped in layers of social convention, allowing the recipient to deflect if desired. Thomas's straightforward approach required an equally direct response. "I'm not entirely sure myself," she admitted after a moment's consideration. "Initially, it was just about taking a long overdue vacation. But since arriving, it's become something else. A reassessment, perhaps." Thomas nodded as if this made perfect sense. The best journeys often begin that way, with one destination in mind and another revealing itself en route. He sipped his wine thoughtfully. "May I ask what prompted this particular journey? There was something in your expression this morning that suggested a specific catalyst, rather than a general need for rural scenery." Again, the directness was both disconcerting and refreshing. Eliza found herself explaining about Sophia's death, the unexpected letter, and the memorial gathering scheduled for mid-March. She omitted the more personal aspects of her reflections since arriving at the cottage, but even the edited version felt more revealing than she would typically share with someone she had just met. Thomas listened attentively, asking occasional clarifying questions, but mostly allowing her to narrate at her own pace. When she finished, he was silent for a moment, swirling the remaining wine in his glass. "Sophia Lawrence," he finally said. "I knew her, though not well. Our paths crossed occasionally in academic circles during my university days. A formidable intellect and utterly uncompromising in her pursuit of authentic living. Her loss diminishes the world." "You knew Sophia?" Eliza couldn't hide her surprise. "The academic world must be smaller than I realized. Or perhaps the connections between seemingly disparate lives are more numerous than we typically recognize," Thomas replied, "which is actually relevant to what you've shared. This reassessment you're experiencing, it's not unusual for it to be triggered by the loss of someone who represented an alternative path, a road not taken. The observation was uncomfortably accurate. I suppose that's true, Eliza acknowledged, though I hadn't articulated it quite that way to myself. The hardest truths to articulate are often the most important to recognize. Thomas rose, setting his empty glass aside. Let's continue this over dinner. I find philosophy goes down better with food. He led her into a kitchen that continued the home's theme of unexpected sophistication, professional-grade appliances coexisting with antique wooden cabinets, copper pots hanging above a substantial center island. The adjacent dining area featured a round table set with simple pottery dishes and linen napkins, candles already lit and casting a warm glow over the surface. I hope you like lamb, Thomas said, transferring a fragrant dish from the oven to the table. Moroccan tagine, a recipe I picked up during a posting in Rabat, with couscous and roasted vegetables. It smells wonderful, Eliza replied truthfully. The aromas of cumin, cinnamon, and saffron filled the kitchen, creating an atmosphere both exotic and comforting. Over dinner, the conversation flowed more easily than Eliza had anticipated. Thomas proved to be a thoughtful host and engaging conversationalist, sharing anecdotes from his diplomatic career that were both entertaining and subtly illuminating. He had served in North Africa, Eastern Europe, and briefly in East Asia, using his language skills and cultural adaptability to facilitate negotiations in regions often resistant to Western influence. The key was always to listen more than speak, he explained, refilling their wine glasses. A lesson that served me well in diplomacy, and even more so in my return to Vermont. People everywhere want the same fundamental things: to be heard, to be respected, to have their experiences validated. The trappings and expressions vary, but the core remains consistent. Is that why you came back? Eliza asked, to apply those diplomatic skills in a different context. Thomas's expression turned reflective. Not intentionally. As I mentioned, my father's health brought me back initially. But once here, I discovered something I hadn't expected. He paused, seeming to search for the right words. In my diplomatic work, I was always bridging gaps between others, countries, cultures, individuals. Important work, but left little space for my own authentic presence. I was perpetually in service to the larger goal, the negotiated outcome. The description resonated unexpectedly with Eliza's own experience in consulting, always facilitating others' organizational transformations while maintaining professional distance. Here, Thomas continued, gesturing to encompass the house and presumably the land beyond. I found I could simply be. No performance required, no careful calibration of words and actions to achieve a predetermined objective. Just the daily practice of living in accordance with my own nature rather than external expectations. That sounds. Eliza searched for the appropriate response. Liberating. It is. Thomas's eyes crinkled with a smile, though not without its challenges. Authenticity often looks like eccentricity to those accustomed to social conformity. Hence, the strategic compromise of maintaining a conventional exterior for my home while creating an interior that reflects my actual sensibilities. As they finished the meal, which proved as delicious as it had smelled, Eliza found herself increasingly intrigued by her host's philosophical perspective. There was wisdom in his observations that transcended the specifics of his life circumstances, a broader understanding that seemed particularly relevant to her current state of questioning. Over coffee and a simple dessert of poached pears, she ventured a more personal question. When you changed directions from diplomatic service to this, she gestured to indicate his current life, was it difficult? Did you question the decision? Thomas considered the question with the seriousness it deserved. Constantly, at first, he admitted, I'd built an identity around my career, as most of us do. Extracting myself from that framework was disorienting, even painful at times. I kept wondering if I was wasting my education, my connections, the expertise I'd developed over decades. What changed? Eliza asked, leaning forward slightly. I started gardening, he replied, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he registered her surprised expression. My father had always maintained extensive gardens, vegetables, flowers, herbs. When he became too ill to tend them himself, I took over, initially out of duty rather than interest. He paused, his gaze turning inward as if accessing a particularly significant memory. There's something transformative about working with growing things. The pace can't be rushed. Seeds germinate when they're ready, not when you've scheduled it on your calendar. Plants respond to authentic conditions, not to what you tell them the conditions should be. Thomas leaned back in his chair, hands cradled around his coffee cup. One afternoon, kneeling in the soil, dirt under my fingernails, sweat on my brow, I had what I can only describe as an epiphany. All my diplomatic training had taught me to control outcomes through careful management of variables. But there in the garden, I was merely a facilitator of natural processes that operated according to their own wisdom. That's a significant philosophical shift, Eliza observed. Indeed, and it extended beyond gardening. I began to recognize how much of my life had been spent attempting to control outcomes, my own and others, through careful management of appearances, actions, words, always in service to objectives determined elsewhere by individuals or institutions with their own agendas. The statement hit uncomfortably close to Eliza's own emerging realizations about her professional life. The constant calibration of her persona to meet client expectations, the strategic deployment of her intelligence and charisma to achieve predetermined business objectives. The garden taught me another way, Thomas continued, not abandoning intention or purpose, but approaching life as a collaboration rather than a conquest, creating conditions conducive to growth and then allowing that growth to unfold according to its own inherent wisdom. That sounds more spiritual than practical, Eliza said, though without dismissiveness. Thomas acknowledged the observation with a nod. Perhaps, but I found it to be eminently practical. My gardens flourish. My relationships, fewer but deeper than during my diplomatic days, nourish rather than deplete me. My interior life has a richness that no professional achievement ever provided. He studied her with those perceptive blue eyes. I suspect you didn't come to Vermont simply for a change of scenery or even to fulfill your professor's final request. Something within you is seeking a different way of being. The assessment was so accurate that Eliza found herself momentarily without response. Before she could formulate one, Thomas rose and began clearing the dessert plates. "Forgive an old man's presumptions," he said with a gentle smile. "Hazard of too many years observing human nature. More coffee." The conversation shifted to less personal topics as they finished their coffee. The history of the area, Thomas's ongoing restoration of an heirloom apple variety found only in a few Vermont orchards, a book they had both recently read. Throughout, Eliza found herself increasingly comfortable in the presence of this unexpected philosopher-gardener who had created such a singular life. When she finally checked her watch, she was surprised to discover it was nearly 10 o'clock. "I should be going," she said, rising from the table. "Thank you for dinner and for the conversation. Both were wonderful." "The pleasure was mine," Thomas replied. "It's rare to find someone willing to engage in substantive dialogue these days. Most visitors prefer to discuss the weather or local politics, both worthy topics, but limited in their capacity to illuminate the human condition." At the door, as Eliza bundled back in her coat and collected her flashlight, Thomas made an unexpected offer. "If you're interested in seeing that orchard I mentioned, I'd be happy to show you tomorrow afternoon. The snow should let up by then, and the trees have their own stark beauty in winter." The offer was appealing. Despite her initial plan to use the cottage retreat for solitary reflection, Eliza found herself valuing this unexpected connection. "I'd like that," she replied. "What time?" 2 o'clock. "I'll stop by the cottage." Thomas handed her a small paper bag. "Pears for your breakfast. From the espaliered tree against the south wall of the garage. My wife's project years ago." The casual mention of his late wife again caught Eliza's attention, but this time the reference seemed less laden with unspoken grief, more an acknowledgement of continuity between past and present. "Thank you." She accepted the bag with genuine appreciation. "For everything." The walk back to the cottage through moonlit snow gave Eliza time to process the evening's conversations. Thomas Abernathy represented something she had rarely encountered in her professional circles, a life deliberately shaped by personal philosophy rather than external metrics of success. While maintaining the practical skills that had defined his earlier career, he had somehow transcended the limitations of professional identity to create an existence that honored multiple aspects of his nature. Was such integration possible for her? Could the analytical, achievement-oriented executive coexist with the reflective writer, the curious explorer, the woman who still responded to beauty and philosophical inquiry? Back at the cottage, preparing for bed, Eliza found herself returning to Thomas's gardening metaphor. Perhaps her own growth had been constrained by attempting to control outcomes too rigidly, by focusing exclusively on cultivating those aspects of herself that yielded predictable professional returns. What might flourish if she created conditions for other aspects of her nature to emerge? What seeds lay dormant, waiting for the right conditions to germinate? The questions followed her into sleep, where her dreams were filled with gardens, some meticulously ordered, others wild and overgrown, all containing unexpected blooms that opened toward the sun with the simple, perfect wisdom of things growing according to their nature. Chapter 4. Storms Within and Without, in which confronting the past becomes unavoidable. Morning sunlight transformed the snowbound landscape outside Eliza's window, creating a dazzling display as millions of ice crystals reflected the light. She stood with her coffee, taking in the scene with newfound appreciation. A week ago, she might have noted the beauty briefly before turning to her laptop and the day's objectives. Now, she allowed herself to simply observe, practicing the attentiveness Thomas had modeled during their orchard walk the previous afternoon. That excursion had proven unexpectedly illuminating. Despite the snow-covered ground and dormant trees, Thomas had moved through the orchard with the familiarity of a curator in a beloved museum, identifying each variety by the distinctive patterns of its bare branches, recounting histories of trees that predated both their lifetimes. This one, he had said, placing a gloved hand against the trunk of a particularly gnarled specimen, is a Roxbury russet, one of the oldest American apple varieties, first cultivated in Massachusetts in the early 1600s. Nearly disappeared during the 20th century when commercial growers focused on just a handful of varieties selected for shipping durability rather than flavor. Throughout the tour, he had woven practical information about apple cultivation with philosophical observations about diversity, resilience, and the value of preserving heritage varieties. Monoculture is efficient but fragile, he'd explained. True resilience requires diversity, in orchards and in lives. The statement had lodged in Eliza's mind, prompting her to consider the monoculture she had cultivated in her own existence. The single-minded focus on professional achievement to the exclusion of other interests and relationships. Efficient, certainly, but increasingly revealing its fundamental fragility. A chime from her phone interrupted her contemplation. She glanced at the screen, expecting a work-related notification despite having set stricter boundaries on her availability. Instead, she found a text from her sister. "Just heard from Dad that you're at the lake house. Everything okay? Call when you can." Rebecca's message carried the subtle undercurrent of concern that characterized most of their communications. As the younger sister who had chosen a more conventional path, marriage, children, suburban home, part-time work as a speech therapist, Rebecca viewed Eliza's intense career focus with a mixture of admiration and worry. Their conversations typically followed a predictable pattern. Rebecca sharing family updates, Eliza offering abbreviated versions of professional accomplishments, both carefully avoiding topics that might reveal the growing divergence in their life perspectives. Eliza hesitated, her thumb hovering over the call button. Was she ready for this conversation? What would she say when Rebecca inevitably asked what had prompted this uncharacteristic retreat? Before she could decide, her phone rang. Not Rebecca, but Alexandra from the office, the display photo showing her protege's professional headshot from the company website. "Alexandra," Eliza answered, automatically shifting into her work persona. Is everything all right with the Henderson implementation? Yes, everything's on track, Alexandra replied. I wouldn't have bothered you, but there's been a development with Meridian that I thought you should know about. Go on, Eliza said, moving to the kitchen table where her notebook lay open, pen ready to capture key information. Marcus called an all-hands meeting yesterday afternoon. He announced a potential merger with Westfield Partners. It's in early stages, but they've signed a letter of intent. The news landed with unexpected impact. Westfield Partners was one of Meridian's primary competitors, known for a more aggressive, cost-cutting approach to organizational consulting. A merger would significantly alter the company culture Eliza had helped shape over the past decade. Did Marcus discuss timeline or leadership structure? She asked, her professional training kicking in despite the surprise. Only in broad terms. Integration teams will be formed next month, with completion targeted for third quarter. He specifically mentioned that you'd be instrumental in the transition planning when you return. Alexandra paused. Everyone's a bit unsettled. The Westfield approach is different from ours. That's putting it mildly, Eliza acknowledged. But mergers always create anxiety. Remember Pierce Automation? Their employees were equally concerned, and that integration ultimately strengthened the organization. Even as she offered the reassurance, Eliza recognized it was more reflexive than genuine. The Pierce Automation acquisition had been a carefully planned, strategically sound move that aligned with Meridian's existing values. A merger with Westfield represented a fundamental shift in direction. I suppose, Alexandra said, unconvinced. There's something else. Vincent Collins from Westfield will be co-leading the integration with Marcus. Vincent Collins. The name triggered a complex reaction that Eliza carefully controlled. She had encountered him at industry conferences and during competitive pitches. A brilliant but ruthless strategist whose approach to organizational transformation focused primarily on efficiency metrics rather than human factors. Their professional philosophies were diametrically opposed, though she had always maintained cordial relations in public settings. I see, she replied neutrally. Well, Vincent certainly brings extensive experience to the process. That's one way to put it, Alexandra said with uncharacteristic directness. Sorry to interrupt your time away with this, but I thought you'd want to know before the official announcement goes external next week. After finishing the call with appropriate expressions of gratitude and assurances that Alexandra was handling current client work admirably, Eliza sat motionless at the kitchen table, processing the information. Under normal circumstances, news of such a significant organizational change would have sent her immediately into strategic planning mode, analyzing implications, identifying potential challenges, preparing approaches to protect her team and projects. Instead, she found herself experiencing the news with unusual detachment, as if observing ripples across a distant pond rather than waves threatening to capsize her professional vessel. The merger was consequential, certainly, but didn't provoke the intense reaction she might have expected even a week ago. This perspective shift both intrigued and unsettled her. Was it simply the physical distance from the office environment, or something more fundamental happening within her? Her phone chimed again. Rebecca, sending a follow-up text. Heading into meetings all morning. Free to talk after 2 p.m. if that works for you. This time, Eliza responded, Let's talk at 3. All is well, just taking some overdue time off. Nothing to worry about. With her sister and work obligations temporarily addressed, Eliza turned to what had become her morning ritual, continuing the personal writing project sparked by Sophia's posthumous assignment. What had begun as disjointed reflections had gradually evolved into a more structured exploration of formative experiences and pivotal decisions, with particular attention to moments when she had chosen security over exploration, external validation over internal satisfaction. Today, she found herself writing about her early days at Meridian Consulting, recalling the genuine excitement she had felt about the firm's human-centered approach to organizational transformation. Under Marcus Abernathy's leadership, Meridian had distinguished itself through a philosophy that organizational effectiveness flowed from individual fulfillment and purpose rather than purely mechanistic efficiency. That alignment between organizational values and her own had been a primary reason for joining the firm after her brief but educational stint at a more traditional management consulting company. Now, with the Westfield merger, that alignment appeared threatened. Vincent Collins represented precisely the approach to organizational consulting that Meridian had positioned itself against, treating human capital as resources to be optimized rather than individuals to be developed. As she explored these thoughts in writing, Eliza realized that the merger news had caught her at a particularly vulnerable moment in her own journey. Just as she was questioning the balance she had struck between professional achievement and personal fulfillment, the very organization that had provided the context for that achievement was facing its own identity crisis. The parallel wasn't lost on her. Both she and Meridian stood at crossroads, facing fundamental questions about identity and future direction. At noon, as she was preparing lunch from the cottage's dwindling supplies, a familiar rumble in the driveway announced Thomas's truck. They had made no plans to meet today, but she found herself pleased rather than annoyed by the unexpected visit. "Hope I'm not intruding," he said when she opened the door. In his arms was a cardboard box that emitted enticing aromas. "Baked this morning, and thought you might appreciate some supplies. Margaret at the general store mentioned you hadn't been in since the snow, and I know how quickly provisions can dwindle." Eliza accepted the box with genuine gratitude. Inside, she found freshly baked bread, a container of hearty soup, a wedge of local cheese, and a small jar of honey labeled in handwritten script. "Orchard Blossom, Summer 2024. "Your own honey?" she asked, recognizing the label's implication. Thomas nodded. 6 hives at the edge of the orchard. Essential for proper pollination, and the honey is a welcome bonus. The flavor changes with the seasons. This batch captures the apple blossoms particularly well. "This is incredibly thoughtful," Eliza said, gesturing for him to enter. "I was just cobbling together lunch from the remaining pasta and somewhat questionable vegetables. Would you like to join me? There's plenty in this soup container." Thomas accepted with the same easy grace he demonstrated in all their interactions. As they settled at the kitchen table with steaming bowls of mushroom and barley soup accompanied by slices of still warm bread, Eliza found herself sharing the morning's news about the pending merger. "Sounds like significant change," Thomas observed after listening to her explanation of the two companies' different approaches. "How do you feel about it?" The directness of the question momentarily caught her off guard, as his inquiries often did. In professional contexts, discussions of organizational changes typically focused on strategic implications rather than emotional responses. "I'm not entirely sure," she admitted. "Professionally, I can see both challenges and opportunities. Personally," she paused, considering, "I think I'm most struck by my own reaction, or lack thereof. A week ago, this news would have consumed my attention completely. Today, it registers as important, but not all-encompassing." Thomas nodded, as if this made perfect sense. Distance provides perspective. Physical distance, certainly, but also the emotional distance you've been cultivating through your reflective process. He spread honey on a piece of bread with deliberate attention. The question becomes whether that perspective is temporary, a vacation from your usual response patterns, or the beginning of a more permanent shift in how you relate to your professional identity. Again, his observation cut to the heart of the matter with surprising precision. "I've been wondering the same thing," Eliza acknowledged. "Is this just a brief respite before returning to my normal approach, or is it something more significant?" "What would you prefer to be?" Thomas asked, his blue eyes reflecting genuine curiosity rather than judgment. The question lingered between them as they finished their lunch, neither expecting an immediate answer. After they had cleared the dishes, Thomas declined her offer of coffee, explaining that he had beehives to check before the weather changed. "Weather?" Eliza glanced out the window at the clear blue sky. "It looks perfect out there." Thomas smiled. "The current clarity is deceptive. Barometric pressure is dropping, and there's moisture moving in from the northwest. We'll have another storm by evening, possibly more significant than the last. You'd do well to bring in extra firewood and make sure your flashlights have fresh batteries. Power outages aren't uncommon when wet snow accumulates on the lines." His prediction prompted Eliza to check her own preparations for potential weather disruptions. After Thomas departed, she spent the early afternoon ensuring she had adequate supplies positioned strategically throughout the cottage. Candles, matches, bottled water, and snacks that required no cooking. She also brought in several armloads of firewood from the covered stack beside the kitchen door, arranging it in the copper bin next to the fireplace. As 3 o'clock approached, she settled in the library with a cup of tea, mentally preparing for the conversation with her sister. Right on time, her phone rang, Rebecca's smiling face appearing on the screen alongside a photo of her 2 children. "There you are," Rebecca said by way of greeting. "I was beginning to think you'd fallen off the grid entirely. Dad mentioned you were taking some time off, but the lake house in February? That's unexpected, even for you." "It was a somewhat spontaneous decision," Eliza replied, choosing her words carefully. "I had vacation time accumulated, and the cottage was available." "Spontaneous isn't exactly your defining characteristic," Rebecca observed with the directness siblings could employ. "What's really going on, Liz?" "Dad's worried, though he's trying not to show it. Said you sounded different when you called about using the house." Eliza considered deflecting, but found herself unwilling to revert to the polite superficiality that often characterized their adult interactions. "I received a letter," she began, and went on to explain about Sophia's death, the memorial gathering, and the professor's final assignment. Rebecca listened without interrupting, a skill developed through her professional training as a therapist. When Eliza finished, there was a brief silence before her sister responded. "I remember you talking about Professor Lawrence. You practically worshipped her during your undergraduate years," Rebecca said. "But I'm still not connecting the dots between receiving news of her death and suddenly retreating to an isolated cottage in the dead of winter. That seems like a significant reaction to the passing of someone you haven't mentioned in years." The observation was fair, if somewhat pointed. "It's not just about Sophia," Eliza admitted. "Her letter arrived at a moment when I was already questioning certain aspects of my life. The timing created a catalyst of sorts." "Questioning what aspects exactly?" Rebecca asked, her therapist's instinct for significant openings evident in her tone. Eliza hesitated, unaccustomed to sharing inner uncertainties with anyone, much less her younger sister who had always viewed her as the composed, confident example. "Whether the path I've been following is still taking me where I want to go," she finally said. "Whether success, as I've defined it, is actually bringing fulfillment." The admission hung between them, more revealing than any conversation they had shared in recent memory. Eliza found herself holding her breath slightly, awaiting Rebecca's response. "Oh, Liz," her sister's voice softened. "I've wondered for years when you might ask yourself those questions. You've been running so hard for so long. I wasn't sure you'd ever allow yourself to pause and look around." The response caught Eliza off guard. "You've wondered? About my fulfillment? Of course I have. You're my sister, and I love you. Yes, I've admired your professional success and your independence. But I've also seen how that success has consumed everything else in your life. When was the last time you did something simply because it brought you joy? When did you last make a decision that didn't somehow advance your career or enhance your credentials?" The questions landed with unexpected force, particularly coming from Rebecca, who had always seemed to accept Eliza's life choices without question. "I didn't realize you had such concerns about my choices," Eliza said, working to keep defensiveness from her tone. "Not concerns, exactly," Rebecca clarified. "More like wonderings. Mom always encouraged both of us toward practical achievements, but you seem to internalize that direction so completely. I sometimes felt you were trying to fulfill her unexpressed ambitions through your own accomplishments." The observation connected directly to Eliza's recent discoveries about their mother's sacrificed passions. "That's insightful," she acknowledged. "I've been thinking about Mom a lot this week, actually. Did you know she was a serious mountain climber before she married Dad? There are photographs and journals here at the cottage that show a completely different side of her than the one we knew." "Really?" Rebecca sounded genuinely surprised. "I had no idea. She never mentioned anything about climbing when we were growing up, though I do remember her insisting on hiking vacations occasionally, despite Dad's preference for more cultural destinations. The shared recollection opened a new avenue of conversation, with the sisters exchanging memories of their mother that suddenly appeared in a different light given Eliza's recent discoveries. The discussion flowed with unusual ease, moving between reminiscences and more philosophical considerations about choices and their long-term consequences. "I'm hoping to come to the memorial gathering for your professor," Rebecca said as their conversation began to wind down after nearly an hour. "It sounds like an important event, and I'd like to support you. Plus, it would be nice to see the cottage again before summer. The kids have been asking when we can visit the lake house with the secret paths." Eliza found herself genuinely pleased by the prospect. "I'd like that," she said, realizing she meant it sincerely rather than as a polite acknowledgement. "The gathering is March 15th, but I'll probably stay through that weekend. Perhaps you could come for the entire weekend. Let me check with Michael about his schedule, but I think we can make that work." Just me, though. As much as the kids would love it, a philosophical memorial gathering isn't exactly 8-year-old territory. By the time they ended the call, Eliza felt a subtle shift in their sisterly dynamic, a greater openness, a willingness to move beyond established patterns of interaction towards something more authentic. It was, she reflected, the most genuine conversation they had shared in years, possibly since childhood. Outside the library windows, she noticed the weather beginning to change just as Thomas had predicted. The crystalline blue sky had given way to a blanket of gray clouds moving in from the northwest, the quality of light shifting from bright to diffuse. The stillness that had characterized the morning had been replaced by a restless wind that sent occasional gusts against the window panes. Her phone chimed with a weather alert confirming Thomas's forecast. Winter storm warning in effect from 6 p.m. to 9 a.m. tomorrow. Expected accumulation 10 to 14 inches. Travel discouraged except in emergencies. Eliza spent the remainder of the afternoon alternating between practical preparations for the coming storm and continued work on her writing project, which now included reflections on her evolving relationship with Rebecca and new perspectives on their shared childhood experiences. As dusk approached, the storm's leading edge arrived with increasing wind and the first scattered snowflakes. Eliza built up the fire, prepared a simple dinner from the provisions Thomas had brought, and settled in for an evening of reading, selecting a volume of poetry from her mother's collection that she had discovered the previous day. The book, Elizabeth Bishop's Geography 3, showed signs of careful reading. Underlined passages, margin notes in Eleanor's distinctive handwriting, the spine cracked at particularly well-visited pages. Eliza found herself reading not only the poems, but her mother's responses to them, discovering connections between Bishop's explorations of place, memory, and loss and Eleanor's own experiences. In The Moose, a poem describing a bus journey through Nova Scotia, Eleanor had underlined the final stanza and written in the margin, "The unexpected encounter that changes perspective, rare but essential." In One Art, Bishop's famous villanelle about loss, Eleanor had circled the line, "The art of losing isn't hard to master," and added a single word, "false." These glimpses into her mother's inner life were both revelatory and poignant. Eliza had never imagined Eleanor Morgan engaging with poetry in such a personal way, treating the texts not as academic exercises, but as companions in her own emotional journey. By 8 o'clock, the storm had intensified significantly. Wind howled around the cottage eaves, and snow fell in dense curtains visible in the security lights along the driveway. Eliza had just refilled her tea when the lights flickered once, twice, and then extinguished completely, plunging the cottage in a sudden darkness relieved only by the fire's orange glow. Her preparations now proved their worth. Moving carefully in the unfamiliar darkness, she located the flashlight she had positioned on the kitchen counter, then methodically moved through the cottage lighting candles she had placed strategically earlier that afternoon. Within minutes, the main living areas were illuminated by a warm, fluctuating light that created an unexpectedly intimate atmosphere. The power outage eliminated the possibility of further computer work or reading digital communications. Freed from these modern distractions, Eliza returned to the poetry volume, now reading by candlelight as generations before her had done. The experience created a curious connection across time. Herself, her mother, the poet, all women engaged in making sense of their experiences through words, all navigating the constraints and possibilities their respective eras presented. Outside, the storm continued to intensify, nature asserting its primacy over human schedules and expectations. Inside, cocooned in firelight and surrounded by books that held conversations across decades, Eliza felt a peculiar sense of timelessness, as if the boundaries between past and present had momentarily dissolved, allowing different versions of herself to coexist. This contemplative state was interrupted by an unexpected sound, a sharp knocking at the front door, nearly obscured by the wind's persistent howl. Eliza froze, momentarily startled. Who would be out in such conditions? Flashlight in hand, she moved cautiously to the entrance. "Who is it?" she called through the door, suddenly aware of her isolation. "Thomas," came a muffled reply. "Sorry to disturb you, but I wanted to check that you're managing with the power outage." Relief washed over her as she unbolted the door, opening it to find her neighbor on the porch, snow coating his shoulders and hat. "Come in quickly," she urged, stepping back to allow him entry. Thomas stamped snow from his boots before stepping inside, bringing with him a blast of cold air and a few swirling snowflakes. "Hope I didn't alarm you," he said, removing his hat to reveal hair dampened by melted snow. "The outage affects the whole area. Could be out until morning, depending on how many lines are down." "I'm managing fine," Eliza assured him, gesturing toward the candles and the well-stocked fire. "But I appreciate the check-in. I wouldn't have ventured out in these conditions to do the same." Thomas smiled, the expression visible despite the dim light. "Well, I've had more practice with winter storms than you have, and I wanted to make sure you knew to keep faucets dripping to prevent pipes from freezing if the temperature inside drops significantly." "I hadn't thought of that," Eliza admitted. "Thank you. Would you like some tea? I was just about to make a fresh pot on the camp stove." He accepted the offer, and they moved to the kitchen where Eliza had set up a small propane stove specifically for such emergencies. As she heated water and prepared the teapot, Thomas shared updates about the storm. It was expected to continue through the night, but taper off by mid-morning, with road crews likely beginning clearing operations by noon. "The good news is that March storms tend to be wet and heavy but short-lived," he said, accepting the steaming mug she offered. "Very different from January blizzards that can persist for days." They took their tea to the main room, where the fireplace provided both light and heat. Settling into armchairs positioned to catch the fire's warmth, they fell into conversation with the ease that had characterized their interactions from the beginning. "How was your sister call?" Thomas asked, surprising Eliza with his recall of the detail she had mentioned during lunch. Family conversations can be illuminating at transition points. "It was unexpectedly meaningful," she replied after a moment's consideration. "We moved beyond our usual surface exchanges to something more substantial. She noticed changes in me that I hadn't fully registered myself." Thomas nodded. "Those who have known us longest often detect shifts in our being before we've fully recognized them ourselves. They have the advantage of a longer baseline for comparison." He sipped his tea thoughtfully. "What changes did she observe?" "A willingness to question fundamental aspects of my life that I've typically presented as settled and successful," Eliza said. She seemed almost relieved, as if she'd been waiting for me to experience these doubts. "Not doubts, perhaps," Thomas suggested. "Awakenings might be a more accurate term. Doubt implies uncertainty about something previously known. What you're describing sounds more like becoming aware of questions you hadn't previously allowed yourself to formulate." The distinction resonated. "That's precisely it," Eliza agreed. "These aren't new uncertainties. They're questions that have always been present, but that I've kept at bay through continuous activity and achievement." The storm within matching the storm without, Thomas observed, gesturing toward the windows where snow continued to fall in wind-driven sheets, both clearing away accumulated layers to reveal what lies beneath. They sat in companionable silence for a time, the only sounds the crackling of the fire and the storm's persistent presence. Eliza found herself appreciating this unexpected evening, the forced pause created by the power outage, the simple pleasure of conversation without digital distractions, the peculiar intimacy fostered by firelight and shared tea during a winter storm. "I've been meaning to ask you something," she said, breaking the comfortable silence. "You mentioned your late wife several times, the espaliered pear tree, the beekeeping. Would you tell me about her? Unless that's too personal," she added quickly. Thomas's expression softened in the firelight. "Not too personal at all. Quite the opposite. Margaret deserves to be remembered, spoken of, kept present through stories." He set his empty mug aside, settling more comfortably in his chair. "We met in Morocco during my diplomatic posting there. She was an ethnobotanist studying traditional medicinal plants in the Atlas Mountains. Brilliant, fearless, utterly dedicated to her work. Our meeting was entirely coincidental. A shared taxi from Marrakesh to a mountain village where I was scheduled to meet with local officials about water rights, and she was connecting with traditional healers." As Thomas continued his narrative, Eliza was struck by the evident joy he took in sharing memories of his wife. Not with the pained restraint that often accompanied discussions of deceased loved ones, but with a vibrant appreciation that kept Margaret's spirit alive in his recounting. "She taught me to see the world through a botanist's eyes," he said, gazing into the fire as if watching memories unfold there. "To recognize the complex interrelationships between plants, insects, soil, weather, the web of life that sustains us all." Her professional focus was medicinal applications, but her personal passion was gardens as expressions of cultural values. He described their marriage, conducted in 3 different languages to accommodate family members from multiple countries, and their peripatetic early years together as his diplomatic assignments and her research took them across continents. Later, when he inherited the Vermont property after his father's death, Margaret had been the one to suggest making it their permanent home, converting the old farm into both residence and research base for her ongoing work with heritage plants. She died 5 years ago, a rare form of leukemia, cruelly swift in its progression, Thomas said, his voice remaining steady despite the evident weight of the memory. "By then, we had created something here that reflected both our passions. My diplomatic connections, supporting her international seed exchange programs, her botanical expertise informing my orchard restoration efforts." "I'm so sorry for your loss," Eliza said, the conventional words feeling inadequate against the richness of the relationship he had described. Thomas acknowledged her sympathy with a gentle nod. "Loss is inevitable in any life fully lived," he said. "The alternative, never experiencing the depth of connection that makes loss so painful, is far worse." Margaret understood that better than most. "Love fully, knowing it ends," she used to say. "The temporary nature of all things doesn't diminish their value, enhances it." The philosophy struck Eliza as both beautiful and challenging, an approach to life that required courage and a willingness to remain open despite inevitable pain. How different from her own careful management of emotional investments, her strategic limiting of attachments that might distract from professional advancement. "That's a profound perspective," she said, "and a difficult one to maintain in practice, I would think." Thomas smiled, the expression containing both acknowledgement of life's complexities and a fundamental serenity. "Most worthwhile philosophies are challenging to maintain in practice," he observed. "That's precisely what makes them valuable. Easy paths rarely lead to meaningful destinations." Their conversation continued as the fire gradually diminished, touching on subjects ranging from the practical challenges of maintaining the orchard's genetic diversity to more abstract considerations about how physical places shape their inhabitants over time. Throughout, Eliza found herself engaged in a way that professional discussions rarely achieved. Fully present, genuinely curious, unconcerned with how her responses might be evaluated or utilized. When Thomas finally rose to leave, the storm had moderated slightly, though snow continued to fall steadily. "I should get back before it intensifies again," he said, retrieving his now dry hat from the hearth where he had placed it earlier. "The forecast suggests another wave around midnight." At the door, he turned back with a parting observation. Storms serve essential purposes in natural systems, clearing dead branches, distributing seeds, reshaping landscapes. Perhaps personal storms serve similar functions in our inner ecosystems. Not comfortable, certainly, but necessary for new growth. After Thomas's departure, Eliza maintained the fire and prepared for a night without electrical heat, arranging extra blankets on her bed and leaving several candles burning in secure holders. The cottage had grown cooler with the power outage, but between the fireplace and appropriate layers, it remained comfortably habitable. As she settled into bed, the storm sounds continuing to provide a constant auditory backdrop, Eliza found herself reflecting on the unexpectedly full day. Professional news that would once have consumed her attention now contextualizing within a broader reassessment. A sisterly conversation that had transcended established patterns. An evening of candlelit discussion about love, loss, and purposeful living with a neighbor who was rapidly becoming a valued friend. Thomas's parting words about storms serving essential purposes resonated as she drifted toward sleep. The external storm that had disrupted power and isolated the cottage had simultaneously created conditions for genuine connection and reflection. Similarly, the internal storm of questioning she had been experiencing, unsettling as it sometimes felt, might be necessary for the new growth she was beginning to envision. In her dreams that night, Eliza found herself in a garden unlike any she had seen in waking life. Part orchard, part formal design, part wild meadow, the divisions between sections blurring and shifting as she moved through it. Sophia Lawrence sat on a bench beneath a blooming tree, while Eliza Morgan knelt nearby, sketching a particularly unusual flower. Neither acknowledged Eliza's presence directly, but both seemed aware of her, creating space for her in their shared activity. The seeds were always there, Sophia said, ostensibly to Eleanor, but clearly intended for Eliza as well. They only required the right conditions to germinate. Eleanor looked up from her sketch, eyes meeting Eliza's directly for the first time in the dream. "The storm clears the way," she said, her voice exactly as Eliza remembered it. "What follows is up to you." Eliza woke to absolute stillness, the storm having passed during the night, leaving behind a transformed landscape. Outside her window, the world gleamed white and pristine, tree branches outlined in snow, the rising sun casting long blue shadows across untouched expanses. The power remained out, but the cottage had retained enough heat to prevent discomfort, and the returning sunlight promised gradual warming. Wrapping herself in a blanket, she moved to the kitchen where she prepared coffee using the camp stove, then stood at the window watching as the first birds ventured out to investigate the altered terrain. A cardinal's vibrant red created a shocking contrast against the snow as it landed on a nearby branch, surveying its domain with alert curiosity. The storm had indeed cleared the way, removing familiar landmarks and creating a blank canvas upon which new patterns could emerge. What would follow, in the landscape and in her own journey, remained to be determined. But standing in the quiet aftermath, coffee warming her hands and sunlight gradually transforming the world outside, Eliza felt something she hadn't experienced in longer than she could recall. Anticipation unting by anxiety, curiosity without predetermined objectives, openness to whatever might emerge. The storm within had not fully passed. Questions continued to surface, certainties remained unsettled. But like the world outside her window, something had been cleared away, creating space for new growth when the right conditions arrived. Chapter 5. The Mirror Room, in which Eliza faces reflections of herself she has long avoided. Power returned to the cottage late the following morning, announced by the sudden hum of the refrigerator and the blinking of digital clocks. Eliza had adapted so completely to the rhythm imposed by the outage, reading by daylight, sleeping when darkness fell, cooking on the camp stove, that the resumption of electrical service felt almost like an intrusion from another world. The internet connection followed shortly after, her phone immediately vibrating with accumulated notifications. 2 voice messages from Marcus updating her on the Westfield merger discussions. Several client emails marked urgent despite her absence. A text from Alexandra checking that she was safe after hearing about the Vermont storms. And an email from Vivian Chandler with details about Sophia's memorial gathering, including a list of confirmed attendees. Eliza scrolled through the names, recognizing several from her college days. Classmates who had followed Sophia's path into academia, now scattered across universities nationwide. Others were unfamiliar, presumably students from different eras of Sophia's teaching career or colleagues from her varied intellectual pursuits. One name caught her attention: Dr. Gabriel Torres, professor of philosophy, Reed College. She hadn't thought of Gabriel in years, though he had once been a significant presence in her life. A fellow student in Sophia's advanced seminar, her intellectual sparring partner throughout senior year, and briefly, but intensely, more than that during the summer after graduation. Their connection had been severed not by conflict, but by diverging paths, his to graduate studies in philosophy, hers to law school, and eventually business consulting. The oceanic distance between Boston and Portland had made maintaining contact impractical in the pre-social media era, and their occasional emails had gradually dwindled to birthday acknowledgments before ceasing altogether. Seeing his name now evoked memories both intellectual and personal. Late-night debates about Kant's categorical imperative that somehow transformed into dawn walks along the campus lake. His impassioned defense of philosophical inquiry as essential rather than arcane. The way his eyes crinkled at the corners when he laughed at her more pragmatic rebuttals. Gabriel had been utterly committed to the life of the mind, uncompromising in his pursuit of philosophical understanding. Eliza had admired his certainty even as she chose a different direction, one that promised more tangible impacts and, yes, greater financial security. Had he maintained that idealism through the intervening years? Had the academic path fulfilled his expectations? She found herself unexpectedly curious about these questions, about the man Gabriel had become. Their brief relationship had ended amicably, both recognizing the impracticality of maintaining romantic involvement across disparate academic programs and geographic locations. But the intellectual connection had been genuine, their conversations challenging both in the best sense. Would he remember her as clearly as she suddenly remembered him? Would he view her corporate career with the skepticism he had often expressed about instrumentalizing knowledge for commercial purposes? The prospect of this reunion, unexpected and potentially uncomfortable, added another layer of complexity to the already emotionally charged gathering ahead. Vivian's email also included practical details, accommodations available at a nearby inn for those traveling from a distance, carpooling arrangements from the closest airport, and the schedule for the weekend's events. This celebration of ideas would span Friday evening through Sunday morning, with the main memorial service on Saturday afternoon. Participants were encouraged to bring an offering of words, something written by or about Sophia, or an original piece inspired by her teaching. This aligned with the request in Sophia's personal letter to Eliza, suggesting that the assignment had been extended to all attendees, not just to her. Eliza's ongoing writing project might serve this purpose, though she would need to extract and refine sections appropriate for public sharing. The prospect of reading her personal reflections aloud to a gathering of strangers, and one not quite stranger in Gabriel, created a flutter of anxiety in her stomach, a sensation she rarely experienced in professional contexts, but that seemed increasingly familiar in this process of self-rediscovery. As she contemplated these developments, a knock at the door announced Thomas's arrival for their now-established midday check-in. He entered bearing fresh eggs from a neighbor's farm and news that the county plows had cleared the main roads, making travel possible again. "Thinking of venturing out?" he asked, noting her contemplative expression as they settled at the kitchen table with coffee. "I should restock supplies," Eliza acknowledged. "And actually, I've been considering exploring beyond the immediate area. There's a place I visited once, years ago, that I'd like to see again if it still exists." Thomas raised an inquiring eyebrow. "Anything I might know about?" "Possibly." Eliza hadn't planned to share this particular memory, but found herself continuing. "During my senior year of college, My professor, Sophia Lawrence, the one whose memorial I mentioned, brought a small group of students to her lake house for a weekend seminar. One afternoon, she took us hiking to what she called the Mirror Room, a small structure on her property with an unusual interior. I've been thinking about it since receiving news of the gathering. Recognition flickered in Thomas's eyes. Ah, Sophia's folly. That's what it was called locally, not disparagingly, but acknowledging its singular purpose. A small octagonal building with mirrors covering the interior walls and ceiling, positioned to catch the afternoon light. Located on the eastern ridge of her property, if I recall correctly. You know it. Eliza couldn't mask her surprise. I helped restore it about a decade ago, Thomas replied. Sophia hired me to repair the roof and replace several damaged mirrors. An fascinating project, both structurally complex and philosophically intriguing. She explained that it was inspired by a similar space she had encountered during travels in Morocco, used there for meditation and self-contemplation. That's exactly it, Eliza confirmed, memory sharpening. She took us there one by one, not explaining its purpose beforehand, just instructing each student to spend exactly 30 minutes inside before returning to the main house. It was, she paused, searching for words adequate to the experience. Disorienting, revelatory, impossible to describe effectively to someone who hasn't experienced it. Thomas nodded. Sophia mentioned that she used it sparingly with students, only those she felt were ready for that particular form of confrontation. He studied Eliza's expression. It affected you significantly, I gather. It did, she admitted. I've thought about that half hour more often than I'd care to admit over the years. There is something about being surrounded by reflections from every angle, seeing aspects of yourself typically hidden from view, that was profoundly unsettling and yet clarifying. Would you like to visit it again? Thomas asked. The property has been maintained since Sophia's illness began, in preparation for eventual sale or transfer to whatever foundation she established in her will. I could arrange access through the caretaker. We've collaborated on several local conservation projects. The offer was tempting, but also somewhat intimidating. Eliza's memory of the Mirror Room included not just its unusual physical properties, but the intensity of the self-confrontation it had provoked, a more direct and uncompromising encounter with herself than she had experienced before or since. Was she prepared to face that again, particularly now when her sense of identity was already in flux? Yes, she said after a moment's deliberation. I think that would be valuable, especially before the memorial gathering. When might it be possible? Let me make a call, Thomas replied. The road should be clear enough by tomorrow morning. I could drive you there. It's about 20 miles from here, closer to the New Hampshire border. The plan was set in motion, with Thomas arranging access through his connections while Eliza made a supply run to the general store in the nearby town. The small market offered limited but adequate provisions, fresh vegetables, locally sourced dairy and meat, baked goods still warm from the morning's production. The proprietor, a woman in her 60s who introduced herself as Margaret, greeted Eliza with the friendly curiosity typical of small communities. You must be Richard Morgan's daughter, she said as she rang up Eliza's purchases. Thomas mentioned you were staying at the lake cottage. Not our usual tourist season. Most city folks prefer us when things are green and warm. It wasn't exactly a planned vacation, Eliza explained, finding herself unexpectedly comfortable with this stranger's interest. More of a necessary pause. Margaret nodded, as if this made perfect sense. Those are often the most important kind. My late husband used to say that life sends us the breaks we need, though rarely in the form we expect. She added a small jar of local preserves to Eliza's bags. Blackberry, my specialty. On the house, as a welcome. Back at the cottage, Eliza spent the afternoon responding to work emails, selectively, focusing on those that genuinely required her input, rather than handling everything in her inbox as she would typically do. The exercise in discernment felt both challenging and liberating, forcing her to distinguish between matters that were truly consequential and those that merely appeared urgent due to the sender's anxiety or organizational politics. By evening, she had cleared the most essential professional obligations and returned to her personal writing project. The approaching visit to the mirror room had brought specific memories into sharper focus. The sensations and revelations of that original encounter with Sophia's unusual creation. She found herself documenting these recollections in greater detail than before, attempting to capture both the physical experience and its psychological impact. The mirror room created a particular kind of awareness, she wrote. Not the comfortable self-recognition of a bathroom mirror where we examine specific aspects, a blemish here, a strand of hair there, while maintaining control of the gaze. This was total immersion in reflection, inescapable self-confrontation from every angle simultaneously. I remember first noticing physical aspects typically hidden from my view, the exact curve of my shoulder blades, the precise way my hair fell at the nape of my neck. Then came awareness of my unconscious expressions, micro-movements of doubt, pride, uncertainty playing across my features without my conscious direction. But the true impact came later, perhaps 15 minutes into the experience, when the distinction between observer and observed began to dissolve. I was simultaneously the subject examining and the object being examined, caught in a recursive loop of perception. The question that emerged, unbidden and unavoidable: which version was authentic? The carefully composed face I presented to the world, or the unguarded expressions that emerged when I thought no one, including myself, was watching? The writing process continued late into the evening, becoming increasingly contemplative as Eliza explored connections between that early experience of self-confrontation and her current reassessment. Had the seeds of her present questioning been planted during that half hour in the mirror room? Had Sophia recognized something in her even then, a division between authentic selfhood and constructed identity that would eventually require reconciliation? The following morning dawned clear and cold, perfect conditions for their planned excursion. Thomas arrived promptly at 9, his truck's tires crunching on the refrozen slush of the driveway. The roads had been cleared effectively, though piles of plowed snow created miniature mountain ranges along the shoulders, transforming the familiar route into something almost otherworldly. As they drove, Thomas shared his knowledge of the area's history, pointing out landmarks significant to local development. The original mill that had established the first settlement, ridgelines that had served as travel routes for indigenous peoples long before European arrival, stone walls threading through forests that had once been cleared farmland before economic shifts and population migrations allowed the trees to reclaim their territory. The narrative provided a welcome distraction from Eliza's growing anticipation about revisiting the mirror room. What had been impulsive curiosity yesterday had evolved into something approaching apprehension, though not strong enough to deter her from the experience. Sophia's property revealed itself gradually as they turned onto a private drive, winding up a wooded hillside. Unlike the Morgan cottage with its direct lake access, this location was elevated, offering panoramic views across a valley to distant mountains. The main house, larger and more architecturally distinctive than Eliza remembered, occupied a natural plateau halfway up the slope, with carefully planned gardens extending from its stone terraces. A man emerged from a smaller building nearby as they parked. Jason Reynolds, the caretaker Thomas had mentioned, who greeted them with the relaxed courtesy of someone comfortable with his responsibilities. Thomas explained your connection to Professor Lawrence, he said to Eliza after introductions. You're welcome to explore the grounds. The main house is closed up until the Memorial Weekend, but the observatory, he smiled, using what must be the official term for what Sophia had called the mirror room, is accessible. I've checked that the path is clear enough after the storm. We won't need access to the house, Thomas assured him. Just a brief visit to the observatory, if that's acceptable. Jason nodded. Take all the time you need. I'll be working in the greenhouse if you require anything. With that, he returned to his tasks, leaving them to navigate the property independently. This way, Thomas indicated, gesturing toward a path that curved behind the main house and began to climb more steeply through a stand of bare-limbed maples. The structure is positioned specifically to capture optimal light depending on the season. March isn't ideal. The sun angle is still relatively low, but the effect should be observable nonetheless. The path, though cleared of major obstacles, retained a covering of packed snow that required careful footing. Eliza found herself breathing harder as they ascended, both from the physical exertion and the mounting anticipation. Around a final curve, the path opened onto a small clearing where the structure stood exactly as she remembered it. An octagonal building with a domed roof, its exterior weather-stained cedar shingles blending harmoniously with the surrounding forest. Thomas produced a key for the padlock securing the door. "I'll wait out here," he said, handing her the key. "The experience is best undertaken alone, as I understand it. Take whatever time you need." The familiar words, so similar to what Sophia had said years ago, created a momentary sense of temporal dislocation, as if the intervening decades had compressed into insignificance. Eliza accepted the key with a nod of gratitude, then approached the structure with measured steps, conscious of crossing a threshold that extended beyond the merely physical. The padlock yielded easily to the key, its mechanism well maintained despite infrequent use. Eliza pushed the heavy door inward, stepping into the anteroom, a small transitional space with plain wooden walls that gave no hint of what lay beyond. The inner door, made of dark wood polished to a soft sheen by countless hands, opened silently on well-oiled hinges. The effect was immediate and powerful, light reflecting from multiple angles, creating an infinity of images that momentarily overwhelmed normal perceptual processing. Eliza closed her eyes instinctively, then reopened them gradually, allowing her vision to adjust to the unusual conditions. The room was smaller than she remembered, perhaps 12 feet in diameter, but its impact was undiminished. Mirrors covered every surface except the wooden floor, positioned precisely to create endless reflections. A single skylight in the domed ceiling allowed natural illumination to enter, its beams multiplied and redirected by the carefully angled surfaces until the entire space seemed to glow from within. As her initial disorientation subsided, Eliza moved to the center of the room, where a simple wooden stool provided the only seating. From this position, the full effect of the design revealed itself. Her reflection repeated infinitely in every direction, each iteration capturing a slightly different angle, a varied aspect of her physical presence. The experience was exactly as she had described in her writing, yet somehow more profound in the actual moment. First came awareness of physical perspectives typically hidden from view, then recognition of unconscious expressions and postures, and finally, as she settled more deeply into the experience, a curious dissolution of the boundary between observer and observed. In this state of heightened self-awareness, Eliza found herself confronting aspects of her being typically obscured by daily busyness and professional focus. The careful composure that had become second nature in her executive role was visible here as a subtle tension in her shoulders, a controlled quality to her breathing, a particular set to her jaw. Alongside these physical manifestations of her professional persona, she could also observe traces of earlier versions of herself. The animated expressions of the college student, the open curiosity of the child, the unguarded vulnerability typically visible only in sleep or intimate moments. Time seemed to function differently within the mirrored space, minutes expanding to contain unusually rich perceptual experiences. Eliza sat motionless on the stool, allowing the revelations to unfold without attempting to direct or control them. Gradually, specific insights began to crystallize from the immersive experience. The first concerned the energy required to maintain her carefully constructed professional identity. Observing herself from multiple perspectives simultaneously made visible the subtle but persistent effort involved in projecting composed competence, an expenditure so habitual she had ceased to recognize its cost. What might become available? She wondered if some portion of that energy were redirected toward other aspects of her being. The second insight related to authenticity versus adaptation. Her professional success had derived partly from her ability to calibrate her presentation to specific contexts, more assertive in certain environments, more collaborative in others. always reading the room and adjusting accordingly. This adaptability had served her well, but had also, perhaps, obscured the question of her authentic preferences and natural inclinations, which adaptations represented necessary professional skills, and which had become constraints on her essential self. The third and most unsettling revelation concerned time itself. The mirror room's infinite reflections created a visual metaphor for temporal perspective. The present moment containing traces of all previous versions of herself, while simultaneously gesturing toward potential futures. From this vantage point, the linearity of her career progression appeared less as a natural evolution and more as a narrowing of possibilities, each achievement establishing parameters for the next acceptable step within an increasingly constrained framework. Had success, paradoxically, limited her? Had each professional advancement reduced, rather than expanded her range of possible selves? These questions circulated without immediate answers, creating a productive discomfort that Eliza recognized as similar to what she had experienced during her first visit to this space decades earlier. Then, as a college senior contemplating life directions, the mirror room had provoked questions about authenticity and purpose that had influenced her subsequent choices, though perhaps not in the way Sophia might have intended. Now, at 42, the same environment prompted a reassessment of those choices and their consequences. Not with regret, exactly, but with a clearer recognition of their cumulative effect on her range of motion, both literally in the physical habits inscribed in her body and figuratively in the narrowing of her sense of possible futures. A shifting of light as clouds momentarily obscured the sun signaled the passage of time. Eliza had no idea how long she had been seated in contemplation. It could have been 20 minutes or 2 hours, the usual markers of duration suspended in this unusual space. Rising from a stool, she took a final moment to observe her multiplied reflections: the professional, the student, the daughter, the sister, the friend, the woman alone, all simultaneously present and visible from different angles. Sophia's genius in creating this space lay in its fundamental simplicity, not high technology or complex psychology, but the strategic positioning of reflective surfaces to create a particular kind of self-encounter. The effect was both ancient in its underlying wisdom and utterly contemporary in its confrontation with the constructed nature of identity. Stepping back through the inner door into the anteroom felt like emerging from deep water. A change in pressure, a different quality of awareness, a return to ordinary perception. Eliza paused there, allowing her senses to recalibrate before continuing to the exterior door where Thomas waited, seated on a fallen log with a small notebook open on his knee. He looked up as she emerged, closing the notebook without comment on whatever he had been writing. "How was your reunion with the mirror room?" he asked, his tone suggesting genuine interest rather than polite inquiry. "Profound," Eliza replied, finding it difficult to articulate the experience more specifically. "As disorienting and revealing as I remembered, though in different ways. I'm grateful you arranged this." Thomas nodded, accepting both her response and its limitations. "Some experiences resist translation into language," he observed. "That's often a sign of their significance. Shall we walk a bit before heading back? There's a viewpoint just beyond that ridge that offers a perspective worth seeing." The suggestion of physical movement after such intensive internal focus was welcome. They followed a different path than their approach route, climbing higher along the ridge through stands of pine and spruce that had retained their green despite winter's grip. The exertion brought warmth to Eliza's limbs and clarity to her thoughts as her body processed the neurochemical effects of the mirror room experience. The viewpoint, when they reached it, justified Thomas's recommendation. From this elevation, the valley spread below them in panoramic splendor, the lake visible in the distance as a silver expanse against the darker land, mountains rising beyond in successive waves of blue-gray ridges, the tiny clustered buildings of several small towns marking human presence within the vast natural landscape. Sophia chose her location with characteristic intentionality, Thomas commented as they stood absorbing the view. The mirror room providing intense interior focus, and this perspective offering the exact opposite, expansion into the broader context. The micro and the macro, Eliza agreed. Inner and outer landscapes in conversation. They remained at the viewpoint for several minutes, the March sun providing surprising warmth despite the lingering snow. Eventually, Thomas gestured toward the descending path. We should start back if you'd like to stop in town for lunch before returning to the cottage. The descent was quicker than their climb, gravity assisting their progress along the snow-packed trail. At the main house, they thanked Jason for his accommodation and then drove down the winding drive toward the main road, leaving Sophia's carefully designed environment behind physically while its effects continued to resonate in Eliza's awareness. In the small town nearest to Sophia's property, they found a cafe occupied primarily by locals, farmers taking late morning breaks, a few remote workers with laptops open at corner tables, elderly couples lingering over coffee. The atmosphere was unpretentious but welcoming, the menu featuring straightforward fare prepared with evident care. Over bowls of hearty vegetable soup and freshly baked bread, Eliza and Thomas discussed the area's economic evolution, the decline of traditional agriculture, the rise of tourism and remote work, the ongoing tension between preservation and development. The conversation provided a welcome return to external matters after the intensely internal focus of the mirror room, though Eliza could feel the experience continuing to process in her subconscious, insights surfacing periodically into her awareness. "May I ask you something?" she said as they finished their meal. "Something rather personal?" Thomas gestured for her to continue, his expression open. "You've made a significant life transition from international diplomacy to this." She gestured to encompass their surroundings and, by extension, his current life. "Looking back, do you see that change as a single decision or as a series of smaller choices that eventually created a new direction?" He considered the question with the seriousness it deserved, fingers lightly tracing the grain of the wooden table. "Neither, precisely," he finally replied. "The external circumstances, my father's illness, the inheritance of the property, created a pause in my established trajectory. But the redirection emerged from something deeper, recognition that the path I had been following, while successful by conventional metrics, had become misaligned with my essential nature." "How did you recognize that misalignment?" Eliza asked, the question emerging from her own ongoing reassessment. "Physical symptoms," initially Thomas acknowledged. "Persistent insomnia, digestive disturbances, a constant low-grade anxiety that I had attributed to the stresses of diplomatic work, but that continued even during periods of relative calm." He smiled slightly. The body often recognizes incongruence before the conscious mind is willing to acknowledge it. The observation resonated with Eliza's own experience, the hollowness she had felt despite professional success, the restlessness that no achievement seemed to satisfy completely. "And once you recognized the misalignment, how did you determine a new direction?" "Not through planning or strategic career management," Thomas replied with a hint of amusement. "More through curiosity and experimentation. I allowed myself to follow interests without immediately evaluating their practical application or career relevance. The garden led to the orchard, which connected to local conservation efforts, which introduced me to regional history, each step arising organically from genuine engagement rather than calculated advancement." They continued their conversation during the drive back to the cottage, exploring the distinctions between intentional living and strategic planning, between achievement and fulfillment, between conventional success and authentic flourishing. The discussion felt like a natural extension of the mirror room experience, an attempt to integrate the insights that had emerged in that space of intensified self-awareness with the practical questions of daily living. By the time they returned to the cottage in mid-afternoon, Eliza felt simultaneously exhausted and energized, drained by the emotional and psychological intensity of the mirror room encounter, but invigorated by the clarity it had begun to create around questions that had been circulating in her awareness since receiving Sophia's letter. "Thank you for today," she said sincerely as Thomas prepared to depart. "For arranging the access, for your company, for the conversation. It's been significantly helpful. The pleasure was mine, he replied with characteristic grace. Sophia's creation deserves to be experienced rather than merely described or remembered. I'm glad you had the opportunity to revisit it at this juncture in your journey. After he had gone, Eliza spent the remainder of the afternoon in the library, alternating between reading from her mother's collection and continuing her own writing project. The mirror room experience had provided new material for reflection, new angles from which to consider her life trajectory and current crossroads. As evening approached, she found herself drawn to the small box of Eleanor's climbing medals and patches she had discovered earlier in her stay. Examining these tangible remnants of her mother's forgotten passion, Eliza was struck by the parallel to her own situation. Eleanor had set aside a genuine source of joy and fulfillment when constructing her identity as wife, mother, and community member. Had that sacrifice been necessary? Or had Eleanor, like Eliza herself, perhaps too readily accepted conventional definitions of appropriate priorities and acceptable compromises? The questions followed her into the evening as she prepared a simple dinner and then settled by the fire with her laptop. She had been working on her reflection piece for nearly 2 weeks now, and while it remained somewhat fragmented, more a collection of related insights than a coherent narrative, it had begun to reveal patterns and connections previously obscured by the compartmentalization of her life. Writing had become a form of integration, a means of reconnecting aspects of herself that had been separated by professional focus and practical necessity. The process wasn't always comfortable. Confronting certain patterns required acknowledging their costs as well as their benefits, but it created a sense of increasing congruence between her external presentation and internal experience. Later, preparing for bed, Eliza caught sight of herself in the bathroom mirror and paused, studying her reflection with the heightened awareness the mirror room had activated. The face looking back at her was familiar, yet somehow altered, not physically, but in its quality of presence. The careful composure remained, but alongside it was something else. An alertness, a curiosity, a willingness to see what was actually present rather than what she expected or preferred to observe. In that moment of recognition, Eliza understood that the mirror room's purpose wasn't merely self-confrontation in the sense of facing previously avoided truths, though that certainly occurred. Its deeper function was to establish a different relationship with reflection itself, to transform the act of seeing oneself from habitual glancing to intentional witnessing, from routine confirmation of expected appearance to genuine curiosity about what might be revealed. This shift in perspective, from strategic self-management to authentic self-recognition, represented the true gift of Sophia's unusual creation. It was, Eliza realized as she finally turned away from the mirror, precisely the reorientation she needed at this juncture in her journey, less concerned with how she appeared to others and more attentive to how she actually experienced her own existence. The insight followed her into sleep, where her dreams continued the theme of reflection and recognition, mirrors that spoke in Sophia's voice, windows that revealed different versions of herself at various ages, surfaces of water that showed not her face, but her essential nature beneath the constructed identity she had maintained for so long. She woke the next morning with a clarity that hadn't been present before the mirror room visit, not about specific decisions regarding her future, but about the approach she would take to those decisions. Rather than evaluating options primarily through the lens of professional advancement or external validation, she would attend more carefully to internal signals of alignment and authenticity. The mirror room had fulfilled its purpose, just as Sophia had intended both decades ago and in arranging Eliza's return through her posthumous invitation. It had created the conditions for a particular kind of self-encounter, not comfortable, certainly, but essential for the transformation that had already begun. Chapter 6, The Gathering, in which new connections reveal unexpected strengths. The week following Eliza's visit to the mirror room passed with surprising swiftness. Winter maintained its grip on the landscape, though the increasing duration of daylight and occasional periods of warming signaled spring's approach. Her daily rhythm had settled into a blend of professional obligations handled remotely, continued work on her reflection piece for Sophia's memorial, and outdoor explorations when weather permitted. Thomas remained a consistent presence, though respectful of her need for solitude. Their conversations over shared meals or afternoon walks had evolved beyond the initial mentor-student dynamic toward genuine friendship, characterized by increasing openness on both sides. His perspective, simultaneously philosophical and practical, provided a valuable counterpoint to her own tendency toward strategic analysis, encouraging her to consider questions of meaning and authenticity alongside more conventional metrics of success. Regular calls with Rebecca had further strengthened their sisterly connection, the artifice that had characterized their adult relationship gradually dissolving as they shared more candid observations about their upbringing and its lasting influences. These conversations often centered on their mother, Eleanor's hidden passions, the choices she had made, the subtle ways her compromises had shaped both daughters' understanding of acceptable female ambition. She never explicitly directed me toward practical achievements, Eliza observed during one such discussion. But the approval was so clearly tied to conventional success that the message was unmistakable. For you, maybe, Rebecca replied. With me, it was different. I think she saw early that I didn't have your academic inclinations, so she channeled her expectations differently towards social achievement, relational competence, what she considered feminine accomplishments. Different content, but the same underlying pattern, excellence within prescribed boundaries. The observation had lingered with Eliza, prompting further reflection on the intergenerational transmission of both opportunities and limitations. Had Eleanor, despite her own thwarted climbing ambitions, unconsciously reinforced the same barriers for her daughters, albeit in forms appropriate to their individual personalities? These thoughts occupied Eliza as she packed for the weekend at Sophia's property. The memorial gathering was scheduled to begin Friday evening with an informal reception, continuing through Sunday morning, with participants staying either at the main house or a nearby inn. Rebecca would join her on Saturday morning, driving up from Boston where she had arranged childcare coverage with her husband. Thomas had offered to drive Eliza to the gathering, an arrangement that provided both practical transportation and emotional support as she prepared to re-enter a social world connected to her past rather than her present professional circle. The prospect of encountering former classmates, especially Gabriel Torres, after decades of separation created a curious blend of anticipation and apprehension. How would they perceive the corporate executive she had become? How would she relate to the academics they had become? Would the intellectual connection that had characterized their college relationships still exist, or had their divergent paths created unbridgeable gaps in perspective? Nervous, Thomas asked as they loaded her suitcase into his truck on Friday afternoon. Is it that obvious? Eliza smiled ruefully. Only to someone who's been observing the evolution of your thinking these past weeks, he replied. Confronting past connections while in the midst of reassessing your life direction would create reasonable anxiety for anyone. The drive to Sophia's property took them along now familiar routes, the landscape showing subtle signs of the approaching season change despite lingering snow in shaded areas. Thomas kept the conversation light, sensing Eliza's need to process her thoughts rather than engage in substantive discussion. As they ascended the winding drive to the main house, evidence of preparation for the gathering was visible. Freshly plowed parking areas, lights illuminating pathways, smoke rising from the main chimney, suggesting the house had been opened and warmed. Several vehicles were already parked near the entrance, indicating early arrivals. I'll retrieve your bag, Thomas offered as they came to a stop. Take a moment to orient yourself. Eliza appreciated his perceptiveness. She remained in the passenger seat briefly, centering herself before the social engagement ahead. Through the windshield, she could see the house more clearly than during their previous visit. A substantial structure of stone and timber that balanced rustic elements with architectural sophistication, much like Sophia herself had combined intellectual rigor with practical wisdom. A figure emerged from the front entrance, a woman in her 60s with silver-streaked dark hair and a posture suggesting both authority and welcome. Vivian Chandler, Eliza realized, recognizing her former roommate despite the decades that had passed. She had maintained the essential qualities Eliza remembered: the direct gaze, the slightly asymmetrical smile, the aura of contained energy that had made her both an excellent student and a formidable debate opponent. Taking a deep breath, Eliza stepped from the truck and walked toward her past. "Eliza Morgan," Vivian called, her voice warmer than in Eliza's memory. "I wasn't entirely sure you'd come." Sophia issued what amounted to a final assignment. Eliza replied as they met on the stone path. "I found I couldn't refuse." Something in her response must have resonated, because Vivian's expression softened into genuine welcome. Of course, Sophia did have that effect, making requests that felt simultaneously optional and absolutely necessary. She extended her hand, then seemed to reconsider and instead offered a brief embrace. "It's good to see you. It's been far too long." The greeting established the tone for what followed. A reunion characterized by warmth rather than judgment, by shared connection to Sophia rather than divergent life paths. As Thomas excused himself after delivering her luggage, promising to return Sunday afternoon, Eliza found herself drawn into the gathering with unexpected ease. The main house had been prepared thoughtfully for the weekend's activities. The central great room, with its massive stone fireplace, served as the primary gathering space, furniture arranged to encourage conversation without formality. Adjoining rooms had been set up for specific purposes: a dining area, a quieter library space, and several small nooks for private conversation or reflection. Upstairs, bedrooms had been assigned to those staying on-site, with Eliza given a corner room overlooking both the valley and the path to the mirror room. "I thought you might appreciate that particular view," Vivian explained as she showed Eliza to her accommodations. "Sophia mentioned your significant experience in the observatory during that senior seminar weekend. Said it affected you profoundly, though perhaps not in the direction she had hoped." The observation, delivered without apparent judgment, nevertheless highlighted the complex nature of Eliza's relationship with her former professor. "She remained a significant influence, even as I chose a different path," Eliza acknowledged. "More than I recognized until recently." Vivian nodded, seeming to understand the layers beneath this admission. Sophia's influence operates on a longer timeline than most. Seeds planted decades ago, suddenly germinating when conditions finally align. She gestured toward the room. "Settle in, then join us downstairs when you're ready." The formal gathering begins with dinner at 7, but people are already assembling for preliminary reconnections. Left alone, Eliza took a moment to absorb her surroundings. The room, like everything associated with Sophia, reflected thoughtful intentionality. Simple but high-quality furnishings, carefully selected artwork, and shelves containing an eclectic collection of books suggesting spiritual practices from various traditions alongside philosophical texts and poetry. A handwritten note on the desk welcomed participants and outlined the weekend's planned activities, including Saturday's main memorial service and opportunities for shared meals, structured discussions, and informal conversation. After freshening up and changing from travel clothes into a simple but elegant outfit that balanced professional polish with casual comfort, Eliza descended to the main level. The great room now contained perhaps a dozen people engaged in animated conversation, wine glasses in hand, their interactions suggesting varying degrees of familiarity. She paused at the threshold, momentarily hesitant, then felt a presence beside her. "Courage, Ms. Morgan," came a familiar voice. New territories often appear more hazardous than they prove to be. Turning, she found herself face to face with Dr. Imani Washington, now in her 70s, but immediately recognizable as the philosophy department chair who had often collaborated with Sophia during Eliza's undergraduate years. Her precise diction and gentle humor remained unchanged, though her formerly dark hair had transformed to a striking white crown. "Dr. Washington," Eliza acknowledged with genuine pleasure. "I didn't realize you would be here." Sophia and I maintained our connection despite institutional migrations, the older woman explained. She to Vermont's more contemplative environment, I to Chicago's urban intensity. Different settings, but continued intellectual partnership. She offered her arm in a gracious gesture. Shall we brave the social waters together? I find entrance less awkward with a companion. With Dr. Washington as her initial social anchor, Eliza found herself gradually reintegrating into the circle of Sophia's former students and colleagues. Some faces were familiar from her undergraduate days, others known only through Sophia's references over the years. Each connection revealed a different facet of their shared mentor's influence. The literature professor whose course structure had been transformed by Sophia's interdisciplinary approach. The former student, now an environmental lawyer, who attributed his career direction to her seminar on ethics and natural systems. The theologian whose understanding of faith had been both challenged and deepened through philosophical exchanges with Sophia. She created a particular kind of intellectual community, observed Dr. Helen Shun, a former colleague now teaching at Berkeley. Not consensus-driven, but characterized by genuine inquiry across conventional boundaries. Disagreement was expected, even valued, but always in service to deeper understanding rather than personal victory. The observation captured something essential about Sophia's approach that had influenced Eliza's professional methodology, though in a context far removed from academic philosophy. Her success in consulting had derived partly from her ability to facilitate productive tension within client organizations, encouraging the collision of divergent perspectives while maintaining focus on shared objectives rather than individual agendas. As the evening progressed, Eliza found herself engaged in a series of conversations that gradually reawakened aspects of her thinking that had been dormant during her years of corporate focus. The discussions ranged widely, from contemporary applications of ancient ethical frameworks to the neurological basis of aesthetic experience, from climate ethics to the evolving understanding of consciousness in artificial intelligence development. Throughout, she discovered that her business experience provided unexpected value to these exchanges. While some participants initially displayed subtle wariness about her corporate background, her contributions often bridged theoretical considerations with practical implementation questions, enriching the dialogue rather than diminishing its intellectual substance. One moment during the evening particularly affected her. During a discussion about ethical decision-making in complex systems, Eliza had offered an observation drawn from her consulting work with healthcare organizations, illustrating how theoretical frameworks encountered practical constraints in real-world applications. That's precisely the type of translation Sophia always emphasized, noted Dr. James Rivera, a bioethicist she remembered from undergraduate discussions. Theory informing practice, practice refining theory in continuous dialogue. You've been applying philosophical methodology in organizational contexts all along, Eliza, just not labeling it as such. The comment, delivered without condescension, created a moment of recognition. Her professional path, while divergent from academic philosophy, had nevertheless been informed by Sophia's teaching in ways she hadn't fully acknowledged. The perceived separation between her undergraduate intellectual passions and her subsequent career suddenly appeared less absolute, more a difference of application context than fundamental orientation. As the formal dinner concluded and the gathering transitioned to smaller conversational groups, Eliza found herself simultaneously energized and exhausted by the intensity of reconnection. Excusing herself briefly, she stepped onto the stone terrace overlooking the valley, now shrouded in darkness but defined by scattered lights marking human habitation within the larger wilderness. "It can be overwhelming, can't it?" came a voice from the shadows. All those brilliant minds exchanging insights at such velocity. Eliza turned toward the voice, her pulse quickening with recognition before her eyes confirmed what her ears had already registered. Gabriel Torres emerged from the darker portion of the terrace, his silhouette gradually resolving into clear visibility as he moved into the light spilling from the house windows. 2 decades had transformed the intense graduate student she remembered into a distinguished professor, silver threading his formerly dark hair, lines of thought and laughter marking a face that remained fundamentally familiar despite the passage of time. His eyes, however, were unchanged, the same deep brown that had always suggested both intellectual curiosity and emotional depth. "Gabriel," she acknowledged, finding her voice. "I saw your name on the attendance list." "And I yours," he replied, moving to stand beside her at the stone balustrade. Created quite the internal debate about whether to prepare extensively for this encounter or to allow it to unfold organically. A smile softened his expression. "I opted for the latter approach, though not without considerable strategic analysis beforehand." The comment, self-deprecating yet precisely reflective of his characteristic overthinking, broke the initial tension. Eliza found herself laughing genuinely. Some aspects of personality persist despite time's best efforts at transformation. "Indeed," Gabriel agreed, his smile widening. "Though other aspects evolve in unexpected directions. I wouldn't have predicted your trajectory into corporate consulting from our undergraduate philosophical debates, nor would I have anticipated becoming what my 20-year-old self might have critiqued as part of the organizational establishment," Eliza acknowledged. "Life's path rarely follows our early projections, and yet contains its own coherence when viewed retrospectively," Gabriel suggested. "At least, that's what I tell myself about my somewhat circuitous route to my current position." This opening led naturally to an exchange of their respective journeys since their paths had diverged. Gabriel described his doctorate at Princeton, followed by teaching positions at several universities before finding his academic home at Reed College, where he now chaired the philosophy department. He had married a fellow academic, a mathematician with whom he had collaborated on interdisciplinary work connecting philosophical logic and theoretical mathematics, and had 2 teenage children navigating the complexities of contemporary adolescence. "And you?" he asked after outlining his own trajectory. Beyond the impressive professional accomplishments visible through a simple internet search, the personal journey beneath the executive biography. The question, asked without artifice, invited genuine sharing rather than the polished summary she typically offered in professional contexts. Perhaps because of the work she had been doing at the cottage, perhaps because of the intellectual intimacy they had once shared, or perhaps simply because of the liminality of the memorial gathering context, Eliza found herself responding with unusual candor. She described not just her career progression, but the internal experiences that had accompanied it. The satisfaction of facilitating organizational transformations that improved both institutional effectiveness and individual fulfillment. The gradual narrowing of her life focus as professional achievement consumed increasing bandwidth. The recent questioning that had led to her current sabbatical at her father's cottage. "Hence your presence here," Gabriel observed. Not merely honoring Sophia's memory, but engaging with her final invitation to reassessment. "Exactly," Eliza confirmed, struck by how quickly he had identified the underlying dynamic. "Though I didn't fully recognize that dimension until I was already at the cottage, reading her letter in a context removed from my usual environment." Their conversation continued as they slowly circumnavigated the terrace, the March evening cold enough to discourage lingering in any one spot, yet mild enough to permit continued outdoor dialogue. Gabriel shared his own recent reassessment, triggered by a health scare that had proven benign, but nevertheless prompted existential questioning. Confronting mortality, even hypothetically, has a remarkable way of clarifying priorities, he noted. "I found myself concerned not with professional legacy, but with relational presence, whether I have been fully available to those who matter most in the limited time we share." The observation connected to Eliza's own emerging insights about the costs of her professional focus. "Did that realization change your approach?" she asked. "Incrementally rather than dramatically," Gabriel replied. "Adjusting the balance between research, teaching, administrative duties, and family time. Becoming more intentional about maintaining friendships that nourish rather than merely professional networks that advance career objectives." He glanced at her with the directness she remembered from their college interactions. The academic environment offers both more flexibility and less financial compensation than your corporate context, I imagine. Different constraints, different possibilities. The comment wasn't delivered judgmentally, but as a practical observation about their different professional ecosystems. Nevertheless, it prompted Eliza to consider how the structural aspects of her corporate position had shaped her life choices beyond the obvious time commitments. The financial freedom has value, she acknowledged, but perhaps at higher cost than I recognized until recently. There's a peculiar isolation in corporate leadership. Relationships circumscribed by hierarchical considerations, genuine connection limited by competitive dynamics. Not unlike academia in some respects, Gabriel noted, though our competitions tend to be more obliquely expressed. Different status currencies, but similar human dynamics. He paused as they completed their circuit of the terrace, the house lights now indicating that many participants had retired for the evening. Shall we continue this tomorrow? The hour grows late, and tomorrow brings its own intensive interactions. They parted with the comfortable arrangement of those who know additional conversation awaits, rather than the awkward uncertainty of a potentially final encounter. As Eliza prepared for bed in her assigned room, she found herself reflecting on the unexpected ease of reconnection with Gabriel. Despite their divergent paths, the intellectual and personal rapport that had characterized their earlier relationship remained accessible, perhaps even enhanced by the intervening years of experience and the self-knowledge that accompanied them. The gathering's first evening had provided unanticipated reassurance about her capacity to re-engage with this community connected to her past. Rather than feeling like an outsider due to her corporate career, she had discovered that her professional experience offered valuable perspective to the predominantly academic group. And rather than finding her intellectual capabilities diminished by years of business focus, she had rediscovered the philosophical thinking patterns that had been redirected but not eliminated by her career choices. Sleep came easily, her dreams a curious blend of past and present. Sophia leading a seminar where the participants included both her college classmates and her current professional colleagues. The discussion flowing between philosophical questions and organizational applications, boundaries dissolving between contexts typically separated in her waking experience. Morning brought renewed energy and the arrival of additional participants, including Rebecca, who reached the property just as breakfast was concluding. The sisters embraced with genuine warmth, their recent phone conversations having established a foundation for more authentic connection than had characterized their adult relationship previously. "This place is exactly as you described it," Rebecca observed as Eliza showed her around the main house. "Intellectually stimulating, yet somehow comforting. I can see why Sophia's influence was so significant." "I'm glad you're here," Eliza replied, meaning it sincerely. "Having you participate makes this reconnection more complete somehow." The day's formal activities began mid-morning with a structured discussion of Sophia's intellectual legacy, facilitated by Vivian Chandler and featuring brief presentations from former colleagues representing different phases of Sophia's academic career. These scholarly reflections provided context for the more personal remembrances that would follow in the afternoon's memorial service. Throughout the morning session, Eliza found herself engaged both intellectually and emotionally, contributing occasional observation from her perspective as a former student, while primarily absorbing the multifaceted portrait emerging of her mentor. Sophia's evolution as a thinker, from traditional analytic philosophy through increasingly interdisciplinary approaches to her final focus on embodied wisdom traditions, revealed a mind continuously expanding rather than narrowing with age. She modeled intellectual courage, observed Dr. Washington during one exchange, willing to follow questions where they led, even when that path diverged from disciplinary convention or institutional reward structures. This theme of courage, intellectual, personal, professional, recurred throughout the morning's discussions, resonating with Eliza's own current questioning about the relationship between security and authenticity in her life choices. Had she prioritized professional stability at the expense of deeper exploration? Had her carefully managed career progression reflected prudence, or fear. During the lunch break, Rebecca pulled her aside. "You're different here," she observed. "More animated, more present. There's a quality of engagement I haven't seen in years." The observation, delivered without judgment, nevertheless prompted reflection. "I feel different," Eliza acknowledged, "as if parts of myself that have been dormant are reawakening through these interactions." "It's not just the intellectual stimulation," Rebecca suggested, "though that's clearly energizing you. It's something about authenticity. You seem less carefully managed, more spontaneously yourself." The insight aligned with Eliza's own emerging awareness since the mirror room experience. Before she could respond further, however, they were joined by Gabriel, who had noticed their sidebar conversation and approached with characteristic directness. "I don't mean to interrupt," he began, "but I wanted to meet the sister I've heard so much about over the years." Introductions followed, with Rebecca displaying immediate warmth toward this connection from Eliza's past. "So, you're the philosophy graduate student she mentioned in her letters home," she said with a smile. "Though I suspect the full nature of your relationship didn't make it into those family communications." Gabriel laughed, the sound genuinely amused rather than uncomfortable. "Probably wise, given the somewhat unconventional nature of our philosophical debates. Your sister challenged my theoretical abstractions with practical implications in ways that fundamentally shaped my subsequent thinking, though I didn't fully recognize that influence until years later." The three continued conversing through lunch, forming an unexpectedly comfortable trio despite having just met. Gabriel shared stories from their college days that revealed a version of Eliza that Rebecca had glimpsed only occasionally. Intellectually fearless, passionately engaged with ideas, comfortable with ambiguity and uncertainty in ways that her later professional persona rarely displayed. "She once argued against her own position for an entire evening," Gabriel recounted, "simply to test whether she understood the opposing perspective adequately. Most of us were content to defend our established views, but Eliza insisted on thinking from multiple angles simultaneously. That translated to her business approach," Rebecca noted. "She has an unusual capacity to see organizational situations from varied perspectives: leadership, employees, clients, external stakeholders. I always assumed it was natural talent rather than philosophical training." "Perhaps both," Gabriel suggested. "Natural inclination developed through rigorous application. Sophia would say the distinction between innate and acquired capabilities is largely artificial, potential requiring engagement to manifest." The afternoon's memorial service, held in the great room with its sweeping views of the valley, combined formal structure with personal sharing. Vivian had organized the event thoughtfully, balancing academic acknowledgement of Sophia's scholarly contributions with more intimate reflections on her personal impact. Participants were invited to share brief remembrances or readings that captured something essential about their connection to Sophia. The resulting tributes created a mosaic portrait more revealing than any single perspective could provide. Colleagues spoke of Sophia's intellectual rigor and interdisciplinary curiosity. Former students recounted transformative moments of challenge and support. Friends shared glimpses of her less public self, her passion for wilderness hiking, her unexpected talent for woodworking, her capacity for both profound philosophical dialogue and irreverent humor, often in the same conversation. When Eliza's turn came, she found herself more emotionally affected than anticipated. Standing before the gathered community, manuscript pages in hand, she took a moment to center herself before beginning. "Sophia assigned me a final paper 2 weeks before her death," she began, though I didn't recognize it as such when receiving her letter. "She asked me to write something beyond professional analysis, something that spoke to who I am beneath the roles and achievements that have defined my public identity." She glanced briefly at her written pages, then set them aside, choosing to speak directly from her developing understanding rather than from prepared text. What I've discovered through this assignment is that Sophia's most enduring gift to me wasn't philosophical methodology or critical thinking skills, though she certainly imparted those. It was permission to question, not just external authorities or conventional wisdom, but my own assumptions about what constitutes a meaningful life. Eliza paused, aware of the focused attention of the gathered community, particularly Gabriel's thoughtful gaze and Rebecca's supportive presence. In our last conversation before graduation, Sophia challenged my certainty about my chosen path, not because she disagreed with my direction necessarily, but because she sensed I was making choices based on external metrics rather than internal alignment. I dismissed her concerns as academic idealism disconnected from practical realities. A murmur of recognition passed through the room. Many had apparently experienced similar challenges from their mentor. 2 decades later, her final communication invited me to reconsider that dismissal. Eliza continued, not to abandon the path I've traveled, but to examine it with greater awareness of its foundations and consequences. To recognize that security and authenticity aren't necessarily opposing values, but they require continuous recalibration as we evolve. As she concluded her reflection, connecting Sophia's teaching to her own current journey of reassessment, Eliza felt something release within her. Not a dramatic epiphany, but a quiet settling, as if disparate aspects of her experience were gradually resolving into more coherent alignment. The remainder of the memorial service continued this pattern of personal sharing interspersed with readings from Sophia's published works and private correspondence. By its conclusion, the collective portrait had evolved beyond academic tribute to something more intimate and multidimensional, a recognition of a life characterized by intellectual courage, personal integrity, and genuine concern for the development of others. Following the service, participants dispersed to various spaces throughout the house and grounds, some seeking solitude for processing, others gathering in small groups to continue sharing memories and reflections. Eliza found herself drawn to the library, where floor-to-ceiling bookshelves contained Sophia's personal collection, an intellectual autobiography revealed through carefully preserved volumes spanning disciplines and traditions. She was examining a section devoted to feminist philosophy when Gabriel joined her, his approach characterized by the quiet directness she remembered. "Your reflection was moving," he said without preamble, "and revealing of your current journey in ways I suspect weren't fully intentional." Eliza smiled at his characteristic perception. "Transparency has never been my default setting," she acknowledged. "But this process has been unexpectedly transformative." "Sophia had that effect," Gabriel observed, selecting a volume from the shelf and examining its marginalia with evident recognition. "She created conditions for authentic encountering of ideas, of others, of oneself, that continued rippling through lives long after direct contact ceased." Their conversation expanded to include Rebecca when she joined them minutes later, and then further evolved as other participants entered the library space, drawn by the visible engagement of their discussion. What began as personal reflection gradually transformed into a wider exploration of Sophia's legacy as lived through her former students and colleagues. As evening approached, the gathering transitioned to a communal dinner characterized by animated conversation across generations and disciplines. Eliza found herself seated between a current Reed College undergraduate encountering Sophia's work for the first time through Gabriel's teaching and an emeritus professor who had been Sophia's mentor during her own graduate studies. The contrasting perspectives, one fresh and discovering, the other seasoned and contextualizing, created a particularly rich exchange. Throughout the meal and the evening activities that followed, structured discussions, informal conversations, even impromptu music when several participants discovered shared musical interests. Eliza felt increasingly integrated into this community, connected by intellectual engagement and personal regard for Sophia. Despite having diverged professionally from most participants, she discovered unexpected commonalities in values, questions, and approaches to understanding. Most significant was the realization that these connections felt more authentic than many of her professional relationships, despite the years of separation. Conversation flowed without strategic calculation or hierarchical considerations. Ideas were explored for their inherent interest rather than instrumental value, and disagreements were engaged directly rather than diplomatically circumvented. "You seem at home here," Rebecca observed as they prepared for bed that evening, sharing the corner room with its dual views of valley and forest. "More so than at those corporate events I've attended with you." "I feel more integrated," Eliza replied after considering the observation. "Less compartmentalized between professional persona and personal self. It's both unfamiliar and somehow recognizable, like returning to a native language after years of communicating primarily in an acquired one." The metaphor resonated with her own experience. The philosophical discussions and personal exchanges of the gathering weren't just familiar because of her undergraduate background. They represented a mode of engagement that aligned more naturally with essential aspects of her thinking than the more strategic interactions that characterized her corporate environment. This recognition didn't immediately translate to practical decisions about her future direction, but it created an important reference point for her ongoing reassessment. The energy she experienced in this environment, the sense of animation Rebecca had noted, provided valuable information about conditions that supported her authentic engagement versus those that required more deliberate self-management. The gathering's final day began with a shared breakfast followed by a closing session focused on carrying Sophia's legacy forward through specific commitments to intellectual courage and ethical engagement in participants' respective contexts. Vivian facilitated the discussion with characteristic skill, guiding the group toward concrete intentions rather than merely inspirational sentiments. Sophia distrusted abstract commitments, she reminded them. She believed in embodied intention, specific practices undertaken consistently rather than general aspirations without implementation structure. This practical orientation had always distinguished Sophia's philosophical approach from more purely theoretical traditions. Her insistence that ideas find expression in lived experience aligned with Eliza's own professional emphasis on translating strategic vision into operational reality, another connection between her undergraduate formation and subsequent career that she hadn't fully appreciated until this weekend. As the formal program concluded and participants began departing, Eliza found herself engaged in a final conversation with Gabriel in the now quieter great room. Rebecca had stepped out to make arrangements for their departure, leaving them a moment of privacy amidst the general dispersal. "I've been thinking about your reflection yesterday," Gabriel said, his tone suggesting the statement was preliminary to something more specific. "Particularly your observation about recalibrating the relationship between security and authenticity." Eliza nodded, encouraging him to continue. "That framing resonates with my own experience," he acknowledged. "But I wonder if a slightly different conceptualization might be helpful. Not security versus authenticity as potentially opposing values, but integration versus compartmentalization as alternative organizational principles for life." The suggestion caught Eliza's attention. "Say more about that distinction," she invited. "Most of us develop different aspects of ourselves in response to varied environments," Gabriel explained. "Academic, professional, familial, social. Each context eliciting and reinforcing particular capabilities and characteristics. The question becomes whether those aspects remain segregated, activated separately depending on context, or whether they become integrated into a more coherent whole." The reframing aligned with Eliza's emerging insight about feeling more integrated in a gathering environment. Integration would mean bringing philosophical thinking into business contexts more explicitly, she mused, and bringing pragmatic implementation focus into philosophical discussions. Among other cross-contextual applications, Gabriel agreed. Not blurring all distinctions, different environments legitimately require varied approaches, but allowing greater permeability between domains of experience. The conversation continued, exploring practical implications of this integrative approach for both their respective contexts. When Rebecca returned, Gabriel extended the discussion to include her perspective from clinical practice in speech therapy, creating connections between philosophical concepts of integration and therapeutic approaches to communicative development. Their exchange was interrupted by Thomas's arrival to transport Eliza and Rebecca back to the cottage. The subsequent farewells had a quality of genuine connection rather than merely polite conclusion, particularly with Gabriel, who suggested continued dialogue about their shared interest in integrative approaches to knowledge and experience. Philosophy needs practical application to remain vital, he noted as they said goodbye. And practice needs philosophical grounding to avoid becoming merely technical. Perhaps our reconnection offers opportunity for mutual enrichment in that regard. The proposal, not for personal involvement but for intellectual partnership, reflected the particular quality of their historical connection. Their brief romantic relationship had been grounded in shared intellectual passion rather than merely emotional or physical attraction. This foundation remained accessible 2 decades later, offering possibility for meaningful connection without inappropriate complications given their established lives. As Thomas drove them away from Sophia's property, Eliza found herself reflecting on the unexpected gifts of the gathering. Not just remembrance of her mentor, but reconnection with aspects of herself that had been submerged beneath her professional identity. The community she had encountered wasn't one she would inhabit daily, but it represented a dimension of experience that had been largely absent from her carefully constructed life. So that was Gabriel, Rebecca observed with sisterly directness once they were underway. I can see why he made an impression on 20-something Eliza. The intensity hasn't diminished with age. Eliza smiled at her sister's perception. His thinking has evolved, but the essential quality remains consistent. That combination of intellectual rigor and emotional presence that made our conversations so engaging. And more than conversations, if I recall correctly, Rebecca teased gently. Briefly, Eliza acknowledged. But the connection was primarily intellectual, even then. We were both too committed to our respective paths for anything more sustained. She paused, considering. Though I wonder sometimes how different my life might have been had I followed the academic direction he encouraged. Different, but not necessarily better, Thomas interjected unexpectedly from the driver's seat. Alternative paths offer varied landscapes, but each journey has its particular value. The question isn't whether another choice would have been superior, but whether your current path continues to serve your authentic development. The observation, characteristic of Thomas's philosophical practical wisdom, shifted the conversation toward broader considerations of life direction and authentic choice. As they continued toward the cottage, Eliza found herself grateful for this unexpected community that had formed around her. Thomas with his gardener's perspective on human growth, Rebecca with her increasingly candid sisterly insight, and now, potentially Gabriel with his philosophical approach to integration. These connections, diverse in nature, but united in supporting her authentic exploration, represented a different kind of gathering than her professional network. One based on genuine engagement rather than strategic alignment, on shared humanity rather than organizational objectives. Together, they created a context for her continuing journey that offered both challenge and support, intellectual stimulation and emotional authenticity, philosophical depth and practical wisdom. The gathering had revealed unexpected strengths, not just in these external relationships, but in her own capacity for authentic connection when freed from the constraints of professional role management. This discovery didn't immediately resolve the questions about her future direction, but it created a foundation for approaching those questions with greater awareness of her needs for both security and authenticity, for both achievement and meaning, for both practical impact and philosophical integrity. As the cottage came into view through the winter bare trees, Eliza felt a sense of returning not just to her temporary residence, but to a process that had been significantly enriched by the weekend's experiences. The path ahead remained unclear, but her capacity to navigate it had been strengthened by reconnections that reminded her of resources, internal and relational, she had not fully recognized or utilized in recent years. The gathering had indeed revealed unexpected strengths, both within herself and within the web of relationships that supported her ongoing transformation. Chapter 7, The Night of Lanterns, in which letting go creates space for new beginnings. The days following Sophia's memorial gathering passed in a curious blend of reflection and anticipation. Rebecca had returned to Boston after a final day at the cottage, their sisterly connection strengthened by shared experiences and increasingly candid conversations. Thomas continued his regular visits, receptive to Eliza's processing of the gathering's impact while offering his own philosophical perspective on transitions and transformations. Most significantly, Eliza found herself engaged in ongoing dialogue with Gabriel, their reconnection at the memorial having opened a channel of communication that now continued through daily emails and occasional phone conversations. These exchanges ranged across philosophy, professional practice, personal development, and the challenges of living with integrity across different life domains. A correspondence that nourished her intellectual curiosity while supporting her ongoing reassessment. Integration rather than compartmentalization, Gabriel had written in a recent message. Not erasing the boundaries between personal and professional, theoretical and practical, but creating permeable membranes that allow cross-fertilization. The psychologist Robert Keegan calls this self-authorship, the capacity to hold multiple perspectives simultaneously rather than being unconsciously defined by any single framework. The concept resonated deeply with Eliza's emerging understanding. Her professional success had derived partly from compartmentalization, the ability to focus intently on specific objectives without distraction from competing values or considerations. Yet that same skill, extended beyond appropriate boundaries, had gradually constrained her full expression and development. Mid-March had brought subtle shifts in the Vermont landscape. Snow remained in shaded areas and north-facing slopes, but patches of bare ground emerged elsewhere, and the quality of light changed as the sun's angle shifted with approaching spring. Birdsong increased in diversity and frequency, and occasional days of surprising warmth hinted at the seasonal transition underway beneath the still dormant surface. On one such afternoon, as Eliza was working on refinements to her personal writing project, now evolving toward a more coherent narrative structure, an unexpected email arrived from Marcus Abernathy. The subject line, Westfield Update, time-sensitive, suggested professional urgency that had become increasingly rare during her retreat. Eliza, the Westfield negotiation has accelerated beyond our initial timeline. Board approval on both sides was completed yesterday, with public announcement scheduled for next Monday. Integration planning begins immediately, with leadership structure the first priority. Vincent Collins has proposed a co-leadership model for the combined consulting practice. You focusing on client relationships and delivery quality, him directing strategy and business development. I've advocated for your executive role to remain intact, but the compromise position has gained traction with both boards as a transitional arrangement. I need to provide our position on this proposal by Friday. Could we discuss by phone tomorrow? I recognize this interrupts your time away, but the decision will significantly impact your return and future role. Marcus, the message landed like a stone in still water, disrupting the reflective equilibrium Eliza had established during her retreat. Its combination of concrete developments and implied threats to her professional standing triggered immediate activation of strategic analysis, mentally mapping stakeholders, identifying leverage points, formulating potential responses and their likely consequences. This instantaneous shift from contemplative engagement to strategic calculation was so automatic that Eliza didn't initially recognize it. Only after spending 40 minutes drafting and revising a preliminary response did she become aware of the abrupt transition in her mental state, from integrated presence to compartmentalized problem solving. She paused, hands hovering above the keyboard, suddenly conscious of how completely she had reverted to her professional persona. The transformation had been swift and comprehensive, administrative efficiency supplanting philosophical reflection without hesitation or resistance. This recognition didn't invalidate the importance of addressing Marcus's message. The proposed arrangement with Vincent Collins, whom she knew to be aggressively ambitious and dismissive of her more humanistic approach to organizational consulting, represented a genuine professional challenge requiring thoughtful response. But the automatic narrowing of perspective The immediate prioritization of positional strategy over broader life considerations revealed how deeply ingrained her compartmentalized approach had become. Taking a deep breath, Eliza closed her laptop without sending the drafted response. A walk would provide better conditions for considering the situation from a more integrated perspective she had been cultivating. Donning a light jacket appropriate for the mild afternoon, she headed toward the lakeshore path, her mind continuing to process the implications of Marcus's message. The proposed co-leadership structure was clearly a demotion disguised as a collaborative arrangement. Vincent Collins's division of responsibilities, strategy and business development for himself, client relationships and delivery for her, reinforced traditional gender patterns in corporate leadership while positioning him to shape the organization's future direction. It was politically astute, superficially reasonable, and fundamentally undermining of her executive authority. Under normal circumstances, Eliza would have immediately mobilized to counter this maneuver, connecting with board allies, developing alternative proposals, perhaps even identifying external opportunities to strengthen her negotiating position. Her professional success had been built partly on such strategic awareness and tactical responsiveness to organizational threats. Yet as she walked along the lake shore, observing early signs of spring emerging from the winter landscape, she found herself questioning not just the specific situation, but her reflexive approach to it. Did preserving her executive position warrant the energy, attention, and strategic maneuvering it would require? Would successfully countering Vincent's proposal deliver the professional satisfaction it once might have? What was truly at stake in this negotiation? Her authentic needs and values, or merely her position in an organizational hierarchy that suddenly seemed less central to her identity? These questions accompanied her as she followed the curving path, eventually leading her to Thomas's property, where she found him in one of his garden areas, carefully uncovering overwintered plants protected by layers of mulch and burlap. He looked up as she approached, immediately registering her preoccupied expression. "Professional developments interrupting your retreat?" he inquired, setting aside his tools and brushing soil from his hands. Eliza nodded, explaining the situation with the merger and the proposed leadership arrangement. Thomas listened attentively, asking occasional clarifying questions, but primarily allowing her to articulate both the external situation and her internal response to it. "So, the challenge isn't merely professional, but existential," he observed when she finished. "Not just how to respond strategically to this specific proposal, but how to engage with organizational politics in general, given your evolving perspective." "Exactly," Eliza confirmed, struck by his precise articulation of her dilemma. 6 weeks ago, I would have approached this as a straightforward power negotiation. Now, I'm questioning whether that approach aligns with the person I'm becoming through this process of reflection." Thomas considered this for a moment, his weathered features thoughtful in the afternoon light. "Perhaps this situation offers an opportunity for practice rather than merely decision," he suggested. "A chance to experiment with engaging organizational dynamics from a more integrated stance, neither abandoning strategic awareness nor being limited to that singular perspective." The framing resonated. "Integration rather than compartmentalization," Eliza murmured, echoing Gabriel's recent message. "Bringing philosophical reflection into strategic consideration, rather than separating them as distinct modes of engagement." "Precisely," Thomas agreed. "The question becomes not whether to defend your position, but how to engage with the situation in a manner consistent with your emerging values and understanding. What would an integrated response look like? One that honors both practical realities and deeper principles." This question followed Eliza through her conversation with Thomas and back to the cottage as evening approached. Rather than immediately returning to her drafted email, she settled in the library with a journal, exploring potential approaches to the Westfield situation that might embody the integration she was seeking. What emerged was a perspective that differed significantly from her initial strategic analysis. Instead of focusing primarily on preserving her executive authority, an integrated approach would prioritize the health of the organization and its people through the transition, the integrity of the consulting methodology, she had helped develop and conditions that would support her continued growth and authentic contribution regardless of formal position. This shift didn't eliminate strategic considerations, but rather contextualized them within a broader framework of purpose and values. It created space for creative alternatives beyond the binary accept/reject response to Vincent's proposal. Possibilities that might better serve both organizational needs and her own evolving understanding of meaningful work. When she finally returned to her computer to respond to Marcus, the message she composed reflected this more integrated perspective. Marcus, thank you for the update on the Westfield developments. I'd be happy to discuss this by phone tomorrow. Does 10 a.m. Eastern work for your schedule? Rather than reacting immediately to Vincent's proposal, I've been considering what arrangement would best serve the combined organization's success while honoring the distinct strengths both Westfield and Meridian bring to the merger. I have some thoughts on alternative structures that might address the underlying concerns while creating more effective integration than the proposed division of responsibilities. I look forward to our conversation tomorrow and to exploring approaches that support genuine organizational transformation rather than merely structural rearrangement. Eliza. The response maintained professional courtesy and strategic awareness, while avoiding the defensive positioning her initial draft had emphasized. It opened possibilities for dialogue rather than establishing battle lines, consistent with her values around collaborative problem-solving without abandoning legitimate concerns about organizational effectiveness. After sending the email, Eliza felt a curious lightness. Not because the situation had been resolved, but because her engagement with it had remained congruent with her broader self-awareness rather than defaulting to compartmentalized strategic calculation. The challenge had provided exactly the opportunity for practice that Thomas had suggested, a chance to experiment with more integrated response to professional complexity. Her conversation with Marcus the following morning reflected this integrated approach. Rather than focusing primarily on preserving her position, she explored the merger's implications for organizational culture, client relationships, and methodological integrity. Her questions addressed both strategic considerations and values-based concerns, examining how leadership structure would influence not just operational effectiveness, but human development within the combined organization. This is a different perspective than I expected, Marcus acknowledged toward the end of their hour-long conversation. I anticipated a more positional response to Vincent's proposal. 6 weeks in Vermont changes one's framework, Eliza replied with a slight smile evident in her voice. I'm less concerned with titles and formal authority than with creating conditions for meaningful work that serves both client needs and our consultants' development. That's consistent with your historical approach, Marcus noted, though perhaps expressed more explicitly than in previous organizational negotiations. The observation was accurate. While Eliza had always valued human development alongside organizational effectiveness, she had often framed her positions in strategic terms that organizational leadership would find compelling rather than directly articulating the underlying values. This compartmentalization had been pragmatic but ultimately constraining, limiting the full expression of her integrated perspective. Their conversation concluded with agreement to continue dialogue about alternative structures that might better serve the merged organization's needs. Marcus expressed appreciation for her thoughtful engagement despite the interruption to her time away, and promised to advocate for approaches aligned with the human-centered methodology they had developed together over the years. After ending the call, Eliza found herself reflecting on the interaction with new awareness. She had engaged the situation with professional skill while maintaining connection to her broader values and emerging understanding. Neither abandoning strategic thinking nor limited to it, she had operated from a more integrated stance that felt both authentic and effective. This experience with the Westfield developments served as a kind of real-world laboratory for the integration she had been contemplating theoretically. It demonstrated that bringing philosophical reflection into professional challenges didn't diminish strategic effectiveness, but rather enhanced it, creating more nuanced and potentially creative approaches than compartmentalized problem-solving alone. The insight energized her ongoing writing project, which had evolved substantially since her first tentative reflections after receiving Sophia's letter. What had begun as disconnected observations about compartmentalization in her life had gradually cohered around a central theme of integration, not eliminating boundaries between different aspects of experience, but creating permeable connections that allowed for more authentic and comprehensive engagement with life's complexities. As she worked on this evolving document throughout the day, Eliza noticed dark clouds gathering over the lake, the weather shifting as a late winter system moved into the region. By late afternoon, cold rain had begun falling, drumming against the cottage windows and transforming the landscape into a study in grays and silvers as water streamed down bare branches and collected in depressions across the still frozen ground. The atmospheric shift matched her internal experience, not depressive but cleansing, washing away accumulations that had obscured underlying realities. Like the rain revealing contours in the landscape that snow had smoothed into uniformity, her engagement with the Westfield situation had exposed aspects of her professional orientation that had been obscured by habitual patterns of response. Evening brought no cessation in the rainfall, its persistent rhythm creating a meditative backdrop to her continued writing and reflection. Around 8 o'clock, just as Eliza was considering preparing dinner, a vehicle's headlights swept across the cottage windows, followed by a familiar knock at the door. Opening it revealed Thomas, rain dripping from his hat brim, holding a covered basket. "I thought you might appreciate some company on this watery evening," he said, stepping inside at her gesture of welcome. "And some provisions from yesterday's baking efforts." The basket contained freshly made bread, a container of vegetable soup, and a small jar of early-season honey from his greenhouse-raised bees. Together, they assembled an impromptu dinner in the cottage kitchen, the domestic collaboration a comfortable routine they had established during previous shared meals. Over bowls of steaming soup and slices of crusty bread, drizzled with honey, Eliza shared the developments in her thinking since their conversation the previous day, including her interaction with Marcus and the insights it had generated about integrated engagement with professional challenges. It was like having the opportunity to test theoretical understanding in practical application, she explained, seeing whether integration was merely an appealing concept or an actual possibility in real-world situations. And the experiment proved informative, Thomas observed. "Beyond my expectations," Eliza confirmed. "There was a qualitative difference in the interaction, not just in my internal experience, but in the nature of the conversation itself. Marcus noticed it too, though he wouldn't have used the same terminology to describe the change." Their discussion continued as they cleared the dinner things and moved to the library, where the fire Eliza had built earlier provided warmth against the chilly dampness of the rainy evening. Thomas settled into one of the comfortable chairs, regarding her thoughtfully across the hearth. "I'm reminded of a tradition in certain wisdom lineages," he said after a contemplative moment. "The practice of ceremonially releasing that which no longer serves one's development, creating space for new growth and possibility. Like pruning in your orchard," Eliza suggested. Thomas nodded, pleased by the connection. "Precisely. Removal of the extraneous or outdated isn't destruction, but cultivation, creating conditions for more authentic and vital expression." He gazed into the fire, his expression reflective. In some Eastern traditions, this release is symbolized through ceremonies involving water or fire, elements that transform through their essential nature. "Water falling outside as we speak," Eliza noted, gesturing toward the windows where rain continued streaming steadily. "Indeed," Thomas agreed. "And in other traditions, particularly in cultures with strong connections to waterways, releasing is symbolized by setting small lanterns or candles adrift, carrying away limitations while illuminating new possibilities." The image resonated unexpectedly. "When I was a child," Eliza recalled, "my mother once created a similar ceremony during a family vacation at this cottage. After an argument with my father, I never knew about what, she made little boats from birch bark, placed candles in them, and set them afloat on the lake at dusk. She called it releasing what weighs us down. My sister and I were fascinated by the floating lights, though we didn't understand the significance at the time. Thomas's expression suggested recognition. Eleanor was drawing on ancient practices, perhaps intuitively rather than through formal tradition. Such ceremonies speak to something fundamental in human experience, the need to consciously release before new beginning becomes possible. Their conversation continued in this contemplative vein, exploring traditions of ceremonial release across cultures and their psychological significance in life transitions. As they talked, an idea began forming in Eliza's mind, not fully articulated at first, but gradually gaining clarity and appeal. "What would you think," she finally asked, "about creating such a ceremony here? Not necessarily tonight in this rain, but perhaps tomorrow if the weather clears? A conscious releasing of what no longer serves, creating space for what's emerging through this process of reflection." Thomas considered the suggestion with characteristic thoughtfulness. "I think it could be a meaningful marking of your journey thus far," he replied. "Not as conclusion, but as acknowledgement of transition, honoring both what has been valuable in your past and what is becoming possible in your future." The idea continued developing as they discussed potential approaches, drawing on traditions Thomas had encountered during his diplomatic travels while adapting them to their specific context. By the time he departed later that evening, they had formulated a simple but potentially powerful ceremony to be conducted the following evening if weather permitted. That night, as rain continued falling against the cottage roof, Eliza dreamed of lanterns floating on dark water, their lights creating pathways that shifted and reformed with the current's movement. In the dream, she stood on the shore watching their progress, aware that each carried something she had consciously released, not discarded as worthless, but honored and then set free to create space for new growth. Morning brought clearing skies, the storm system having moved eastward overnight, leaving puddles and rivulets across the property, but no impediment to their planned ceremony. Eliza spent the day in focused preparation, gathering materials Thomas had suggested, and, more importantly, clarifying what she would symbolically release through their ritual. This reflective preparation proved unexpectedly challenging. The purpose wasn't to reject her professional identity or achievements, which contained genuine value and meaning, but to release the compartmentalization that had constrained her more integrated development. Articulating this distinction with precision required careful consideration of what specifically needed releasing versus what would be carried forward in transformed relationship. By late afternoon, she had created a list of specific patterns, beliefs, and attachments ready for conscious release, not in rejection, but in transformation. These included her attachment to external validation as primary source of worth, her belief that security required constrained authenticity, her pattern of deferring personal development to professional advancement, her habit of strategic calculation as default response to all challenges. Each represented not a flaw to be eliminated, but a once adaptive pattern that had outlived its useful function in its current form. Each had served important purposes during earlier phases of her development, but now created limitations that her emerging awareness could no longer accommodate without increasing dissonance. Thomas arrived as dusk approached, bringing additional materials for their ceremony: small paper lanterns of his own construction, beeswax candles made from his hive's production, and a lightweight portable table that could be carried to the lakeshore. Together, they gathered Eliza's contributions, her written list of releases, matches, a thermos of hot tea, and blankets against the evening chill, and made their way down the path to the small dock extending into the lake. The evening was perfect for their purpose. Calm after the previous day's storm, the lake's surface almost unnaturally still, reflecting the emerging stars above in perfect mimicry. A waxing moon provided sufficient light to navigate safely while maintaining the atmospheric quality appropriate to ritual space. The air held the particular clarity that often follows cleansing rain, sounds carrying across the water with unusual distinctness. At the dock's end, Thomas set up the small table as a preparation surface while Eliza arranged the lanterns he had created. Simple structures of special paper stretched over lightweight wooden frames, designed to float temporarily while containing small candles. In the stillness, Even these minimal preparations acquired a quality of ceremonial significance. Ordinary movements transformed by intentionality into ritual gestures. When all was arranged, Thomas stepped back, indicating that the ceremony was hers to conduct according to her own intuitive sense of what was needed. Eliza appreciated this sensitivity to the personal nature of the ritual, his willingness to provide structure and support while honoring her autonomy in this act of conscious transition. Taking a deep breath of the cool evening air, she began by reading aloud the list she had prepared, naming each pattern or belief she was releasing with specific clarity rather than generic aspiration. The act of articulation, speaking these releases into the shared space of their ceremony, created a sense of commitment more compelling than private reflection alone might have generated. Following this verbal declaration, she carefully folded the written list and placed it beneath the first lantern on the table. Then, with deliberate movements that felt simultaneously novel and ancient, she lit the candle within that lantern and set it gently onto the lake's surface. For a breathless moment, the lantern remained directly beside the dock, as if reluctant to begin its journey. Then, responding to some imperceptible current, it began moving slowly away, its light reflected in the still water, creating the illusion of two lanterns, one floating on the surface, one suspended in the depths below. One by one, Eliza lit and launched the remaining lanterns, each carrying a specific aspect of her release. As they drifted across the lake's surface, their combined lights created a constellation of moving illumination against the darkness, beautiful in itself, while symbolizing the transformation of limitation into possibility, constraint into liberation. Standing beside Thomas in companionable silence, Eliza watched the lantern's progress until they were merely distant points of light gradually disappearing around the lake's gentle curve. The ritual complete, they gathered their remaining materials and made their way back up the path to the cottage, the experience creating a shared understanding that required no immediate verbal processing. Only after they had returned to the library, warming themselves beside the fire with cups of the tea they had brought down to the lake and used, did Thomas speak about the ceremony they had created together. In many traditions, he observed, ritual release isn't merely psychological but ontological, not just changing how we think about ourselves, but actually transforming who we are in relation to the world. The physical actions we perform become embodied metaphors reshaping our fundamental orientation. Eliza nodded, understanding his meaning through her direct experience of the evening ceremony. I felt that transformation, she acknowledged, not as dramatic rupture, but as subtle shift, a reorientation that creates space for different possibilities than were available previously. The ritual doesn't create the change itself, Thomas continued, but rather marks and honors a transition already underway through your reflection and emerging awareness. It provides conscious acknowledgement and intentional participation in a process that might otherwise remain implicit or incomplete. Their conversation continued in this contemplative mode, exploring the significance of ritual marking in life transitions and the particular power of ceremonies that engage both intellectual understanding and embodied experience. Eventually, as the evening grew later, Thomas rose to depart, leaving Eliza with a final observation. The releasing creates space, he said, but doesn't determine what will emerge within that space. That remains to be discovered through continued attention and engagement with your unfolding journey. After he had gone, Eliza remained beside the fire, allowing the evening's experience to continue resonating through her awareness. The ceremony of lanterns hadn't magically resolved the practical questions awaiting her return to professional life, nor had it completely transformed patterns established over decades of development. But it had created a meaningful marker in her ongoing journey, acknowledging the releasing of constraints that had limited her more integrated self-expression while honoring the legitimate value those patterns had provided in earlier phases of her life. More subtly, the ritual had shifted her relationship with the very process of transformation itself, from approaching change primarily as strategic problem-solving to engaging it as organic unfolding, from managing transition to participating in emergence. This shift didn't eliminate the need for practical decisions about her future direction, but it altered the context within which those decisions would be considered and implemented. As she prepared for bed, Eliza felt a quiet certainty that hadn't been present before the evening ceremony. Not certainty about specific choices ahead, but confidence in her capacity to engage those choices from an increasingly integrated stance, bringing philosophical reflection, emotional awareness, and practical capability into more coherent relationship, rather than compartmentalizing them as separate domains of experience. The Night of Lanterns had indeed created space for new beginnings, not through rejection of her established identity, but through conscious releasing of constraints that had limited her fuller expression. What would emerge within that space remained to be discovered, but the releasing itself represented significant transformation in her journey toward more authentic engagement with life's complexities. That night, she dreamed not of floating lanterns, but of gardens, diverse, vibrant, and interconnected, each plant contributing to an ecosystem richer than any single species could create alone. In the dream, she moved through these gardens with the practiced ease of someone at home in complexity, appreciating each element's unique contribution while perceiving the integrated whole they collectively manifested. Upon waking, the dream's imagery lingered, offering a metaphorical vision of the integration she was gradually embodying. Not elimination of distinctions between different aspects of herself, but their coherent relationship within a more comprehensive identity capable of engaging life's full spectrum rather than selected segments deemed professionally relevant or personally acceptable. The Night of Lanterns had created space for this more integrated self to emerge, not suddenly or completely, but progressively and authentically as she continued her journey of transformation. The releasing had been genuine, the ritual meaningful, and the space created now awaited her continued participation in the unfolding process of becoming more fully herself in all domains of her life. Chapter 8, The Mountain Path, in which the most difficult climb leads to clarity. The week following the lantern ceremony brought the first genuine signs of spring to the Vermont landscape. Temperatures rose consistently above freezing, transforming the remaining snow into rivulets that carved miniature canyons across thawing ground. Birdsong increased in both volume and variety, and occasional glimpses of green appeared. Early shoots pushing through the winter-flattened vegetation, buds swelling on tree branches, mosses reawakening in newly exposed patches of forest floor. This seasonal transition mirrored Eliza's internal evolution. The symbolic releasing enacted through the lantern ritual had created a subtle but significant shift in her relationship with her ongoing transformation. Rather than approaching her reassessment primarily as a problem to be solved, a characteristic pattern in her professional orientation, she found herself participating more organically in an unfolding process, attentive to emerging insights without prematurely crystallizing them into definitive conclusions. Her communications with both Gabriel and Marcus reflected this shift. Conversations about philosophical integration with Gabriel remained intellectually stimulating while acquiring additional dimensions of personal application. Discussions with Marcus about the Westfield merger continued with strategic awareness, but without the positional defensiveness that might have characterized her approach before the retreat. Most notably, her writing project had evolved from disconnected reflections into a more coherent exploration of transformation itself, the conditions that enable genuine development, the resistances that constrain it, and the integration that characterizes its mature expression. The document had acquired a quality of both personal testimony and broader relevance, potentially valuable to others navigating similar transitions while remaining authentically grounded in her particular experience. On a bright Wednesday morning, as Eliza was working on refinements to this evolving text, an unexpected email arrived from Vivian Chandler. Dear Eliza, I hope this finds you well after our gathering at Sophia's property. Several participants have mentioned how meaningful your contribution was to the weekend, particularly your reflections during the memorial service. I'm writing with information that may interest you as you continue processing Sophia's influence in your life. In reviewing her papers for eventual archiving, I discovered a folder containing materials related to your undergraduate thesis. Not just the document itself, which you'd expect her to have kept, but her extensive notes on your work and subsequent correspondence tracking your career development. It appears she maintained a particular interest in your journey, though she clearly chose not to intrude directly in your professional evolution. Among these materials was a map marked with a specific location in the White Mountains, accompanied by a note suggesting she had intended this as a recommendation for Eliza when the time is right. I've attached a scan of the map with her marking. The location appears to be a particular viewpoint along the Franconia Ridge Trail. Given her documented interest in your development and the explicit notation about timing, I felt this information should be passed along now rather than buried in archived materials where you might never encounter it. Whether this holds significance for your current process is, of course, for you to determine. I merely serve as conduit for what seems to have been Sophia's intended communication, albeit one she didn't have opportunity to deliver personally. Warm regards, Vivian. The attached image showed a topographical map of New Hampshire's Franconia Range, with a specific point marked in Sophia's distinctive red ink, a location near the summit of Mount Lafayette, one of the higher peaks in the White Mountain system. A handwritten note in the margin simply read, "For Eliza, the necessary perspective when questions require elevation." Eliza studied the map with growing curiosity. The Franconia Ridge held particular significance in her history with Sophia, though she hadn't thought about it in years. During her junior year, Sophia had organized an optional hiking expedition for students in her advanced seminar, spending a spring weekend traversing the ridge and using the experience to explore embodied philosophical concepts. How physical elevation altered perspective literally and metaphorically. How sustained effort toward a distant objective revealed character dimensions not visible in classroom discussions. How interdependence among hikers paralleled intellectual community among scholars. That weekend had profoundly influenced Eliza's understanding of philosophical inquiry as extending beyond abstraction into lived experience. It had also coincided with a pivotal moment in her academic development, the beginning of her honors thesis project under Sophia's guidance, focusing on integrative approaches to knowledge across traditional disciplinary boundaries. The specific viewpoint marked on the map, she now recalled, had been the site of a particularly meaningful exchange between them. After reaching Mount Lafayette's summit with the student group, Sophia had drawn Eliza slightly apart from the others, directing her attention to the panoramic landscape below. Academic specialization creates intellectual depth, Sophia had observed, but this perspective reveals what's sacrificed when depth isn't balanced with breadth. From here, you can see relationships invisible at ground level. Ecological connections, geological formations shaped by multiple forces, human settlements positioned according to natural features. Integration requires elevation, Eliza. Remember that when specialized expertise threatens to narrow your vision. At the time, Eliza had interpreted the guidance as primarily academic, a caution against the over-specialization that characterized much graduate education, particularly in philosophy, where subfields often operated in isolation from each other. Now, with decades of life experience between that moment and her current reassessment, the message carried additional dimensions of meaning relevant to her broader development. Integration requires elevation. The phrase echoed in her awareness as she considered the map and Sophia's notation about the necessary perspective when questions require elevation. Was this posthumous suggestion from her mentor indicating that another visit to that specific viewpoint might offer helpful perspective on her current questions about life direction and integration? The White Mountains were relatively accessible from her current location, perhaps 3 hours by car to the trailhead. Early spring was an ideal hiking season in the higher elevations, with lingering snow and unpredictable weather conditions, but the Franconia Ridge was well-traveled and maintained. With proper preparation and attention to forecasts, the hike will be challenging but not unreasonably hazardous. As Eliza contemplated this unexpected development, she found herself inclined toward accepting what felt like Sophia's final teaching request. The timing seemed particularly appropriate. After the releasing ceremony of the lanterns and before her scheduled return to Boston, during this liminal period of transition between winter and spring, between her past orientation and emerging integration. Decision made, she began practical preparations immediately. Research confirmed current trail conditions. Passable, but requiring traction devices for sections with lingering ice and compressed snow. Weather forecasts suggested a favorable window 2 days hence, with clear skies and moderate temperatures predicted. Her existing supplies included adequate hiking gear from previous outdoor experiences, requiring only minor supplementation from the local outfitter in town. Thomas, upon hearing of her planned expedition during his regular visit that afternoon, offered thoughtful support rather than protective concern. Sophia's guidance often operated on multiple levels simultaneously, he observed. This suggested journey likely holds both literal and metaphorical significance for your current process. That's my sense as well, Eliza agreed. The specific viewpoint she marked was the site of a memorable conversation about integration requiring elevation, seeing connections that remain invisible at ground level. It feels like a final lesson she arranged to be delivered at precisely the right moment in my journey. Sophia did have remarkable timing, Thomas acknowledged, and a gift for creating learning experiences that engaged the whole person rather than merely the intellect. This mountain journey seems characteristic of her pedagogical approach. His practical assistance proved invaluable. Thomas provided detailed information about early spring conditions in the White Mountains based on recent reports from hiking companions, suggested specific equipment appropriate to those conditions, and offered his larger four-wheel drive vehicle for the journey to the trailhead, recognizing that the final access road might present challenges for a rental car. I'd offer to accompany you, he added, but since this is a journey best undertaken solo. The physical dimension of hiking creates a particular quality of contemplation difficult to achieve in more passive settings. And Sophia clearly intended this as a personal experience rather than a shared one. Eliza appreciated his perceptiveness. While she had developed genuine friendship with Thomas during her retreat, this expedition felt appropriately solitary. A final conversation with Sophia's teaching that required the same individual engagement that had characterized their academic relationship years earlier. The following day was devoted to finalization of preparations, checking equipment, studying trail maps and recent condition reports, and packing appropriate supplies for a challenging day hike at higher elevation. Throughout these practical activities, Eliza found herself experiencing a curious blend of anticipation and reverence, as if preparing for both an adventure and a ceremony. She also continued regular communication with both Gabriel and Marcus, maintaining connection to both the philosophical dialogue that nourished her intellectual development and the professional situation that awaited her return. These exchanges, while addressing different domains of her experience, increasingly reflected the integration she had been cultivating. Philosophical insights informing practical considerations, professional challenges examined through broader perspectives on meaning and purpose. On Friday morning, with favorable weather confirmed and preparations complete, Eliza set out before dawn in Thomas's vehicle. The drive from Vermont into New Hampshire followed increasingly mountainous terrain. Winter's grip more evident at higher elevations where snow remained on north-facing slopes and morning temperatures hovered near freezing despite the calendar's progression toward spring. Arriving at the Lafayette Place trailhead around 8 o'clock, Eliza found the parking area lightly populated with vehicles belonging to other early-season hikers. The air held the particular clarity of mountain mornings, scented with pine and the mineral essence of recently thawed ground. Mount Lafayette's summit was visible intermittently through the trees, still bearing a crown of snow that gleamed in the strengthening sunlight. After final equipment checks and securing Thomas's vehicle, Eliza began her ascent on the Falling Waters Trail, the conventional route for the popular loop that traversed the Franconia Ridge. The path initially followed a rushing stream swollen with snowmelt, cascading waterfalls visible through gaps in the mixed forest of birch, maple, and evergreens. The physical demands of hiking immediately created the contemplative state Thomas had described. The rhythm of movement, placing one foot deliberately before the next, regulating breath to match exertion, maintaining awareness of both immediate surroundings and broader route, produced a quality of presence different from seated meditation or casual walking. This embodied attention, neither narrowly focused nor diffusely scattered, seemed particularly conducive to the integration Sophia had emphasized in her teaching. As Eliza ascended, forest composition shifted with elevation, deciduous trees gradually yielding to predominant evergreens, underbrush thinning as available soil diminished between increasingly frequent rock outcroppings. The trail itself transformed from earthen path to rock-strewn route, requiring more deliberate navigation. Occasional patches of lingering snow and ice necessitating deployment of the traction devices she had brought based on recent condition reports. Around the halfway point to the ridge, she paused at a significant waterfall to rest briefly and hydrate. Seated on a convenient boulder beside the tumbling water, Eliza found herself reflecting on parallels between this physical journey and her broader life transition. Both involved leaving familiar territory for more challenging terrain. Both required navigational adjustments as conditions changed. Both demanded sustained effort toward objectives not continuously visible throughout the journey. The connection wasn't merely metaphorical, but embodied. Physical ascent literally altering perspective through changed relationship with the landscape, elevating her position relative to the valley she had departed hours earlier. Integration requires elevation. Sophia's guidance acquired additional dimensions of meaning through this direct experience of changing viewpoint through deliberate upward movement. Continuing her climb with renewed energy after the brief rest, Eliza emerged above Treeline as the morning progressed toward noon. Here the landscape transformed dramatically, stunted vegetation replacing forest, exposed rock predominating, horizons expanding to reveal surrounding mountain ranges previously hidden by closer terrain. Wind increased in both presence and impact, no longer buffered by trees, requiring additional layers for thermal protection despite the clear sunshine. The trail now followed the exposed ridge connecting smaller peaks that preceded Mount Lafayette's summit. This section presented both the most spectacular views and the most challenging conditions. Narrow path traversing steep drop-offs on either side, footing complicated by lingering ice in shaded sections. Wind creating additional balance challenges requiring full attention to each step. Yet even as physical demands intensified, Eliza experienced a deepening clarity of thought. The combination of sustained exertion, expanded visual perspective, and complete engagement with immediate circumstances created ideal conditions for the integrative thinking she had been cultivating throughout her retreat. Connections between previously separate domains of experience became more apparent. Patterns emerged across different aspects of her development, and questions that had seemed complicated in lowland settings acquired simpler, though not simplistic, dimensions when viewed from this elevated perspective. By early afternoon, she reached the specific viewpoint Sophia had marked on the map, a particular rock outcropping just below Mount Lafayette summit that offered panoramic views across the Pemigewasset Wilderness to the east and the Franconia Valley to the west. Recognizing the location immediately despite the decades since her previous visit, Eliza felt a surge of emotion, not merely from physical achievement or spectacular scenery, but from reconnection with a formative moment in her development that now revealed additional significance. Setting her backpack aside and securing her position against the persistent wind, she settled onto the rock surface that had supported similar contemplation during that long-ago seminar expedition. The landscape below presented a stunning integration of natural systems and human presence. Forests and waterways flowing through valleys, small settlements positioned at confluences of natural features, roads following terrain contours, all simultaneously visible from this elevated perspective and relationships impossible to perceive at ground level. Integration requires elevation. Sophia's guidance resonated through direct experience rather than merely intellectual understanding. From this vantage point, Eliza could literally see connections and patterns obscured when immersed within any single component of the landscape. The physical perspective offered perfect embodiment of the conceptual integration she had been exploring throughout her retreat, not eliminating distinctions between different domains of experience, but perceiving their relationships within a more comprehensive framework. As she absorbed this embodied lesson, specific insights about her own journey began crystallizing with unusual clarity. The compartmentalization she had practiced, separating professional strategy from philosophical reflection, emotional awareness from analytical thinking, personal values from organizational objectives, had served certain purposes during her development, but ultimately constrained her more integrated expression. From her current elevated perspective, both literally on this mountain ridge and metaphorically through her retreat process, she could perceive connections between these artificially separated domains and possibilities for their more coherent relationship. Most significantly, she recognized that integration didn't require abandoning her professional capabilities or achievements, but rather repositioning them within a more comprehensive identity capable of engaging life's full spectrum rather than selected segments deemed relevant to career advancement. The strategic thinking she had developed, the organizational acumen she had cultivated, the leadership capacity she had demonstrated, all represented valuable capabilities that could serve broader purposes when freed from compartmentalized application. This recognition transformed her thinking about the pending return to professional responsibilities after her retreat. Rather than framing the choice as between maintaining her executive position or pursuing some radically different path, she began envisioning possibilities for evolving her existing role in alignment with her emerging integration, bringing philosophical reflection more explicitly into organizational development, allowing authentic presence to inform leadership practice, engaging client challenges from a perspective that honored both practical effectiveness and deeper meaning. Remaining at the viewpoint for nearly an hour, Eliza alternated between absorbed contemplation of the landscape below and active engagement with the insights it catalyzed about her own journey. She recorded key realizations in the small journal she had brought, not attempting comprehensive analysis, but capturing essential elements of perspective that this elevated position had revealed. By mid-afternoon, changing weather conditions signaled time for descent. Clouds were building over distant peaks, and the wind had shifted direction, suggesting approaching weather systems despite the morning's clear forecast. Respecting the mountain environment's unpredictability, Eliza secured her equipment and began the return journey along the ridge toward the Greenleaf Trail that would complete the loop back to the trailhead. The descent presented different challenges than the ascent, gravitational assistance increasing speed, but also risk, different muscle groups engaged in controlling downward movement, attention requirements heightened by fatigue and latening day. Yet Eliza found these challenges strangely appropriate to her integrative insights. Just as ascending had revealed new perspectives through elevation, descending now required integration of those perspectives into the practical navigation of immediate terrain. This parallel between physical journey and internal process continued throughout the descent. The return to Treeline brought shelter from wind, but reduced visual perspective, a transition that reminded her of the challenge awaiting her return to professional environments where immediate demands might obscure the broader view she had cultivated during retreat. Navigation through sections of lingering ice required simultaneously honoring their genuine hazard while maintaining confidence in her equipment and capabilities, mirroring the balanced awareness needed for engaging organizational politics without being consumed by positional concerns. By early evening, the loop trail returned her to the trailhead where Thomas's vehicle waited. The physical journey complete, Eliza experienced the particular satisfaction of challenging endeavor successfully accomplished. Muscles pleasantly fatigued, mind clarified by extended engagement with both natural environment and internal process, perspective expanded through both literal elevation and the integrative thinking it had facilitated. The drive back to the cottage through deepening twilight provided opportunity for initial processing of the day's experience. Without attempting premature conclusions, Eliza allowed insights from the mountain journey to continue resonating, noting connections with her ongoing exploration of integration and recognizing Sophia's characteristic wisdom in recommending this particular expedition at this specific juncture in her development. Arriving at the cottage after full dark had descended, she found Thomas had thoughtfully prepared for her return. Lights illuminating the entrance path, a covered dish of food left with reheating instructions, a note expressing hope for a meaningful journey without intruding on her private processing of the experience. His consideration perfectly balanced supportive presence with respect for her autonomy, another embodiment of the integration between connection and independence she had been contemplating throughout her retreat. After a simple meal and hot shower to ease muscles unaccustomed to such extensive hiking, Eliza settled in the library with her journal to record more comprehensive reflections on the day's expedition while experiences remained fresh. Without forcing artificial coherence onto still-evolving insights, she documented both specific realizations from the elevated viewpoint and broader patterns that had emerged through the integrated experience of physical journey and contemplative reflection. As midnight approached, physical fatigue finally overcame intellectual engagement, and she prepared for sleep with awareness of having participated in something significant. Not merely a challenging hike, but a holistic experience that Sophia had intentionally arranged as final teaching offering. Integration requires elevation. The guidance had operated on multiple levels simultaneously, characteristic of Sophia's pedagogical approach and particularly appropriate to Eliza's current developmental process. Sleep came quickly and deeply, her body's response to the day's exertion creating ideal conditions for the unconscious integration that accompanies genuine rest. Her dreams incorporated elements from the mountain journey, exposed ridges, expansive views, challenging passages requiring full attention, while weaving them into broader patterns connecting past experiences with emerging possibilities. She woke early despite the previous day's exertions, dawn light filtering through the cottage windows to find her already alert and mentally clarified in a way that suggested the mountain journey's integration had continued during sleep. Without rushed activity, but with unusual decisiveness, she moved directly to her laptop and began substantial revisions to her evolving document. Not merely refinements to existing material, but structural reorganization reflecting the more comprehensive perspective catalyzed by literal and metaphorical elevation. What emerged through this morning's writing session was not a finalized position statement about her future direction, but rather a more coherent articulation of the integration process itself. How compartmentalization develops as adaptive response to complex environments, how it eventually constrains development when unconsciously maintained beyond its useful function, how reintegration occurs not through rejection of specialized capabilities, but through their repositioning within a more comprehensive identity capable of engaging life's full spectrum rather than selected segments. This articulation had both personal relevance to her ongoing journey and potential value for others navigating similar transitions between compartmentalized effectiveness and integrative development. Without conscious intention to produce something beyond her private reflection, Eliza found herself creating a document that embodied both personal testimony and broader contribution to understanding developmental processes often experienced but rarely articulated with such precision. By mid-morning, Thomas arrived for what had become their regular check-in, bringing freshly baked goods from his kitchen and genuine curiosity about her mountain expedition. His approach, as always, balanced respectful interest with sensitivity to the personal nature of her experience, creating space for sharing without expectation or intrusion. Over coffee and still warm scones, Eliza described the journey, both its physical challenges and the integrative insights it had catalyzed. Thomas listened attentively, occasionally offering observations that connected her experience with similar patterns in wisdom traditions he had encountered during his diplomatic travels and subsequent philosophical explorations. Elevation journeys appear across cultural traditions, he noted at one point. Vision quests requiring mountain ascents, pilgrimages to high places, retreats to elevated hermitages, all reflecting recognition that physical perspective shift can catalyze psychological and spiritual reorientation. Sophia's guidance incorporated this ancient wisdom into contemporary context, characteristic of her integrative approach to teaching. Their conversation continued throughout the morning, exploring connections between Eliza's mountain experience and the broader transformation she had been navigating during her retreat. Without imposing interpretations, Thomas offered reflective questions that helped her articulate emerging insights with greater precision and recognize patterns that might otherwise have remained implicit in her understanding. By early afternoon, their dialogue had shifted toward practical considerations about Eliza's pending return to professional responsibilities. Rather than approaching this transition as abandonment of retreat insights for resumption of compartmentalized functioning, they explored possibilities for bringing her emerging integration into organizational contexts, often structured around specialized expertise and role-based interactions. Integration doesn't require environmental transformation before expression becomes possible, Thomas observed. Rather, it involves engaging existing conditions from a more comprehensive perspective, bringing awareness of connections and relationships into environments where compartmentalization predominates without expecting immediate systemic change. This framing proved particularly helpful as Eliza contemplated specific approaches to the Westfield merger situation awaiting her return. Instead of positioning herself primarily as defender of Meridian's organizational culture against Vincent Collins's more aggressive approach, she could engage as integrative presence, recognizing legitimate value in both methodologies while facilitating their potential complementarity rather than inherent opposition. This wouldn't eliminate strategic considerations or occasional positional advocacy when essential values require protection, but it would contextualize those activities within a more comprehensive approach to organizational transformation, one consistent with both her professional expertise and her emerging philosophical integration. As their conversation concluded and Thomas prepared to depart, he offered a final observation that captured something essential about the mountain journey's significance in Eliza's ongoing development. Elevation provides perspective, but integration happens through descent, bringing expanded awareness back into engagement with immediate terrain, applying clarified vision to practical navigation. The mountain's gift isn't escape from complexity, but capacity to engage it more comprehensively upon return. After he had gone, Eliza spent the remainder of the day alternating between continued refinement of her written reflections and practical preparations for her scheduled return to Boston the following week. Rather than experiencing these activities as separate domains requiring compartmentalized attention, she found herself moving between them with increasing fluidity, each informing the other through newly established connections rather than competing for limited bandwidth. That evening, as she stood on the cottage porch watching sunset illuminate the lake's surface with transfiguring light, Eliza experienced a moment of particular clarity about her journey thus far and the path ahead. The mountain expedition had indeed provided necessary elevation for perceiving connections previously obscured by ground-level immersion in specialized domains. But the true integration would emerge through re-engagement with those domains from her expanded perspective, not rejecting complexity for simplistic solutions, but bringing more comprehensive awareness to complexity's navigation. This understanding transformed her thinking about the pending return to professional responsibilities. Rather than dreading resumption of compartmentalized functioning after the more integrated experience of her retreat, she recognized opportunity for continued development through conscious engagement with organizational complexity from her evolving perspective. The challenge wasn't maintaining artificial separation between retreat insights and work reality, but discovering how integration might manifest within contexts still largely structured around compartmentalization. as darkness gradually claimed the landscape and first stars appeared above the lake. Eliza acknowledged both the significant transformation she had experienced during this retreat and the ongoing nature of the integration process it had catalyzed. The mountain path had indeed led to clarity, not through dramatic epiphany, but through embodied experience of perspective expanded by deliberate elevation. Integration requires elevation. Sophia's final teaching, delivered through Vivian's discovery and Eliza's responsive expedition, had provided exactly the experiential learning needed at this juncture in her development. The most difficult climb had indeed led to clarity, not simplistic resolution of complex questions, but clearer understanding of how those questions might be engaged from a more integrated stance as her journey continued beyond the retreat's boundaries into renewed engagement with professional and personal domains previously experienced as separate realms rather than aspects of a more comprehensive whole. That night, her dreams returned to the mountain ridge, not with the immediate sensory detail of the previous night's processing, but with symbolic representation of perspective gained through deliberate elevation. In these dreams, she moved with confident navigation between exposed heights and sheltered valleys, between expansive views and focused attention to immediate terrain, between solitary contemplation and engaged collaboration. Integration embodied through fluid movement across domains previously experienced as separate territories requiring compartmentalized navigation. She woke with renewed clarity about both her retreat's significance and the journey ahead. The mountain path had provided necessary perspective through challenging ascent, but the true integration would emerge through continued engagement with life's varied terrain from this expanded viewpoint. The climb's difficulty had been appropriate to its purpose. Not arbitrary challenge, but necessary effort for achieving elevation that allowed comprehensive perspective impossible from ground-level immersion in specialized domains. As morning light filled the cottage with gentle illumination, Eliza felt genuine readiness for the transition awaiting her in the coming week. Not because all questions had been resolved or all challenges eliminated, but because she had established foundations for engaging those questions and challenges from a more integrated stance that had been available before her retreat journey began. The mountain path had indeed led to clarity, not as final destination, but as essential viewpoint for continued navigation of the ongoing journey, with expanded perspective and more comprehensive engagement with both its challenges and possibilities. Chapter 9, The Return, in which the transformed self meets the old world. The final days at the cottage passed with a peculiar quality of both completion and continuation. Eliza found herself simultaneously concluding specific dimensions of her retreat, organizing materials, documenting insights, preparing the property for her departure, while recognizing that the transformation catalyzed during these weeks would continue unfolding long after her return to Boston. Her mountain journey had provided essential perspective for navigating this transition. Rather than viewing her impending return as either abandonment of retreat insights or revolutionary reinvention of her professional identity, she now understood it as opportunity for continued integration, bringing expanded awareness into engagement with familiar environments without expecting immediate systemic transformation. This understanding infused her communications with both Marcus and Gabriel during these final days. Conversations with Marcus about the Westfield merger evolved beyond positional concerns about her specific role to more comprehensive consideration of how the integration might honor legitimate strengths from both organizational cultures. Exchanges with Gabriel continued exploring philosophical dimensions of integration while increasingly addressing practical expressions in varied life contexts. Thomas remained a consistent presence, though with characteristic perceptiveness, he adjusted his visits to accommodate her transition preparations. Their conversations during these final days acquired a quality of both summation and forward direction, acknowledging significant developments during her retreat while exploring how emerging insights might manifest in renewed engagement with professional and personal domains awaiting her return. The retreat doesn't conclude with your departure, he observed during one such conversation. Rather, Its purpose was establishing foundations for continued development as you re-engage familiar environments with expanded perception. This framing proved particularly helpful as Eliza contemplated her imminent return. Instead of pressuring herself to reach definitive conclusions before leaving the cottage, she recognized that certain questions would naturally clarify through active engagement with the situations awaiting her in Boston. The retreat had provided essential perspective and processing space, but some dimensions of integration could emerge only through practical application in complex environments. On her final evening at the cottage, Thomas arranged a simple dinner at his farmhouse, not as formal farewell, but as acknowledgement of their evolving connection. The meal reflected his characteristic blend of sophistication and authenticity, locally sourced ingredients prepared with techniques acquired during his international travels, presented without pretension but with evident care and attention to detail. Their conversation ranged widely across topics they had explored during her stay: philosophical perspectives on integration, practical approaches to transformational processes, the interplay between individual development and organizational contexts. Neither attempted artificial closure or comprehensive summation, recognizing that their dialogue would continue evolving through different communication channels after her departure. As they concluded their evening with tea beside the fireplace, Thomas offered a perspective that particularly resonated with Eliza's current transition. In certain wisdom traditions, the true measure of retreat effectiveness isn't the experience itself, but its integration upon return to ordinary environments. The mountain provides perspective, but the valley offers application. Both are essential to genuine development. This observation accompanied Eliza as she completed final preparations the following morning. After packing her vehicle and securing the cottage according to her father's protocols, she found herself drawn to the lakeshore for a moment of reflection before departure. Standing at the small dock where they had conducted the lantern ceremony weeks earlier, she experienced not the anticipated nostalgia, but rather a sense of carrying this place and its teachings forward into continued journey rather than leaving them behind. The drive back to Boston followed familiar highways with unfamiliar awareness. Landscape features she had barely noticed during her journey to Vermont weeks earlier now registered with heightened perception. Ecological relationships between natural elements, human settlements positioned according to geographic features, infrastructure networks connecting disparate communities into larger systems. The mountain perspective continued informing her perception even at highway speed through populated areas. This altered awareness extended to her observations of other drivers and roadside businesses, not merely as background elements or occasional impediments, but as participants in complex systems with their own purposes, constraints, and contributions to collective functioning. Without romanticizing ordinary highway travel, she found herself engaging it with more comprehensive understanding than had been available through her previously compartmentalized perception. Boston's skyline emerged through late afternoon haze around 5 o'clock. Familiar architectural profile that had defined her professional context for over a decade, now encountered with both recognition and fresh perspective. As she navigated increasingly urban roadways toward her downtown apartment, Eliza noticed herself maintaining integrated awareness rather than automatically shifting into the strategic calculation mode that typically characterized her experience of city environments. Her apartment building's lobby presented the first direct encounter with her previous life context. The doorman greeted her with professional courtesy, tinged with subtle curiosity about her extended absence. The elevator ascended with familiar efficiency to her floor. The apartment door opened to reveal spaces exactly as she had left them weeks earlier, though now perceived through altered awareness. Moving through rooms arranged with understated elegance, prioritizing functional efficiency, Eliza experienced simultaneous recognition and reconsideration. The space reflected specific aspects of her identity expressed through design choices, organizational preferences, and selected artifacts, a physical embodiment of the persona she had cultivated in her professional progression. Neither rejecting nor entirely reaffirming these expressions, She observed them with curious attention to both their genuine reflection of certain values and their limited representation of her more comprehensive identity. After unpacking essentials and reactivating household systems, she settled at her desk with a cup of tea, surveying the familiar cityscape through floor-to-ceiling windows, now illuminated with evening lights. The urban environment presented dramatic contrast to the natural landscape that had surrounded the cottage. Yet she found herself perceiving connections rather than merely opposition between these contexts. Both complex systems with their own ecological principles, both environments requiring particular adaptations while offering specific opportunities for human flourishing. Her first direct professional engagement awaited the following morning. A scheduled breakfast meeting with Marcus to discuss the Westfield merger developments before she returned to the office officially later that week. Rather than preparing through the focused strategy review that would have characterized her approach before the retreat, Eliza allowed herself to consider the situation from multiple perspectives simultaneously: organizational effectiveness, human development implications, philosophical dimensions of institutional integration, personal opportunities for continued growth through complex challenges. This integrated contemplation continued as she prepared dinner from provisions acquired during her return journey. The simple meal, consumed at her kitchen counter with views of illuminated city buildings extending toward the harbor, provided opportunity for further reflection on her transition between environments. Rather than experiencing sharp discontinuity between cottage retreat and urban apartment, she found unexpected continuities beneath obvious contrasts. Attention to immediate experience, appreciation for environmental qualities, engagement with both practical necessities and broader meaning dimensions. Sleep came easily despite the transition, her body and mind adapting to altered surroundings with surprising flexibility. Her dreams incorporated elements from both retreat and urban contexts. Lake waters reflecting city lights, mountain paths winding between office buildings. Thomas and Gabriel engaged in conversation with Marcus across her apartment's dining table. These dream images suggested unconscious integration, already processing the environmental transition her conscious awareness was navigating. Morning brought crystalline March light through east-facing windows, illuminating the city with particular clarity that highlighted architectural details often obscured by habitual perception. Preparing for a meeting with Marcus, Eliza selected clothing that subtly reflected her evolving identity. Professional without being armor-like, elegant without prioritizing impression management over comfort, appropriate to organizational context without abandoning personal authenticity. The restaurant Marcus had selected for their breakfast meeting occupied the ground floor of a boutique hotel near the financial district. Upscale without being ostentatious, busy enough to create privacy through ambient conversation, but not so crowded as to impede focused discussion. He was already seated when she arrived, rising to greet her with a combination of professional courtesy and genuine personal welcome. "The Vermont air agrees with you," he observed as they settled at the table. "There's a quality of presence I haven't seen before, even when you're presenting to the board." The perception confirmed Eliza's own sense of altered embodiment. Not dramatic personality transformation, but subtle shift in how she occupied physical and social space. The retreat provided valuable perspective, she acknowledged, though not necessarily the kind I anticipated when scheduling time away. Their conversation moved naturally from personal check-in to professional updates, Marcus outlining Westfield merger developments that had occurred during her absence. The integration timeline had been extended slightly, providing additional space for thoughtful leadership structure decisions rather than forcing premature arrangements based primarily on political positioning. "Your engagement with Vincent's proposal created interesting dynamics," Marcus noted. He expected either defensive resistance or immediate counterproposal, classic negotiation polarities. "Your more integrative approach disrupted his strategic framework, opening conversation about organizational purpose beyond leadership positioning." This insight aligned with Eliza's intention in her response to the initial proposal. Rather than reacting from compartmentalized strategic calculation, she had engaged from more comprehensive awareness that considered both legitimate organizational needs and philosophical dimensions of institutional integration. That this approach had produced practical effectiveness while maintaining integrity with her evolving perspective provided encouraging evidence for continued application of retreat insights in professional contexts. As their discussion continued through specific merger implementation questions, Eliza found herself navigating a flexible integration of strategic awareness and broader philosophical understanding. She could access her accumulated organizational expertise while simultaneously maintaining expanded perspective on its appropriate application within more comprehensive purposes. This wasn't compartmentalized switching between separate modes, but fluid movement within integrated capacity that incorporated both specialized knowledge and broader awareness. Marcus noticed this qualitative shift in her engagement. "There's something different about your approach," he observed toward the end of their meeting. "Still strategically astute, but somehow more expansive in consideration. Less concerned with positioning, yet paradoxically more effective in actual influence. Interesting development. Integration rather than compartmentalization," Eliza replied, using the framing that had emerged through her conversations with Gabriel. Not abandoning strategic capability, but repositioning it within more comprehensive awareness. Marcus nodded thoughtfully. "I'd be interested in understanding that distinction more fully when you're ready to articulate it. Might have significant implications for our organizational methodology beyond your personal development." This expression of interest in the broader applicability of her evolving understanding created natural transition to discussion of her formal return to office later that week. They agreed on a measured reintegration process, beginning with leadership team reconnection before expanding to wider organizational engagement, allowing space for thoughtful application of her retreat insights rather than immediate immersion in operational demands. As they concluded their meeting and parted outside the restaurant, Eliza experienced an encouraging confirmation of her transition approach. This first professional engagement had demonstrated possibility for continued integration rather than forcing regression to previous compartmentalization. Her expanded awareness had enhanced rather than diminished her effectiveness in navigating complex organizational dynamics, suggesting promising direction for continued development through active engagement with professional challenges. The remainder of her day included practical preparation for office return, reviewing accumulated communications requiring personal attention, updating herself on project developments during her absence, reconnecting with her assistant to coordinate calendar management for her first days back. Throughout these activities, she maintained the integrated awareness that had been cultivating during her retreat, engaging necessary details without becoming narrowly absorbed in tactical considerations divorced from broader purpose and meaning. Evening brought an unexpected dimension to her re-entry process. Dinner with Rebecca, who had arranged childcare to welcome her sister back to Boston. They met at a neighborhood restaurant near Eliza's apartment, the casual setting supporting genuine connection without social performance requirements that might have characterized their pre-retreat interactions. "You're different," Rebecca observed after they had settled at their table. "Not dramatically transformed in some theatrical revelation sense, but there's a quality of presence that wasn't there before. You're simultaneously more relaxed and more fully engaged." The perception aligned with Marcus's earlier observation and Eliza's own internal experience. "Integration rather than compartmentalization," she explained, finding this framing increasingly useful for articulating her developmental process. Not rejecting any aspect of identity, but creating more coherent relationship between domains previously experienced as separate territories. Their conversation continued, exploring dimensions of this integration throughout dinner. How it manifested in varied contexts, how it affected relationship with both professional challenges and personal connections, how it might continue developing through renewed engagement with familiar environments. Rebecca listened with genuine curiosity and occasional perceptive observations from her therapeutic background that highlighted psychological aspects of the integration process Eliza was experiencing. What you're describing parallels certain therapeutic approaches to developmental integration, she noted at one point, particularly internal family systems theory, which focuses on creating cooperative relationship between aspects of self that develop separately in response to different environmental demands. Not eliminating specialized functions, but establishing more harmonious coordination among them. This connection to established psychological frameworks provided helpful contextualization for Eliza's experience. Rather than idiosyncratic personal process, her integration journey reflected recognizable developmental patterns documented across various theoretical approaches to human psychology. This normalization supported continued engagement with the process without either inflating its significance beyond appropriate proportion or dismissing its genuine developmental importance. As they concluded their evening with plans for more regular connection than had characterized their pre-retreat relationship, Eliza experienced another encouraging confirmation of her transition approach. Her evolving integration was enhancing rather than disrupting significant relationships, creating possibility for deeper connection through more authentic engagement rather than requiring choice between self-development and relational continuity. The following day brought her first direct engagement with the physical environment of Meridian Consulting since beginning her retreat. Arriving at the office building mid-morning, she experienced the familiar yet altered quality that had characterized her apartment return. The lobby architecture, elevator functionality, office layout, all exactly as remembered, yet perceived through expanded awareness that noticed previously unconscious dimensions of these environmental elements. Colleagues greeted her return with evident welcome, tinged with curious attention to subtle changes they sensed without necessarily articulating. Her assistant, Caroline, expressed particular pleasure at her return while demonstrating characteristic efficiency in orientation to priority matters requiring attention after her absence. The leadership team scheduled for afternoon reconnection showed genuine interest in her retreat experience alongside natural focus on organizational developments during her time away. Throughout these interactions, Eliza found herself maintaining integrated presence rather than automatically shifting into the compartmentalized professional persona that had previously characterized her organizational functioning. She could access specialized capabilities required for effective leadership, while simultaneously maintaining broader awareness of both purpose dimensions and human development implications beyond immediate operational considerations. This integration created noticeable qualitative difference in her engagement, still appropriately focused on relevant organizational matters, but with expanded perspective that considered dimensions typically excluded from professional interactions. The difference wasn't dramatic enough to disrupt established relationships, but sufficient to elicit curious attention from colleagues attuned to subtle shifts in interpersonal dynamics. Alexandra, her protege who had handled significant client responsibilities during her absence, explicitly noted this difference during their reconnection meeting late in the day. "There's something different about your approach," she observed. "Still strategically precise, but somehow more holistic in consideration. It's compelling. Makes me want to understand how you're perceiving situations from this expanded perspective." This expressed interest created natural opportunity for mentoring beyond technical skill development toward more integrated professional capability. Without imposing philosophical framework inappropriate to Alexandra's own developmental process, Eliza could share aspects of her evolving understanding relevant to effective consulting practice, particularly integration between analytical methodology and human development dimensions, often artificially separated in organizational contexts. By day's end, as she left the office building and walked familiar streets toward her apartment, Eliza felt cautiously encouraged by her initial professional re-engagement. The environment hadn't fundamentally changed during her absence, but her relationship with it had evolved in ways that allowed more authentic engagement without sacrificing necessary effectiveness. Integration was proving possible within existing contexts rather than requiring environmental transformation before expression could emerge. This encouraging beginning continued through subsequent days of reintegration into professional responsibilities. Leadership team meetings addressing Westfield merger planning provided opportunity for applying her evolving perspective to complex organizational challenges. Client interactions demonstrated enhanced effectiveness through integration between strategic methodology and deeper understanding of human development dimensions underlying organizational functioning. Team management benefited from more authentic presence alongside necessary role fulfillment. Most significantly, engagement with Vincent Collins, the Westfield executive with whom she would potentially share leadership responsibilities in the merged organization, demonstrated particular value of her integrated approach. Rather than perceiving their interaction primarily through political positioning lens, she could recognize both legitimate differences in methodological orientation and potential complementarity between their respective strengths. Their first direct meeting occurred 1 week after her return, arranged by Marcus to begin addressing leadership structure questions without artificial time pressure. Vincent arrived precisely on schedule, his physical presence embodying the approach Eliza had encountered previously through reputation and occasional conference interactions. Impeccably professional, strategically focused, slightly intimidating in concentrated intensity. Ms. Morgan, he greeted her with practiced cordiality as they met in Meridian's executive conference room. Your Vermont sabbatical must have been refreshing. I understand you've been reconsidering our proposed leadership structure. The framing attempted to establish particular dynamics, positioning her absence as recreational rather than developmental, characterizing her response to his proposal as reconsideration rather than alternative perspective. Before her retreat, Eliza might have engaged these implications through equally subtle counterpositioning. Now, she recognized opportunity for different quality of interaction. "Good morning, Vincent," she replied with genuine courtesy. The Vermont time was indeed valuable, though less sabbatical than perspective development. I've been considering how our respective methodological strengths might best complement each other in serving the merged organization's development, rather than focusing primarily on structural arrangements. This response acknowledged his strategic orientation without engaging its narrower implications, simultaneously redirecting focus toward more comprehensive consideration of organizational purpose beyond leadership positioning. Vincent's momentary pause suggested recognition that familiar negotiation patterns had been disrupted, requiring recalibration of his approach. Their subsequent discussion demonstrated both challenges and possibilities in applying integrated perspective to interactions structured around conventional power dynamics. Vincent maintained primary focus on positional considerations, while Eliza consistently contextualized these within broader questions of organizational purpose and developmental implications. The resulting exchange created curious hybrid, neither traditional negotiation nor philosophical dialogue, but emergent interaction incorporating elements of both. By meeting's conclusion, no specific leadership structure had been definitively established, but the conversation's quality had shifted toward more comprehensive consideration than Vincent's initial proposal had encompassed. Even he acknowledged this evolution, though framing it in strategic terms. "You've created interesting perspective expansion in this discussion," he noted as they concluded. "Not what I anticipated based on your previous negotiation approaches. Worth further exploration before finalizing structural arrangements." This outcome represented encouraging evidence for Eliza's developmental approach. Without abandoning necessary awareness of organizational politics, she had engaged from more integrated perspective that considered both legitimate strategic questions and broader purpose dimensions typically excluded from leadership positioning discussions. The result wasn't naive transcendence of power dynamics, but more comprehensive engagement with organizational complexity, including, but not limited to, political considerations. Similar encouraging evidence emerged through varied professional interactions during her first weeks back. Leadership team meetings demonstrating enhanced effectiveness through integration between tactical decisions and strategic purpose. Client engagements benefiting from more authentic presence alongside necessary role fulfillment. Mentor relationships expanding beyond technical skill development toward more comprehensive professional capability. Challenges certainly remained. Some organizational contexts strongly reinforced compartmentalized functioning through established patterns difficulty to disrupt through individual integration alone. Certain colleagues interpreted her evolve approach through purely strategic lens, missing its developmental dimensions. Time pressures occasionally created regression toward habitual compartmentalization despite conscientious attention to maintaining integrated awareness. Yet despite these challenges, Eliza found herself navigating professional re-engagement with encouraging capacity for continued integration rather than forced regression to previous compartmentalization. The transition wasn't complete or perfect. Integration remained developing process rather than achieved state. But its emerging expression within familiar environments demonstrated possibility for ongoing development through active engagement with complex organizational contexts rather than requiring retreat conditions for authentic manifestation. This professional reintegration occurred alongside continued connections established during her retreat. Regular communications with Thomas maintained philosophical dialogue grounded in practical wisdom, his perspective offering valuable counterpoint to organizational immersion without suggesting incompatibility between contemplative understanding and active engagement. Ongoing correspondence with Gabriel continued exploring theoretical dimensions of integration while increasingly addressing practical applications in varied life contexts. Most significantly, Eliza maintained active development of the writing project that had evolved throughout her retreat. What had begun as personal reflection for Sophia's memorial gathering had gradually transformed into more comprehensive exploration of integration itself. The conditions enabling genuine development, the resistances constraining it, and the enhanced effectiveness characterizing its mature expression. The document had acquired potential value beyond personal processing, possibly offering contribution to both organizational methodology and broader understanding of developmental processes. 3 weeks after her return to Boston, Eliza received unexpected communication from Vivian Chandler that created natural opportunity for assessing her transition progress. Dear Eliza, as executor of Sophia's estate, I'm finalizing arrangements for her papers and personal effects according to her detailed instructions. Among these materials is a small collection of items she specifically designated for former students who participated in her memorial gathering. For you, she left her personal copy of William James, The Varieties of Religious Experience, with her extensive margin annotations, along with a handwritten note indicating this represented her appreciation for your willingness to bridge pragmatic effectiveness and philosophical understanding rather than sacrificing either for the other. The note further suggests she recognized your professional direction not as abandonment of philosophical inquiry, but as its application in domains beyond traditional academic boundaries, an extension she apparently valued though rarely encountered among her students who pursued non-academic paths. I've arranged for these materials to be delivered to your office address next week. Should you prefer alternative delivery arrangements, please advise accordingly. On personal note, I found myself reflecting on our reconnection at the memorial gathering after so many years of minimal contact. Should your schedule permit, I would welcome opportunity for continued connection. My recent retirement from full-time teaching has created space for broader engagement with varied perspectives beyond traditional academic contexts. Warm regards, Vivian. This communication created profound closing of circle. Sophia's posthumous acknowledgement of the very integration Eliza had been cultivating throughout her retreat and subsequent return. The specific text selection proved particularly meaningful given William James' own integration between pragmatic effectiveness and philosophical understanding, his recognition that truth manifests through practical application rather than mere theoretical elegance. Eliza's response to Vivian expressed both gratitude for this meaningful connection and genuine interest in continued dialogue that might further develop understanding emerging through her recent journey. The exchange represented another dimension of integration between past academic formation and present professional context, between philosophical inquiry and practical application, between personal development and collaborative exploration. This ongoing integration continued expressing through varied dimensions of her life during subsequent weeks. Professional responsibilities provided opportunity for applying evolving understanding to complex organizational challenges. Personal relationships benefited from more authentic presence alongside necessary role fulfillment. Writing project development allowed articulation of emerging insights with potential value beyond individual application. Most significantly, Eliza found herself increasingly comfortable with integration as continuing process rather than achieved state. A developmental journey unfolding through engaged participation in life's varied contexts rather than requiring perfect resolution of all complexity before authentic expression becomes possible. This understanding created sustainable foundation for ongoing development, without either perfectionistic expectation of complete transformation or resigned acceptance of inevitable regression to previous compartmentalization. 6 weeks after her return to Boston, as spring finally established genuine presence in the urban landscape, Eliza found herself with unexpected free evening after client meeting concluded earlier than anticipated. Rather than automatically directing this time toward additional work, as might have characterized her pre-retreat pattern, she decided to explore the harbor area on foot, engaging urban environment with the same attentive presence she had cultivated during Vermont walks. As sunset illuminated city buildings with transforming light, while harbor waters reflected both architectural structures and emerging stars above, Eliza experienced particularly clear recognition of her journey since receiving Sophia's posthumous letter months earlier. The transformation hadn't proceeded according to strategic plan or followed anticipated trajectory, yet its organic unfolding had created genuine development through unexpected pathways and unanticipated catalysts. Standing at harbor's edge as evening deepened around her, Eliza felt neither triumphant completion nor frustrated incompletion, but grateful participation in continuing journey of integration, bringing expanded awareness into engagement with life's varied contexts while remaining open to further development through that very engagement. The transformed self hadn't encountered old world as separate entity requiring either rejection or submission, but rather engaged familiar environments with expanded perception that transformed their experience without requiring their structural reinvention. As she finally turned toward home through city streets now illuminated with evening lights, Eliza carried this recognition as foundation for continued journey beyond either retreat idealism or professional pragmatism toward integrated engagement with life's full complexity. A path that honored both philosophical understanding and practical effectiveness as complementary dimensions of authentic human development, rather than opposing forces requiring sacrifice of either for the other. The return had indeed brought transformed self into contact with familiar world, but neither had remained unchanged through that encounter. Integration continued unfolding through their ongoing relationship, creating possibilities neither retreat isolation nor unconscious immersion could manifest alone. This understanding, embodied through direct experience rather than merely intellectual comprehension, provided sustainable foundation for the continuing journey that extended beyond both dramatic transformation moments and ordinary existence patterns toward authentic engagement with life's evolving invitation to ever-deepening integration. Chapter 10, The Open Door, in which possibilities multiply and the future beckons. 2 months after Eliza's return to Boston, spring had fully established itself across the city. Magnolias bloomed in the public garden, outdoor cafes spilled onto sidewalks, and the harborfront bustled with increased activity as winter's constraints gradually yielded to seasonal renewal. This natural transformation paralleled developments in both her professional context and personal evolution. Not dramatic reinvention, but organic unfolding that incorporated both continuity and genuine change. The Westfield merger continued progressing toward formal completion, with integration teams addressing varied dimensions of organizational combination. Leadership structure discussions had evolved beyond Vincent's initial proposal toward more nuanced arrangement that better reflected complementary strengths, while honoring legitimate methodological differences between the previously separate firms. Rather than the binary division Vincent had originally proposed, him directing strategy and business development, Eliza managing client relationships and delivery, they had developed a collaborative model with rotating leadership in key integration domains. This approach maintained necessary accountability while creating more dynamic relationship than conventional co-leadership structures typically permitted. It's unorthodox, Marcus had acknowledged when they finalized the arrangement, but potentially more effective than traditional models precisely because it requires ongoing dialogue rather than settled territory division. Organizational integration that embodies integration principles rather than merely implementing them through compartmentalized functioning. This observation captured something essential about Eliza's evolving approach to professional challenges. Instead of treating integration as abstract concept applied through conventional methodologies, she had increasingly incorporated integrative principles into the very processes through which organizational development occurred. This approach created different quality of transformation, not merely structural rearrangement, but evolutionary emergence of more comprehensive functioning. Vincent himself had gradually shifted from purely positional engagement to cautious participation in this more integrative approach. While maintaining his characteristic strategic focus, he had begun acknowledging value in considering human development dimensions alongside organizational effectiveness metrics. Their working relationship, while not conventionally harmonious, had developed productive complementarity that genuinely served the merged organization's evolution better than either's isolated methodology could have accomplished alone. Beyond specific merger implementation, Eliza had begun subtle transformation of her leadership approach across varied professional responsibilities. Team development processes incorporated more explicit integration between tactical effectiveness and developmental purpose. Client engagements balanced outcome delivery with attention to how transformation processes themselves affected organizational culture. Mentoring relationships expanded beyond technical skill transfer to include more comprehensive professional capability development. These approaches hadn't required dramatic reinvention of established methodologies or confrontational rejection of organizational norms. Rather, they represented evolutionary extension of existing practices through more integrated awareness of their varied dimensions and potential alignment with broader human development principles beyond conventional effectiveness metrics. The transformation was subtle enough to maintain necessary continuity while significant enough to create noticeable enhancement in both process quality and outcome effectiveness. Colleagues and clients sensed this evolution without necessarily articulating its underlying principles, experiencing its benefits through more satisfying engagement and sustained results rather than theoretical explanation of its philosophical foundations. Whatever happened in Vermont has made you even more effective, one long-term client observed after a particularly successful strategy session addressing complex organizational restructuring. Same analytical precision, but somehow more comprehensive in consideration, creates different quality of conversation that produces more integrated solutions. This practical effectiveness of her evolving approach provided important validation amid inevitable challenges accompanying any developmental transition. Not all contexts proved equally receptive to more integrated functioning. Some organizational environments strongly reinforced compartmentalization through established patterns resistant to evolutionary adjustment. Certain colleagues interpreted her evolved approach through purely tactical lens, missing its developmental dimensions and responding accordingly. During particularly demanding periods, Eliza occasionally experienced regression toward habitual compartmentalization despite conscientious attention to maintaining integrated awareness. These regressions proved informative rather than discouraging, revealing specific conditions that reinforced previous patterns and highlighting opportunities for developing more resilient integration capable of withstanding varied contextual pressures. Throughout these professional developments, Eliza maintained connections established during her retreat that supported continued integration. Regular communications with Thomas provided philosophical perspective grounded in practical wisdom, offering valuable counterpoint to organizational immersion without suggesting incompatibility between contemplative understanding and active engagement. Weekly phone conversations with Gabriel continued exploring theoretical dimensions of integration while increasingly addressing practical applications in varied life contexts. Most significantly, her writing project had evolved from personal reflection to potential professional contribution. What had begun as preparation for Sophia's memorial gathering had gradually transformed into comprehensive exploration of integration itself, its developmental foundations, its practical manifestations, and its implications for both individual fulfillment and organizational effectiveness. After sharing portions with trusted colleagues and receiving encouragingly positive responses, Eliza had begun considering publication possibilities, perhaps initially as series of articles for management journals before potentially expanding into book addressing broader audience interested in integration between professional effectiveness and authentic development. This creative evolution represented particularly meaningful expression of her ongoing integration. Rather than maintaining artificial separation between professional expertise and personal development, she had discovered natural convergence through articulating emerging understanding in form that might serve others navigating similar territory between compartmentalized effectiveness and more integrated engagement with life's complexity. On a bright May morning, as Eliza reviewed latest manuscript draft before heading to scheduled merger integration meeting, her assistant Caroline appeared at her office door with unexpected package. "Special delivery that just arrived," she explained. Sender requested personal delivery rather than standard mail processing. The package bore distinctive handwriting Eliza recognized immediately. Gabriel's characteristic script combining academic precision with artistic flourish. Opening it revealed book wrapped in simple blue paper, accompanied by handwritten note. "Eliza, during recent faculty meeting discussion about potential visiting speaker for next year's philosophy symposium, your name emerged through unlikely synchronicity. A colleague unfamiliar with our connection mentioned reading your recent article in Management Journal, noting its philosophical dimensions beneath practical applications and suggesting you might provide valuable bridge between theoretical exploration and practical implementation. Precisely the integration our department hopes to emphasize in coming academic year. This possibility, you potentially returning to academic environment not as student, but as contributor with unique perspective developed through your distinctive journey, struck me as meaningful convergence worth exploring before formal invitation processes might begin. Would teaching sabbatical within philosophical context interest you as potential dimension of your continuing integration? Not permanent academic conversion, but temporary cross-pollination, serving both philosophical discourse and practical application through their deliberate connection? The enclosed book, Hannah Arendt's The Human Condition, speaks to this potential integration through its examination of contemplation and action as complementary rather than opposing dimensions of authentic human engagement. Her perspective seems particularly relevant to journey you've been navigating between reflection and implementation. No immediate response required. Simply opening possibility for consideration as your continuing journey unfolds. With appreciation for our reconnection and curiosity about potential new dimensions, Gabriel. This unexpected invitation created remarkable resonance with Eliza's ongoing integration process. The possibility of temporary academic engagement, not as abandonment of professional identity, but as its meaningful extension into different contexts, perfectly embodied the integration between previously separated domains she had been cultivating throughout her developmental journey. Turning Gabriel's book thoughtfully in her hands, she recognized this invitation as representing precisely the kind of open door her evolution had been creating. Not forced choice between opposing alternatives, but expanding possibilities through their potential complementarity rather than inherent opposition. Academic sabbatical within philosophical context wouldn't require abandoning professional identity, but might enhance it through temporary immersion in different perspective with natural connections to her established expertise. As she prepared for her scheduled meeting, placing Gabriel's book carefully in her bag for later exploration, Eliza found herself contemplating how differently she now engaged such possibilities compared to her pre-retreat orientation. Rather than immediately analyzing strategic implications or calculating professional consequences, she could hold emerging opportunity with curious attention to its potential meaning within her continuing development, while maintaining practical awareness of implementation considerations. This integrated approach continued through her day's various professional engagements. Merger integration meeting addressing methodological alignment between previously separate consulting approaches, client session exploring leadership development within technical organization, mentoring conversation with Alexandra regarding her professional evolution. Throughout these varied contexts, Eliza maintained fluid movement between specialized expertise and broader awareness, between tactical effectiveness and developmental purpose, between organizational requirements and human flourishing. Evening brought dinner engagement with Rebecca and her husband Michael at neighborhood restaurant near Eliza's apartment. Continuation of more regular connection established since her return from Vermont. Their relationship had evolved significantly over recent months, transitioning from polite distance punctuated by occasional holiday gatherings toward genuine friendship characterized by authentic exchange across their different life contexts. "You seem particularly thoughtful tonight," Rebecca observed after their initial catching-up conversation. "Something specific or general contemplative state?" Eliza shared Gabriel's invitation and her preliminary reflections about its potential meaning within her ongoing integration journey. Rather than presenting the possibility as either dramatic opportunity or unnecessary complication requiring binary decision, she explored its various dimensions with curious attention to both practical considerations and developmental implications. Rebecca listened attentively, then offered perspective that highlighted psychological aspects of such transitional possibilities. "What strikes me is how differently you're holding this opportunity compared to how you might have approached similar decision points previously. There's space around the consideration. Neither immediate strategic analysis nor anxious questioning, but curious exploration of its potential meaning within your continuing development." This observation captured something essential about Eliza's evolving relationship with emerging possibilities. Integration had created capacity for engaging potential transitions with neither reactive assessment nor unfocused contemplation, but balanced consideration, incorporating both practical wisdom and philosophical reflection. This approach didn't eliminate necessary evaluation, but contextualized it within more comprehensive understanding of how specific possibilities might serve authentic development beyond merely strategic positioning. As their dinner concluded and the conversation shifted to Michael's recent professional developments and their children's activities, Eliza experienced quiet appreciation for how her expanding integration had enhanced rather than complicated significant relationships. Contrary to concerns that personal transformation might require painful separation from established connections, her evolving development had created possibility for deeper engagement through more authentic presence, rather than forcing choice between self-evolution and relational continuity. Walking home through pleasant spring evening after saying goodbye to Rebecca and Michael, Eliza found herself reflecting on the multiplying possibilities her journey had been creating. The Vermont retreat hadn't narrowed options through dramatic reinvention, but expanded them through more integrated engagement with life's varied dimensions. Academic sabbatical represented just one potential expression among many emerging possibilities for continued development through experiences that cross conventional boundaries between separate life domains. Back in her apartment, she settled in the living room with Gabriel's book, finding herself drawn to specific passage he had marked in the margin. The vita activa, human life insofar as it is actively engaged in doing something, is always rooted in a world of men and man-made things which it never leaves or altogether transcends. Action, the only activity that goes on directly between men without the intermediary of things or matter, corresponds to the human condition of plurality. The highlighted text spoke directly to integration she had been cultivating, between contemplation and action, between philosophical understanding and practical engagement, between individual development and relational connection. Arendt's perspective offered theoretical articulation of what Eliza had been experiencing directly, that authentic human flourishing emerges through integration of seemingly opposing dimensions rather than through their artificial separation into compartmentalized functioning. As she continued reading into the evening, occasional notes in Gabriel's distinctive handwriting provided additional connection between philosophical text and contemporary application. His marginal observations highlighted potential relevance to organizational contexts and leadership challenges, creating natural bridge between theoretical exploration and practical implementation that paralleled Eliza's own evolving integration. Before retiring for the night, she found herself drafting response to his invitation. Not definitive decision, but opening of dialogue about potential sabbatical engagement that might serve both academic community and her continuing development. The response reflected her integrated approach, acknowledging practical considerations while exploring deeper purpose dimensions beyond conventional career advancement calculations. Sleep brought dreams of doors opening to unexpected landscapes, neither completely unfamiliar nor precisely identical to territories previously navigated. These dream images embodied the multiplying possibilities her journey had been creating, not through dramatic reinvention, but through more integrated engagement with life's varied dimensions and their potential complementarity rather than inherent opposition. Morning arrived with unusual clarity about the open door her ongoing integration had been creating. Not specific decision about particular opportunity, but expanded perception of possibilities available through more comprehensive engagement with life's complexity. Academic sabbatical represented just one potential expression among many emerging opportunities for continued development through experiences that cross conventional boundaries between artificially separated domains. This understanding accompanied Eliza through her day's varied engagements. Morning leadership team meeting addressing integration timeline adjustments. Midday client presentation exploring organizational culture transformation. Afternoon mentoring session with promising team members. Throughout these professional activities, she maintained integrated presence that enhanced rather than compromised effectiveness while creating more authentic engagement than compartmentalized functioning had previously permitted. Evening brought unexpected communication. Email from Vivian Chandler, continuing their reconnection dialogue with intriguing proposition. Dear Eliza, our recent conversations about Sophia's teaching legacy have prompted interesting development I wanted to share before formal exploration begins. Several former students and colleagues have expressed interest in creating annual symposium honoring Sophia's integrative approach to philosophy. Specifically her commitment to meaningful connection between theoretical understanding and practical application. Initial planning group believes such symposium would benefit from advisory committee, including individuals who embody this integration through their professional engagement beyond traditional academic boundaries. Your name emerged through multiple suggestions as representing precisely this integration between philosophical understanding and practical implementation. Advisory role wouldn't require significant time commitment. Primarily quarterly conference calls and annual in-person gathering at Sophia's Vermont property being transformed into retreat center according to provisions in her will. Focus would involve shaping symposium's evolution to maintain meaningful bridge between philosophical exploration and practical application rather than allowing conventional academic tendencies toward theoretical abstraction disconnected from lived experience. Should this possibility interest you, I'd welcome opportunity to discuss further details during my planned Boston visit next month. Regardless of your decision regarding this specific opportunity, I've valued our reconnection and the continuing exploration of Sophia's legacy through varied expressions beyond conventional academic perpetuation. Warm regards, Vivian. This invitation created another manifestation of multiplying possibilities emerging through Eliza's continuing integration. Advisory role with Sophia's Legacy Symposium represented different dimension than Gabriel's teaching sabbatical suggestion, yet both reflected similar pattern. Opportunities crossing conventional boundaries between separate domains through recognition of their potential complementarity rather than inherent opposition. As Eliza considered these emerging possibilities alongside her evolving professional responsibilities and ongoing writing project, she experienced neither overwhelm from expanding options nor pressure toward premature decision. Integration had created capacity for holding multiple possibilities with curious attention to their potential meaning within continuing development, while maintaining practical awareness of implementation considerations without forcing artificial resolution before organic clarity emerged. This capacity represented particularly significant dimension of her transformational journey. Beyond specific insights or altered perspectives, her retreat experience and subsequent integration had developed fundamentally different relationship with emerging possibilities. Neither reactive assessment nor unfocused contemplation, but balanced consideration incorporating both practical wisdom and philosophical reflection. This approach didn't eliminate necessary evaluation, but contextualized it within more comprehensive understanding of how specific opportunities might serve authentic development beyond merely strategic positioning. The following morning brought another expression of multiplying possibilities. Call from Marcus discussing potential evolution in her organizational role within the merged consulting practice. The integration process has revealed interesting opportunity, he explained after initial greeting exchange. Several major clients have specifically requested methodology incorporating philosophical dimensions you've been developing alongside traditional organizational effectiveness approaches. Rather than treating these as separate service offerings, leadership team is considering dedicated practice area focusing specifically on integration between performance enhancement and developmental purpose. The possibility represented internal evolution paralleling external opportunities emerging through Gabriel's teaching sabbatical invitation and Vivian's symposium advisory role suggestion. Together, these multiplying possibilities created rich territory for continued development through experiences crossing conventional boundaries between artificially separated domains. Professional expertise and philosophical understanding, organizational effectiveness and human development, practical implementation and theoretical exploration. As spring continued unfolding across Boston's landscape, trees leafing into full canopy, flowering plants progressing through seasonal succession, daylight extending towards summer solstice, Eliza navigated these multiplying possibilities with increasingly integrated awareness. Rather than experiencing them as competing alternatives requiring binary choice or perceiving them through primarily strategic lens focusing on career advancement implications, she engaged their emerging potential with curious attention to how they might serve continuing development while maintaining practical consideration of implementation requirements. This approach didn't eliminate necessary decisions, but transformed decision-making process itself from compartmentalized calculation toward integrated discernment, incorporating multiple dimensions simultaneously: practical feasibility, developmental alignment, relational implications, authentic purpose. Integration had created capacity for navigating complexity without reducing it to simplified alternatives, while maintaining ability to implement specific directions when appropriate clarity emerged through this more comprehensive consideration. One particular evening in early June crystallized this evolving relationship with multiplying possibilities. Having left the office earlier than usual to enjoy exceptional weather, Eliza found herself walking through the public garden as golden evening light illuminated flowering trees and meticulously maintained plantings in transformative glow. Settling on bench overlooking Swan Pond, where iconic boats operated during tourist season, she allowed her attention to rest in simple presence with immediate experience, while surrounding thoughts about various possibilities arranged themselves without forced organization. In this receptive state, something shifted in her perception of the multiplying options her journey had been creating. Rather than experiencing them as separate alternatives requiring prioritization and selection, she recognized emerging pattern connecting apparently distinct possibilities through common theme, each representing potential expression of integration between previously separated domains through their deliberate connection rather than continued artificial division. Teaching sabbatical would connect academic exploration with practical application through temporary immersion in philosophical context informed by professional experience. Symposium advisory role would bridge theoretical investigation with implementation consideration through guiding academic gathering toward meaningful exchange beyond intellectual abstraction. Dedicated practice area would integrate organizational effectiveness with developmental purpose through consulting methodology, incorporating both performance enhancement and human flourishing. These weren't competing alternatives requiring binary choice, but complementary expressions of continuing integration that might unfold through varied timing and emphasis rather than forced selection, eliminating meaningful possibilities. Some might manifest immediately, while others developed through longer preparation. Some might occupy central attention during particular periods, while others maintained background presence. Some might evolve through initial exploration before determining appropriate engagement level. This recognition transformed her relationship with the multiplying possibilities her journey had been creating. Rather than experiencing decision pressure toward premature resolution, she could hold emerging opportunities with curious attention to their unfolding potential while maintaining practical awareness of implementation considerations. Integration had developed capacity for navigating complexity without reducing it to simplified alternatives, while preserving ability to implement specific directions when appropriate clarity emerged through more comprehensive consideration. As twilight deepened around her and the garden's other visitors gradually dispersed toward evening destinations, Eliza experienced particularly clear understanding of the open door her ongoing integration had been creating. Not specific pathway, requiring immediate commitment, but expanded perception of possibilities available through more comprehensive engagement with life's complexity. The future wasn't narrowing toward singular direction, but opening toward multiplying possibilities through which continuing development might unfold according to organic timing rather than forced decision. Rising from the bench as park attendants began evening closing procedures, she carried this understanding back toward her apartment through streets now illuminated with both remaining daylight and awakening city lights. The walk itself embodied the integration she had been cultivating, simultaneously purposeful movement toward specific destination and attentive presence with immediate experience, both practical navigation and philosophical contemplation, neither separated from the other, but integrated through their natural complementarity. This integrated engagement continued through evening activities, dinner preparation incorporating both efficiency and mindful attention, communication responses balancing practical responsiveness with authentic connection, reading selection bridging professional development and philosophical exploration. These weren't compartmentalized functions requiring transition between separate modes, but fluid expressions of integrated capacity, engaging life's varied dimensions through their natural relationship rather than artificial separation. Before sleep, Eliza found herself adding significant section to her evolving manuscript, articulating emerging understanding about multiplying possibilities as expression of integration rather than complications requiring simplification through elimination. The writing flowed with unusual fluidity, theoretical framework and practical application naturally complementing each other through their deliberate connection rather than remaining separate territories requiring bridging effort to overcome artificial division. Sleep brought dreams of varied landscapes connected through previously unrecognized pathways, mountain vistas accessible from urban settings, formal gardens opening toward wild meadows, academic halls with doors leading directly to organizational environments. These dream images embodied the multiplying possibilities her journey had been creating, not through forced combination obliterating legitimate distinctions, but through recognition of natural connections between apparently separate domains previously experienced as inherently disconnected. Morning arrived with continued clarity about the open door her ongoing integration had created. Not specific opportunity requiring immediate commitment, but expanded perception of possibilities available through more comprehensive engagement with life's complexity. Integration hadn't narrowed options through dramatic reinvention, but multiplied them through recognition of complementarity rather than opposition between dimensions previously experienced as inherently disconnected. This understanding provided foundation for sustainable continuing development beyond either dramatic transformation moments or resigned acceptance of inevitable regression. Integration was an achieved state requiring maintenance against deterioration, but evolving capacity continuing to develop through engaged participation in life's varied contexts. Professional responsibilities, personal relationships, creative projects, contemplative practices, all participating in ongoing evolution toward increasingly comprehensive engagement with human experience in its full complexity. As she prepared for the day ahead, leadership team meeting addressing integration timeline, client presentation exploring cultural transformation, mentoring session with promising team members, Eliza carried this understanding as orientation toward continuing journey beyond artificial separation between transformational aspirations and practical implementation. The open door wasn't specific opportunity requiring immediate selection, but expanded perception, creating multiplying possibilities through which authentic development continued unfolding according to its organic timing rather than strategic calculation or forced decision. The future beckoned not as narrowing pathway requiring commitment that eliminated alternatives, but as expanding territory offering varied expressions of continuing integration through which development might unfold according to organic emergence rather than predetermined trajectory. This understanding didn't eliminate necessary decisions, but transformed decision-making process itself from compartmentalized calculation toward integrated discernment, incorporating multiple dimensions simultaneously: practical feasibility, developmental alignment, relational implications, authentic purpose. Through this transformed relationship with emerging possibilities, Eliza experienced genuine liberation from both perfectionistic pursuit of ideal integration and resigned acceptance of inevitable regression. The open door wasn't dramatic departure from established identity, but expanded engagement with life's complexity through recognition of natural connections between previously separated domains. Integration continued unfolding through this engagement, creating multiplying possibilities rather than narrowing options through which authentic development proceeded according to its organic timing rather than strategic positioning or artificial acceleration. With this understanding accompanying her into the day's varied engagements, Eliza stepped through the open door her journey had created, not into specific opportunity selected from competing alternatives, but into expanded territory where multiplying possibilities offered varied expressions of continuing integration through which development would continue unfolding beyond either dramatic transformation or resigned compromise toward increasingly authentic engagement with life's extraordinary complexity and inexhaustible invitation to ever-deepening integration. Epilogue: The Awakened Self. 1 year after Eliza's Vermont retreat, Sophia's lakeside property hosted the inaugural symposium honoring her integrative philosophical legacy. The main house, renovated according to provisions in her will to accommodate small gatherings while maintaining its essential character, welcomed diverse participants representing varied expressions of the integration Sophia had emphasized throughout her teaching career. Academic philosophers engaged with organizational consultants, exploring meaningful connections between theoretical understanding and practical application. Former students who had followed traditional scholarly paths conversed with those who had applied philosophical training in non-academic contexts. Established professors shared perspectives with emerging scholars, developing innovative approaches to perennial questions through contemporary applications. As advisory committee member, Eliza had helped shape the symposium's design to embody integration rather than merely discussing it intellectually. Sessions alternated between theoretical exploration and practical implementation considerations. Discussion formats incorporated both analytical precision and embodied wisdom. Physical movement through the property's varied environments complemented conceptual navigation through complex philosophical territory. Her own contribution, presentation exploring integration between organizational effectiveness and human development through consulting methodology, incorporating both performance enhancement and developmental purpose, represented one expression among many of the multiplying possibilities her journey had created. The dedicated practice area Marcus had proposed had indeed developed within the merged consulting firm, with Eliza providing leadership while maintaining involvement with broader organizational responsibilities. This professional evolution had coincided with other expressions of her continuing integration. Limited teaching engagement at Gabriel's University had created quarterly visits combining guest lectures, student mentoring, and faculty dialogues connecting philosophical inquiry with practical application contexts. Writing project had evolved into a series of articles published in both management journals and interdisciplinary publications, exploring developmental processes through varied theoretical frameworks and practical manifestations. Throughout these multiplying expressions, integration had continued developing, not as achieved state requiring maintenance against deterioration, but as evolving capacity expanding through engaged participation in life's very contexts. Professional responsibilities, personal relationships, creative projects, contemplative practices, all contributed to ongoing evolution toward increasingly comprehensive engagement with human experience in its full complexity. As evening approached on the symposium's final day, participants gathered on the stone terrace overlooking the lake for concluding session designed to capture emerging insights while establishing foundation for continuing exploration beyond the formal gathering. Spring twilight created particularly beautiful conditions, golden light illuminating distant mountains, gentle breeze carrying forest scents across the terrace, birdsong providing natural accompaniment to human conversation. Standing slightly apart while participants found comfortable positions around the terrace, Eliza experienced a moment of particular clarity about her continuing journey since receiving Sophia's posthumous letter 18 months earlier. The transformation hadn't proceeded according to strategic plan or followed anticipated trajectory. Its organic unfolding had created genuine development through unexpected pathways and unanticipated catalysts. Most significantly, awakening hadn't manifested as dramatic reinvention requiring abandonment of established identity, but as expanding engagement with life's complexity through recognition of natural connections between previously separated domains. The awakened self wasn't newborn entity replacing previous identity, but more comprehensive expression incorporating varied dimensions of human experience through their integration rather than continued artificial division. This understanding accompanied Eliza as she joined the gathered participants for the symposium's concluding session. Vivian had thoughtfully designed this final gathering to balance meaningful summation with open-ended exploration, capturing essential insights while establishing foundation for continuing development beyond the formal event. The format incorporated both philosophical reflection and practical application, both individual contemplation and collaborative dialogue, embodying integration through its methodology rather than merely analyzing it intellectually. As twilight deepened toward evening, candles were lit around the terrace, creating atmosphere conducive to both focused attention and expansive thinking. Participants shared brief reflections on connections emerging through the symposium's varied sessions, highlighting patterns transcending conventional boundaries between separate domains through recognition of their natural complementarity rather than continued artificial division. When Eliza's turn arrived, she found herself articulating perspective that encompassed both specific symposium experiences and broader understanding from her continuing journey. Integration is an achieved state requiring maintenance against deterioration, but evolving capacity developing through engaged participation in life's very contexts. It manifests not through rejection of specialized capabilities, but through their repositioning within more comprehensive identity, capable of engaging human experience in its full complexity. This articulation resonated with numerous participants, creating natural bridge between varied perspectives shared throughout the gathering. Academics recognize connection to theoretical frameworks exploring developmental processes across traditions. Practitioners identified alignment with implementation challenges encountered through organizational transformation efforts. Former students acknowledge continuity with Sophia's teaching, emphasizing embodied understanding beyond intellectual analysis. As the session continued through deepening twilight, conversation evolved toward exploration of continuing development beyond the formal symposium. Participants discussed potential applications in their respective contexts, possible collaborations across conventional boundaries, and emerging questions requiring further investigation through both theoretical inquiry and practical implementation. Throughout this concluding gathering, Eliza maintained integrated presence that had become increasingly natural expression of her evolving development. She could access specialized expertise developed through professional experience while simultaneously maintaining broader awareness beyond immediate focus. She engaged analytical precision cultivated through rigorous training while remaining connected to embodied wisdom emerging through direct experience. She navigated organizational systems with strategic effectiveness while honoring human dimensions transcending mechanistic functioning. This integration hadn't eliminated legitimate distinctions between different capabilities or contexts, but established more coherent relationship between them. Not homogenized blend obliterating specialized functions, but dynamic complementarity creating more comprehensive engagement with reality's inherent complexity. The awakened self wasn't simplified entity reduced to singular dimension, but expanding capacity, embracing multiplicity through recognition of underlying wholeness beneath apparent separation. As the symposium's formal conclusion approached, Vivian invited participants to a brief moment of silent reflection before final sharing. In this contemplative space, illuminated by candles against deepening evening darkness with lake waters visible beyond the terrace, Eliza experienced particularly clear recognition of Sophia's continuing influence through her posthumous invitation to transformation journey. The letter arriving months after her death had indeed catalyzed genuine development beyond either dramatic reinvention or resigned acceptance of limiting patterns. The final assignment, requesting authentic writing beyond professional analysis, had initiated process extending far beyond specific document creation toward fundamental reconsideration of compartmentalization, constraining more integrated expression. The mirror room revisitation had provided necessary perspective through embodied experience of comprehensive self-perception impossible through conventional reflection. The mountain path had created essential elevation for recognizing connections obscured by ground-level immersion in specialized domains. Most significantly, the gathering itself, first experienced through Memorial Weekend and now continuing through inaugural symposium, had established community supporting integration beyond individual effort alone. Varied participants representing diverse expressions of integration between theoretical understanding and practical application created collective wisdom, transcending any single perspective while honoring legitimate differences between varied approaches to common developmental territory. As silent reflection concluded and final sharing began, Eliza found herself filled with genuine gratitude for both Sophia's catalyzing invitation and her own responsive participation in the transformation journey it had initiated. The awakened self emerging through this process wasn't perfect achievement requiring protection against deterioration, but evolving capacity continuing to develop through engaged participation in life's extraordinary complexity and inexhaustible invitation to ever-deepening integration. This understanding provided sustainable foundation for continuing journey beyond either perfectionistic pursuit of ideal integration or resigned acceptance of inevitable regression. The awakened self wasn't final state requiring maintenance against deterioration, but dynamic capacity continuing to evolve through engaged participation in reality's multiplicity while recognizing underlying wholeness beneath apparent separation. When the symposium formally concluded and participants began dispersing toward evening accommodations, Eliza remained briefly on the terrace, gazing across lake waters now reflecting both emerging stars above and remaining candle flames around the gathering space. The parallel illuminations, cosmic light traversing universal distances, and human flame cultivated through intentional presence, embodied integration she had been developing throughout her journey. Neither cosmic perspective nor immediate experience alone captured reality's fullness, but their integration created possibility for authentic engagement with existence's simultaneous vastness and intimacy. As she finally turned toward the main house, where pleasant conversation continued among remaining participants, Eliza carried this integration as orientation toward continuing journey beyond artificial separation between transformational aspirations and practical implementation. The awakened self was an achieved state requiring protection against deterioration, but evolving capacity continuing to develop through engaged participation in life's varied contexts. Professional responsibilities, personal relationships, creative projects, contemplative practices, all contributing to ongoing evolution toward increasingly comprehensive engagement with human experience in its extraordinary complexity and inexhaustible depth. With this understanding accompanying her into renewed engagement with the gathered community, Eliza embodied the awakened self her journey had been cultivating. Not finished creation requiring maintenance against deterioration, but evolving capacity continuing to develop through active participation in reality's multiplicity while recognizing underlying wholeness beneath apparent separation. The transformation initiated through Sophia's posthumous invitation continued unfolding beyond specific catalyzing experiences toward lifelong journey of ever-deepening integration between dimensions artificially separated through conventional compartmentalization, but naturally connected through their essential participation in human experience's comprehensive wholeness. As spring evening deepened around Sophia's lakeside property, this understanding provided both closing acknowledgement of particular transformation journey and opening recognition of continuing development, extending beyond any specific culmination toward lifelong evolution of the awakened self. Not through dramatic reinvention requiring abandonment of established identity, but through expanding engagement with life's extraordinary complexity and inexhaustible invitation to ever-deepening integration.